I know that after school, the saint is more than just noble. Volume 4 by Tozuka Riku. Translation by NaCl. Text editing and audiobook by Masquerade. Chapter 1, An Unusual Daily Life. There is a saying that nights in autumn are long. From late September, around the first day of fall to the beginning of winter, known as Ritu, marking the start of winter. The season indicates a period when daylight hours shorten and nights grow longer. I thought if that's the case, she, who enjoys the night, must also like the autumn season. Early October, on that night, Yamato stood in front of a familiar towering apartment building. The time had already passed 9 o'clock, but maybe due to the desensitization of his feelings, it seemed to be a convenient time. Checking his smartphone, there were no new messages. Even the message he had sent a few hours ago remained unread. Yamato took a deep breath, as if to brace himself, then walked to the entrance. Facing the auto-locking main door, he entered Sailor's room number at the intercom and pressed the call button. He waited for a moment as silence hung in the air, but there was no response. "She's not home, huh?" He felt a mix of exasperation and disappointment. Normally, it would be a cause for concern if a high school girl wasn't back home at this hour or had left to go out again, but it was a different story if the person in question is Sailor. That's assuming things are going on as usual, though that might not be the case this time. On the final night of summer vacation, Sailor had informed Yamato that she wouldn't be able to hang out with him for a while. And true to her words, once the new school term began, that's exactly what happened. Since then, Yamato and Sailor hadn't spent time together after school even once. There was a lack of the usual stroll through the city at night together, nor did they even walk home together. But it was not as if they were fighting. At school, they talk as they normally do during breaks, and during lunchtime, they still eat together on the rooftop like usual. However, when it came to the question of what she was occupied with after school, he couldn't get a straight answer. He still hadn't received any explanation about what had happened during Obon, an annual Japanese Buddhist event for paying respect to one's ancestors, and usually occurs over a time span of 3 days in August. Because of this ongoing situation, Yamato had come to her house today with the intention of talking things over again, but it seemed he wouldn't be able to meet her after all. He let out a small sigh and left the area. Yamato received a message from Sailor saying, "Sorry, I was busy with something," well into the night after he had fallen asleep. Section "Sorry about yesterday." Was something up? During lunch break the next day, on the rooftop, Sailor, now wearing a blazer after switching out of her summer uniform because of the seasonal change, asked nonchalantly while munching on a pastry. Watching her, Yamato felt his tension subside. "Nah, it's not a big deal. The cultural festival is coming up, so I kinda wanted to discuss something." "Oh, that's what it was." "Since we're both playing leading roles, right?" "Yeah, something like that." "That's right. Without a doubt, Yamato and Sailor would be the center of attention at this year's cultural festival. Their class, 2B, was performing a play for this year's festival, and the ones to play their leading roles were none other than Yamato and Sailor. The play was Snow White. Snow White, a story of a beautiful maiden who was given a poisoned apple by a jealous witch and as a result falls into an eternal slumber, only to awaken with a kiss from a prince. A quintessential love story. The roles were decided at the beginning of the second semester, and Sailor was unanimously chosen for the role of the heroine, Snow White. Then, thanks to Ita, the director, and Mei, the scriptwriter, who both provided substantial support, the role of the prince was decided to be played by Yamato. However, this decision wasn't imposed on him. In the end, it was Yamato who made the decision and volunteered for the role himself. While it might appear as an unexpected casting choice to students from other classes and grades, among the class of 2B, there was no particular opposition, and an atmosphere of inevitability among the matter had even begun to emerge. Sailor wasn't an exception either. She had encouraged him by saying, "Let's do our best." Immediately after the decision was made, rehearsals for the play began soon after the roles were assigned, and the progress they had made so far was pretty impressive. Hence, when Yamato approached Sailor with something to discuss, She tilted her head with a puzzled expression, clearly caught off guard. So, what do you want to talk about? Could it possibly be about the costumes? If it's about sizes, I think there's still time for adjustments. The costumes are fine. No, the prince's costume and all that are fine, although I do have some reservations about the design. But speaking of size, aren't you the one who's been eating a lot during lunch lately, sailor? I mean, you had 4 pieces of bread today. It's fine. I've told you before, I don't gain weight no matter how much I eat. As if to demonstrate, Sailor took Yamato's hand and pressed it against her side. Even through her uniform, her softness was evident, and yet, her figure was slender. It made him wonder where all those calories from the bread disappeared to. Why yeah, true, that's impressive. Where did all the food you ate go? Into my chest. Maybe? I feel like they're still growing. Lifting her chest slightly, Sailor looked at him as if asking, want to touch? Yamato gulped, briefly letting his thoughts wander on that sensation, but then immediately shook his head. So, was that what you wanted to talk about? No, not about boobs. Right. I wanted to talk about the play. Opie Princess? Stop teasing me already. Ahaha, sorry. You wanted to talk about the play, right? Finally getting back on track, Yamato looked down hesitantly. After all, his original intent was not to discuss play-related matters but to have a proper conversation about his current relationship with Sailor. Yamato. Well, you see, when it comes to the play, I can't help but feel that I'm not a good match for Sailor. Although he intended to downplay it, this was a genuine concern that was bothering him. However, it seemed that Sailor didn't share his sentiment. Really? Personally, I think you're doing a great job. You've memorized all your lines, and your emotions come across when you're acting. Isn't that enough? Well, I mean, it's at least the minimum. Since the start of rehearsals, Yamato had diligently practiced every day, memorized his lines quickly, watched reference movies and musicals, and sought the help of various classmates. Although he initially felt embarrassed and self-conscious about acting in front of others, he quickly overcame it. All of this was to ensure he didn't drag Sailor down, and more importantly, he wanted to become someone who could stand beside her without feeling ashamed, and thus, he had been able to continue this effort. In fact, while others' arrangements had played a part in him volunteering for the prince's role, he had done it in the hope of changing his current relationship with Sailor and the goal of spending more time with her. It was all because he wanted to reach a point where he could measure up to her and support her without feeling inadequate. It was all about maintaining their relationship that drove him, and thanks to all these personal efforts, Yamato had reached a level where he was acknowledged by those around him and could fulfill the role of the prince. However, despite all this, he still felt like something was missing. His acting and Sailor's acting were fundamentally different. Perhaps that difference could be termed as charisma. However, I feel that acknowledging it and giving up because of it would be different. Therefore, I continue to put in relentless effort even now, yet still, it seems nearly impossible to catch up to her. Though it might be presumptuous to use it as an example, Yamato also sensed a fragment of the inferiority complex that Tsubaki had mentioned and experienced regarding Sailor. I don't really get it, but isn't it fine? Even so, Sailor nonchalantly stretched and said this, making Yamato raise an eyebrow. It's really discouraging when you're so blatantly exasperated like that. No, it's not like that. It's just, how should I put it? It's like, Yamato, the prince, is cool, so that's enough, you know? Me, cool. Since he hardly, or rather, almost never, heard that word to describe himself, Yamato's voice came out rather strained. Despite that, Sailor continued to nod in agreement. You're cool. Especially when you perform that climactic line. When you, with a serious expression, say, "You've finally awakened, my princess." It's really something. That's impressive, you know? Oi, are you making fun of me? I'm not, really. I mean, I do think that the lines are quite cheesy, but when you say them, I think they're cool. By the way, those various cheesy lines were the result of the fully engaged romanticized touch-ups by the scriptwriter. Regardless, when he found himself talking to Sailor like this, Yamato started feeling like his concerns were misplaced. Thanks to that, having cooled off a bit, Yamato stretched his arms widely as well. Well, it's not good to be always wanting more, I guess. The performance is coming up soon, so maybe it's already enough to just do what we can. Exactly. Exactly. You're already working really hard, so I don't think there's anything to be in a hurry about. Right, thanks. I feel a bit relieved. That's good then. Sailor's words seemed to have an effect on the core of Yamato's worries about their relationship as well. Because of that, he decided not to rush now and instead continued to put his earnest effort into what he can do. But even as he felt that way, as the after-school period arrived and the time for class rehearsal of the play soon approached, his perspective changed almost immediately. During the scene where Sailor, playing Snow White, talks about love with the dwarves, I only have one person I love, and that's the prince. Snow White, speaking these few words, undoubtedly had her heart throbbing with love. Her slightly reddened cheeks and dreamy eyes as she spoke conveyed her palpable feelings for the absent prince, making the hearts of everyone watching race. Her actions were so fresh and radiant, so unlike the behavior of a girl who had recently confessed, "I don't really understand romance," that it made their classmates forget it was acting. Amidst everyone becoming captivated by her, the only one watching from afar, the only one who didn't seem captivated by her, Yamato, was being consumed by an indescribable sense of impatience. As I thought, this won't do. At this moment, Yamato had no room left for being wholehearted. Consequently, half in competition with Sailor, he tackled the rehearsal with intense focus. Seeing Yamato's demeanor, Ito and Mei exchanged worried glances. The class rehearsal that day lasted for about 2 hours and came to an end. Lately, Sailor often seemed preoccupied with checking her schedule on her smartphone, yet, she had never once skipped practice for the cultural festival. However, this only applied to full run-through practices. She never participated in less structured free practice sessions or discussions masquerading as meetings. And as the day's practice concluded, Sailor seemed to quickly leave the classroom. "See you again tomorrow, Yamato." Leaving only such a farewell to him every time. Yamato, who remained in the classroom, was subjected to a mix of cold and teasing gazes from those around him. "Hey, Karaki." With that, he was called out by Ita. Lately, he hadn't been teasing Yamato much about his relationship with Sailor, perhaps out of consideration, but he wondered if today was different and braced himself. "What's up, director?" "All right. Consider it a director's order. We have a little meeting starting now, so come along." Chapter 2, Snow White and the Saint. Upon entering the family restaurant, Yamato's face involuntarily cringed. "Hello there. That's quite a rude reaction for a long-awaited reunion, isn't it, Yamato-senpai?" Smiling pleasantly from a table for 4 was the refined and lovely Yamato Nadeshiko Tsubaki. Yamato Nadeshiko is the personification or term used to describe the epitome of Japanese beauty, or the ideal appearance of a Japanese woman. She was dressed in her refined and elegant female school sailor uniform, winter edition, her presence carrying an air of dignity, and she remained as adorable as ever. However, Yamato felt a little uneasy about meeting her right now. Sitting beside her was Mei, confirming it was almost a certainty that Tsubaki was invited by them. Glaring at Ita, Yamato couldn't help but wonder if he had predicted his feelings and intentionally kept her name hidden. In response, Ita pretended to whistle a bad tune while deliberately avoiding eye contact. It was obvious that he was trying to evade the issue, which only made Yamato more irritated. For now, Yamato decided to apologize to Tsubaki. "No, sorry about that. It was certainly rude of me. As long as you understand, it's fine. You're blocking the walkway, so please take a seat quickly." "Well, in that case, I won't hold back." Since Ita was lingering and not sitting down, Yamato reluctantly took the seat across from Tsubaki. "Well then, I'll go get some drinks from the drink bar." "Oh, me too. Let's put in the orders together. Would you like something, Yamato-senpai?" In that case, I'll just help myself to the drink bar." "Understood." With the orders placed and items set on the table, Yamato began to speak. "So, What's this gathering all about today? Gazing skeptically between Ito and Tsubaki, Mei, who was unexpectedly seated diagonally across from him, raised her hand. Today's gathering is a cheering up party for Karaki-kun, she declared confidently with an upbeat voice. Mei wore a smug expression that seemed excessively enthusiastic. Just observing her was enough to make Yamato's chest feel uncomfortable. So, in other words, it seems that Mei is the one who had initiated today's gathering. Well then, both of you, what does that mean? Don't ignore me. M extended her hand as if pleading, evoking an instinct to protect her, and honestly, she looked incredibly cute. Yamato found himself subconsciously relaxing his cheeks. Senpai, are you a lilicon? Huh? It's not like that. Is Karaki-kun a lilicon? Apparently, in Tsubaki's perspective, Mei fell into the lili category, which made Yamato feel awkward. Even though Mei was technically the older one. Unaware that she was being treated as a lili, Mei turned her round eyes towards Yamato. To prevent the situation from escalating, Ito raised his hand. What's up all of a sudden? No, I think it's time for the director to step in. Well, as long as you're going to get to the point, it doesn't matter who starts. Ito, who had ordered a hearty cheeseburger set, began to speak while cutting the piping hot hamburger with a knife. By the way, the saint was impressive today too, right? I was all fluttery from watching her too. Can you please explain in more detail what you mean? Well, you see, today, creak. At that moment, Yamato stood up. Sorry, if that's what you guys want to talk about, I'll head home for today. As the atmosphere instantly froze, amidst the flustered Mei and the dejected Tsubaki, Ito grabbed Yamato's arm and gently guided him back to his seat. Come on, don't rush things like that. Here, I've cut and split the hamburger, so let's all eat together. While being reassured in this manner, a small plate with a portion of the hamburger cut out, accompanied with a small amount of rice, was placed in front of Yamato, who let out a sigh. Fine, I'll have it. Reluctantly, Yamato started eating the hamburger, almost burning his mouth with the hot juice that oozed out of the meat. It seemed the girls rejected their plates. Ito's shoulders slumped as he continued, albeit somewhat disheartened. Really? There's no need to rush anything. There's no need to compare yourself with the saint. As the conversation abruptly shifted to the main topic, Yamato finished chewing the hamburger before responding. I thought I understood that too. But I can't help but feel that everyone must hate it, right? It's like the two lead characters aren't matching up at all. Well, at least I haven't been making comparisons. As a director, I consider the overall balance, meaning how the cast looks together. But even that's different from a simple comparison. Receiving a more sensible answer than expected, Yamato was left unsure how to reply. Unable to respond, Mei chimed in at Yamato's place. I'm responsible for the script as well, but I've never really compared you, Yamato-kun, and the saint. I might imagine scenes where the two of you stand side by side in my head, or there might be times when I only envision the saint. But, while it might be called delusional at this point, either way, her perspective seemed different from Yamato's thoughts. At that moment, Tsubaki, who was eating a salad, took a sip of water then took a breath before speaking. I understand Yamato-senpai's feelings. I too have compared myself to Sailor-senpai many times and been overwhelmed by the difference in level between us. So, after all, however, just when Yamato thought he had finally found someone who understood, Tsubaki interrupted with those words. I believe that your thing is off the mark. It's a harsh way to put it, but in my case, there's an aspect of competition which seniors usually lack in feeling. It's different to compare, I think. Of course, in the field of artistic genres such as theater, there are natural feelings of insecurities that come with it, and it's not just about winning competitions. It's about things beyond competition, things like pride, acting skills, or differences in charisma. Auditions also play a role. In reality, it's not that competition is irrelevant. In fact, it's a combination of all these elements. As the conversation became more specialized and specific, there were many parts that Yamato couldn't understand. Nevertheless, Tsubaki's intended message got through. Tsubaki turned toward Yamato as if to wrap up and continued. But, Even though all those things are different from Yamato-senpai's emotions, I think it's wonderful to aim high because you can't separate yourself from the differences with Sailor Senpai. The challenge now is how to reconcile that. Reconciliation, huh? Yes, winning a match isn't the only way to be satisfied, right? This is something you taught me. With a wink mixed in, Tsubaki finished speaking. Despite feeling his heart flutter at the gesture, Yamato felt as though he had come to a clear understanding. That's right. Honestly, I don't really know how to make this uneasiness go away in the first place. So, I guess I just need to create an atmosphere that satisfies me. Indeed, you're quite something. It seems you're already on the path to finding an answer. I apologize for being presumptuous. Tsubaki's expression had already softened, and her tone was gentle. As a result, the atmosphere between Yamato and Tsubaki was filled with a serene sense of warmth. No, honestly, you've been a big help. Thanks. Fufu. I'm glad I could assist. I hope I've been able to repay you a little. Oh, of course. Now it's on my end to give something back. Well, that's true. But I might find myself looking forward to it a little. Yes. Feel free to look forward to it. As things settled down, Yamato noticed that for some reason, M's face had become bright red. On the other hand, Ito had narrowed his eyes as if he had gained some insight, wearing a gentle expression. What's going on with you two? Tsubaki-chan is just so cute. I noticed that Karaki had been growing in places I didn't know. Shinjo, what perspective are you coming from? Perhaps due to the reactions of those two, Tsubaki's face also turned red, and she froze. Kazuka-san? Hi-ah? Seriously? What's going on? Well, I kind of forgot you two were here and ended up saying those things, so now I'm feeling embarrassed all of a sudden. Is that so? I don't think you said anything embarrassing. Well, I wonder if the two of them have come to see Kazuka-san in a better light. In a good way? You really seem way more mature than your age. Upon Yamato's affirmation, Ito and Mei nodded with gentle expressions. You've really changed your perspective. Yeah, it has changed. It was worth calling Tsubaki-chan over today. Please, stop it. I wish I could just disappear. Apparently, for Tsubaki, the situation was quite embarrassing, and Yamato, not understanding why, felt as if he had done something wrong. Sorry about that. If you'd like, I can get you a refill. While Yamato intended to be considerate, Ito and Mei just shrugged their shoulders, seeming somewhat indifferent. Meanwhile, Karaki, some things about you haven't changed at all, or you could say they've even worsened. Well, but maybe that's what makes Karaki-kun so charming. Oh, you're quite the talker, huh? Fufu, I'm not just saying it for fun. You know, I do think a boy who works hard with dedication is admirable. Haha, Karaki is quite the sly one. And what are those two up to? Regarding the two who were speaking suggestively, Yamato gave them a stern gaze, but they seemed completely unconcerned. Instead, they returned his gaze with warm looks, making Yamato feel uneasy. At that moment, Mei clapped her hands together as if to regain control of the situation. Now then, since Tsubaki-chan has come all this way today, let's have a fun conversation. Agreed. I'd love to join in too. This time, both Yamato and Tsubaki enthusiastically agreed. Isn't it the director's job to say things like that? Then Shinjo-kun, you can say it. Seriously? All right. Let's have an exciting talk. Yeah. What a troublesome guy. After that, they bloomed a lively discussion centering around each other's recent experiences. And so, as the sky outside gradually darkened, the consultation session came to an end. After thanking the trio in front of the station, they exchanged farewells and went their separate ways. Just as Yamato was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped. When he turned around, he found Tsubaki with a stern expression. Kazuka-san, is everything all right? Concerned, Yamato faced Tsubaki, who took a deep breath before speaking. I'm sorry for surprising you. There's something I find hard to talk about in front of others, and I see. Okay, shall we find a different place to talk? In that case, how about the park we talked about during summer vacation? It's not crowded there. Sounds good. Yamato and Tsubaki then headed to the park they had discussed during summer vacation. Judging from Tsubaki's expression, the topic likely pertained to either Tsubaki herself or Sailor. With this thought, a feeling similar to a sense of impatience arose within Yamato. However, he reminded himself to stay calm in moments like this. He bought drinks for both of them and then they both headed to a bench. "Yes, here you go." Sorry. I'll pay for it. Don't worry about it. You came all the way over here, after all. Then, thank you very much." While recalling a similar exchange from the past, Yamato urged her to get to the main point. "So, what did you want to talk about?" "Actually, it's about Sailor Senpai." Feeling a shiver down his spine, Yamato waited for her to continue. "It's about work, I suppose." Lately, Sailor Senpai has been actively involved in various places. Rather than focusing only on family matters, she seems to be involved in projects across different industries that are related to the group of companies led by her father. "I see. Has that work already begun?" "No, not yet. Currently, she's just making appearances, but it seems like she's in the stage of assessing which projects to actively participate in. In other words, it's like a scouting phase." Of course, this was the first time he heard of such a thing. Yamato desperately tried to suppress his feelings of agitation. "What the hell is Shire's thinking? I haven't heard a single word about any of this." "I thought as much. At a standing party where our family members gathered last weekend, when I met Senpai, she told me keep it a secret from Yamato." "Why did you tell me about it then, Kazuka-san?" "Of course, because I didn't like keeping this matter a secret from you, Yamato-senpai." Despite smiling gently, Tsubaki's cheeks twitched slightly. "Thank you for sharing this with me. I feel like I finally understand the meaning behind Shire's recent actions. I'm glad I could help." "Also, personally, I'm no longer hoping for Sailor Senpai to return to the way she used to be." "Is that so?" "But didn't you say in your message the other day that she was your rival?" Well, that's, in a completely different context from ballet." "Well, I suppose in that regard, I'm looking at it in the long run." Tsubaki seemed flustered in the first half of her response and then trailed off almost inaudibly in the latter half. Yamato thought he might have asked something inappropriate. "I don't really get it, but if that's the case, it's fine. You two are friends, after all." "Yes. That's why I couldn't just ignore a situation where a friend is troubled." "Got it. Maybe her father said something to her after Obon." "I don't know why the current Shires is following her father's wishes, but there must be a reason." "Yeah, you're probably right." "Also, it seems like Sailor Senpai isn't living in her usual residence. It appears she's currently residing in a business hotel room in the city. Probably because it's more accessible to various places." "Is that so? No wonder she's not coming back even in the middle of the night." "You visited her apartment late at night?" Well, a few times, yes." Tsubaki gave him a dubious look, then quickly softened it with a gentle smile. "Creepy is what I'm inclined to say, but I'm relieved to see that you've already taken action." "So, you're not looking down on me." "I've become a bit more understanding too. Besides, everyone has their own way of expressing love." Tsubaki smirked mischievously as she said that, making Yamato feel slightly intimidated. "It's great to see you growing so fast." "You too, Yamato-senpai." Being cast as the lead in the upcoming cultural festival play is quite impressive. I'm definitely going to watch, so I'm looking forward to the event. "Well, keep your expectations low." Sensing that the conversation had come to a close, Tsubaki stood up and extended her hand. Yamato took her hand and stood up, and Tsubaki looked at him with a serious expression. "The play is Snow White, isn't it? Ironically, it might be a fitting role for Sailor Senpai, given the current circumstances." Maybe. Even Yamato spent his days constantly in thought. Perhaps, due to unavoidable circumstances, Sailor couldn't voice her thoughts, but deep down, she might be seeking help. Much like Snow White, waiting for the prince's kiss. After leaving the park, Yamato escorted Tsubaki back to the station. As they parted ways, Tsubaki cheered, "Good luck, not only with Sailor Senpai, but also with the cultural festival play." Inspired by those words, Yamato renewed his determination to give his best in both aspects. And with that newfound enthusiasm, Yamato started his journey back home. Several days had passed, and it was now the eve of the cultural festival. Since then, Yamato had been waiting for a chance to talk to Sailor, but the timing had eluded him. In the end, he found himself nearing the performance day without being able to have a proper conversation with her. But today, he thought, today might be the day. With that in mind, Yamato called out to Sailor right after the final class practice had ended. Shiraise, yeah, what's up? Since the cultural festival is tomorrow, I was thinking, would it be possible for us to have one last run-through rehearsal together? Is that okay? This was what you'd call an excuse, a way to create a reason for the two to be alone together. However, considering that the play's performance was scheduled for tomorrow, he didn't intend to have any serious discussions now. Today's purpose was merely to arrange a promise to spend some free time together tomorrow. He intended to have that important conversation during that time. Of course, even if he were to invite her to spend time together now, she would probably be okay with it, and they could even exchange messages to make arrangements. However, Yamato thought it was better to be safe than sorry. He wanted to create that moment alone and time the invitation perfectly. Above all, the benefit of being able to spend time together with Sailor was so appealing that despite feeling a bit guilty, Yamato decided to make this request. Yeah, sure. I can't stay for too long, though. Thanks. You're a saint. Since everyone's probably heading home by now, let's use the classroom. Sounds good. About 10 minutes later, the classroom was empty except for Yamato and Sailor. The sunset was streaming in through the window. Unbeknownst to them, the bustling noise from the hallway had faded away, and the room had now become completely deserted. Creating space by pushing the desks to the back, the two faced each other. With her back to the window, Sailor stood bathed in the glow of the sunset. She softly smiled, the rays of light adorning her. So, where shall we start? We could go through it from the beginning if you want. Just being looked at with those cool eyes caused Yamato's thoughts to short-circuit. Facing her like this sent a wave of nostalgia through Yamato, and he realized that this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Beautiful. Seemingly out of nowhere, those words slipped from Yamato's mouth. Upon hearing that, Sailor started to fiddle with her hair, averting her gaze shyly. Thanks. But, it's a little embarrassing when you say that out of the blue. Her gesture was unfamiliar to Yamato, causing him to become flustered unintentionally. My bad. It's just that what I thought came out unintentionally. It's not that big of a deal, really. I was just surprised, that's all. Is that so? But, Shiraise, have you noticed anything different? Are we back to talking about my boobs again? Looking at Sailor's puzzled expression, Yamato finally felt relieved. It was because that face was the Sailor he knew. No, it's nothing. And by the way, girls probably shouldn't talk about their chests so casually. It's because Yamato said some weird things, that's... Well, I guess I shouldn't have. A fluttering sensation wrestled in his chest. Despite feeling weird, Yamato continued to speak. For the time being, can you start from the first line? The prince doesn't have a lot of lines or scenes despite being a lead role, and it'll help build up the climax. Sure. And so, they began practicing the lines from the very beginning. As Yamato listened to Sailor's lines delivered with genuine emotion, his own feelings started to calm down. There was no longer a sense of urgency within him. This was also thanks to Ita, Mei, and Tsubaki. As they progressed through scenes like Snow White and the prince's first encounter, they reached the final stages, to the moment where the prince approached and kissed Snow White who laid before him. Yamato approached Sailor, lying with her eyes closed on the desks they had pushed together. Just by looking at her face up close, he could feel his heart racing. Even though they've rehearsed this scene many times before, this was the one scene he still couldn't get used to. All they had to do was bring their faces close together and make it look like their lips were touching, a so-called pretend kiss. With a gulp, Yamato swallowed his saliva before slowly moving his face closer. At this moment, Yamato and Sailor were alone in the room. Becoming aware of such a fact, Yamato's body froze. Then, Sailor gently opened her eyes with a blink as their gazes crossed at such proximity. Yamato widened his eyes in surprise. Neither of them spoke. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yamato considered pulling away for the time being. But do you want to do it for real? And there, Sailor uttered those words. Her words were calm and matter-of-fact, more of a simple suggestion than a tease. This "do you want to do it for real?" didn't imply a kiss on the cheek. Even Yamato could discern that much. Ita, the director, had once jokingly told him that if things were going well, he could even go for a kiss on the cheek, but this was different from that sort of jest. Therefore, Yamato replied with caution. That sort of thing. Is that okay with you? Shy raise. In response, Sailor nodded slightly. Yeah. If it's with you, Yamato, I don't mind. I want the cultural festival play to be great. Yamato was surprised by Sailor's words that indicated her desire to improve the event, but above all, her statement that she was fine with it when it came to kissing astonished him. If that was the case, there was no reason for Yamato to refuse. Needless to say, his instincts were craving it. However, even so, let's decide by tomorrow. Got it? With that exchange, Yamato distanced himself. For Yamato, this decision wasn't something he could easily make. There simply wasn't enough time to organize his thoughts and instincts. He felt somewhat embarrassed about not arriving at a clear answer and leaving things hanging, but Sailor slowly raised her upper body without showing any signs of concern. Let's head home. Sorry for being so half-assed, even though I'm the one who asked you out here. Yeah, it's all right. Throughout their recent interaction, Sailor kept her emotions in check, her poker face not revealing what she was thinking. As for Yamato, his heart was beating profusely, his face flushed from embarrassment. While they were preparing to leave, Yamato noticed that Sailor was fiddling with her hair. He thought it might be the same gesture as when she was embarrassed earlier, but he came to the conclusion that she was simply tidying up her disheveled hair from lying on the desks. Therefore, Yamato corrected his assumption that Sailor wouldn't get so flustered like he did. Exiting the classroom and walking down the hallway, Yamato noticed that there were still a few students left in the other classrooms. Some classes were diligently working, while others were full of lively students. The situations varied. Classes like 2B, who only had the actual performance left to prepare for, had disbanded at an earlier time. In any case, it seemed that during the scene of Yamato and Sailor rehearsing, the surroundings were quiet purely by chance. Realizing this, Yamato felt a bit embarrassed. Then, just as they reached the entrance, Sailor, who had already changed into her shoes, poked at Yamato's shoulder. Is something wrong? I'll be heading home first. Looks like my ride's here. Oh, I see. For the first time, Yamato was informed of the circumstance that she now had rides waiting for her after school. While it was a good thing in itself, the content of her words essentially meant that they wouldn't be able to walk home together today either, leaving Yamato with mixed feelings. At that moment, Yamato suddenly remembered his original purpose. Hey, he called out loudly to Sailor, who had started to run ahead. What? Sailor, who stopped to turn around, responded in an uncharacteristically loud voice. Would you like to walk together when we have free time tomorrow? It'll probably be after the play's over. When Yamato boldly invited her, Sailor blinked in surprise for a moment but then nodded in response. Yamato had been taken aback by her unexpected reaction, so he nervously added, It's not like I'm forcing you or anything. In response, Sailor smiled gently. No, it's fine. However, I actually thought from the beginning that we'd walk around together. Let's have a lot of fun tomorrow. Yeah. With an enthusiastic answer, Sailor waved her hand and walked away. Watching her as she walked away, Yamato silently pumped his fists into a victory pose. Whether his heart was still pounding because they had decided to spend the free time together, or because he was conscious of tomorrow's choice, it was hard to determine which was the reason. Still, Yamato resolved to not stop moving forward regardless. Tomorrow marked the start of the cultural festival, the day of the play's performance. For Sailor, for the play, Yamato was determined to face them with all of his sincerity. At the very least, right now, Yamato was full of motivation. Chapter 3, The Cultural Festival with the Saint. The day of the cultural festival had arrived. Last night, Yamato was so nervous that he couldn't fall asleep and thus left his house sleep-deprived. As he got closer to the school, Yamato felt an increased sense of anxiety well up from beneath him, and he even began to feel something like stomach pain. But as he arrived at the school gate, his attention was drawn to something else. What's this? That's amazing. What entered his field of view was a massive decoration with the name Ozaki Festival displayed on it. It was proudly displayed above the school gate, marking the day of the cultural festival, the day of their class theater performance. And once again, as he became aware of the play, his anxiety worsened. Nonetheless, he couldn't stand in the same spot forever, so Yamato headed towards the classroom with heavy steps. The students bustling about the school grounds all seemed to be in high spirits, and Yamato couldn't help but notice the contrast. Certainly, until yesterday, there was a part of Yamato that was in high spirits as well. However, as he got into bed, such anticipating feelings of excitement turned into anxiety. The thought of potentially failing in front of a large audience during the play's performance brought about an odd sense of pressure. As he thought about these things, he arrived at the classroom. Woohoo! Yeah! Donned in class t-shirts, Ita raised his hands high as his classmates joined in, cheering and excitedly enjoying the festive atmosphere. Witnessing this scene of jubilation, the pain in Yamato's stomach only intensified. However, at that moment, someone lightly tapped his shoulder from behind. Good morning. As a cool voice reached his ears, Yamato's stomach ache miraculously disappeared. Oh, Shires. Good morning. As he looked back, he saw Sailor as relaxed as can be. Though unexpectedly, Sailor was also wearing a class t-shirt. It's rare to see Shires wearing a class t-shirt because Tamaki-san and the others are wearing it. I thought you might be wearing it too, Yamato. I do have it with me, just in case. Shinjo reminded me. Is that so? If you brought the t-shirt with you, I guess you could change in the dressing room or restroom, right? I guess so. Although Sailor still didn't seem to grasp who Shinjo was when mentioned, since Ita looked a bit pitiful, Yamato decided not to bring it up. It was truly strange, but as soon as Yamato met Sailor, his condition improved, so he decided to change into the class t-shirt with that newfound momentum. After changing, when he entered the classroom again, "Hey, Karaki, hurry up and join us." "Why yeah." Ita noticed him and beckoned, and finally, Yamato found himself in the mood to enjoy the cultural festival. After a short homeroom, the opening ceremony of the cultural festival took place in the gymnasium. There, under the guise of the opening ceremony, the dance club's performance was showcased, and the students were filled with excitement, and thus, Ozaki High School's cultural festival, Ozaki Festival commenced. The Ozaki Festival was usually held for just one day, however, as a result, it was known for its intensity. This applied to the performances of each class as well as the various club activities, with the different cultural clubs showcasing their culmination of efforts. From the regularly award-winning brass band club to other spots within the school, continuous events took place. Additionally, external events, such as lecture sessions featuring well-known celebrities and figures from the first half of the year, contributed to a significant influx of visitors every year, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere on campus. This year, as usual, a talk between a popular singer and a prominent influencer had been scheduled, so it was a safe bet that the cultural festival would be a big success. However, the students of Class 2B, including Yamato, found themselves preoccupied with the preparations for their own performance rather than without the opportunity to enjoy those events. The play was scheduled to start in the gymnasium in the early afternoon, so there was still time to spare. "Hey, did anyone see the wooden panel? We lent the backdrop to another class." The person in charge of the props said they were going to have a meeting. "Where are the organizers and Shinjo-kun?" And so on. The classroom had descended into a chaotic frenzy. While they had done a general check the other day, unexpected situations still seemed to arise. As for Yamato, one of the protagonists of the day, he was sitting in a corner of the classroom separated by a curtain, having his makeup done by Mei and Sailor. Even though he was a guy, if he's going to play the prince, wearing makeup is only natural. This seemed to be the majority of his classmates' girls' opinion, and Yamato was half forcefully persuaded to accept it. He wasn't allowed to move much while sitting in the chair, and as eyeliner, foundation, and various other cosmetics were applied to his face, Yamato felt fidgety for a while. Done. It's ready. After about 10 minutes, it seemed they were finished. Upon seeing himself in the mirror, Yamato was amazed at the result, which appeared splendid even to an amateur's eye. He almost felt like he didn't recognize himself. Is this really my face? The change was so remarkable that Yamato could hardly recognize himself. It's great. This is the result of our skills. Most of it was handled by Shirase though, I think. So mean. If you're going to say that, then I won't do it anymore. Pouted in an adorable manner. She was just so cute that Yamato couldn't help wanting to tease her. Still, he was grateful that she and Sailor had done their best. Sorry, and thanks. And Shirase, thank you too. Yeah, it looks good, and cute. Cute, huh? Feeling down because he wanted to be praised with comments like cool rather than cute, Yamato's spirits were lifted when Mei suddenly seemed to realize his state and whispered something to Sailor. Yeah, indeed, he looks pretty cool too. Yamato wasn't sure what Mei had conveyed, but Sailor casually said that, seemingly without much concern. He knew that no matter how much Mei asked, Sailor was the type who wouldn't say something she didn't actually think. So, Yamato decided to take this as a sincere compliment. Thanks. Now I feel a bit less resistant to wearing the prince's costume. That's good. Right, Saint? Yeah. And Sailor exchanged smiles and high-fived each other. In contrast to the way they were in spring, it appeared that the two had grown significantly closer. Although Mei had seemed a bit awkward due to nervousness at first, recently she seemed to interact with Sailor quite naturally, or at least Yamato thought so. However, currently, Mei was looking at the hand she had just high-fived with a grin, so Yamato reconsidered his assessment. Hey, I brought some snacks. Oh, you look great. Right there. Just as Ita entered carrying various foods he had bought from the food stalls, he began to admire Yamato's face closely. Feeling embarrassed, Yamato covered his face with one hand and said, "This is all thanks to the two of them. And also, it's almost time for the performance to start. Once you finish eating, change into your costumes and gather backstage." Got it, thanks. Even though there were various foods prepared, like yakisoba, a Japanese fried noodle dish, and chocolate bananas, Yamato couldn't bring himself to eat any of them due to nervousness. He only had some drinks. Sailor and Mei, on the other hand, were eating everything they could get their hands on. After that, Yamato went to the dressing room to change into the prince's costume, while Sailor changed into the Snow White costume, which would initially be just a ragged, normal one-piece dress. The noisy preparations seemed to have settled down, and everyone was ready to go. Then, each of them moved to the wings of the gymnasium stage. They entered the hall just as the light music club's performance had ended. At the same time, an announcement came over the school's intercom that the Class 2B's play was about to start. On the lowered stage, sets of props, ranging from small to large, were being arranged. Yamato thought about helping with something, but his classmates told him to sit back and rest in preparation for the actual performance, so he watched the sets being assembled from a distance. And so, it was now 5 minutes before the show. Under the direction of Ita, the director, a group of about 10 students gathered in the wings of the stage and formed a circle. Sailor, who played the other lead role of Snow White, joined Yamato and Mei, and seemed to have a determined look in her eyes. All right, everyone. Today is the culmination of all our efforts so far. Let's make it a great play. Yes. With the united shout, Class 2B's play, Snow White, finally began. The curtain rose, and Sailor in her ragged dress, Snow White, appeared on stage, taking the breaths of everyone seated in the audience. Even in a ragged outfit, her appearance was delicate and beautiful, and her girlish mischievous side captivated the viewers. Then, it was Yamato's turn to appear. His heart was pounding furiously and it was ready to jump out of his chest, but with Sailor already on stage, he had already made up his mind. Yamato, the prince, wore a flashy and princely costume dominated by blue tones and stepped out onto the stage. For a moment, there was a slight murmur throughout the hall. Glancing sideways, he could see that the venue was already packed. There were many people standing behind the rows of chairs as well. Swallowing nervously, he then looked at Snow White. "At last, I've met you, my destined one." As Yamato spoke those lines, the hall buzzed again. The story progressed, with familiar cast members such as the witch, the mirror, the dwarves, and the huntsman making their appearances one after another. Due to M's influence as the scriptwriter, the prince's role had quite the number of scenes, but Yamato managed to continue without stumbling over his lines. By this time, Sailor, Snow White, had also transformed and donned on an actual dress. Even the classmates who should be used to seeing her had their breaths robbed at her dignified demeanor. The elegant, charming, and somewhat innocent appearance of Snow White seemed to overlap slightly with Sailor's usual self. "My wish is for my prince to someday take me away, and for us to live happily together." As Snow White spoke passionately about her love for the prince, the hall fell silent. The audience seemed to be hanging on to her every word. How could someone who supposedly knew nothing about love speak such passionate words? Yamato had heard that she had referred to overseas stage productions for reference, but could such an authentic performance be achieved with that alone? Either way, it was something Yamato couldn't truly understand, and thus, the story had reached the point of the climax. Due to the witch's scheme, Snow White, who had taken a bite of the poisoned apple, collapses, and the scene where the prince rushes to her side arrives. Inside the coffin watched over by the dwarves, Snow White laid with her eyes already closed. Yamato, playing the role of the prince, tightly clenched his trembling fists and stepped onto the stage. He felt the expectant gaze of the audience upon him. This was undoubtedly the final climax, the expectation for the kiss scene. There's a saying that all's well that ends well, so won't that mean if the ending fails, everything falls apart? Such pointless thoughts crossed Yamato's mind. "Tomorrow, I'll decide what to do." That was what he had said to himself when he practiced alone with Sailor yesterday. However, even at this point, Yamato still hadn't been able to make a decision about what to do. As he continued to ponder, the distance to the coffin closed, and he soon arrived by Snow White's side. His heartbeat raced like a tolling bell. There was no more time for contemplation. With determination, the prince knelt down and pressed his face against the beautiful lips of the sleeping Snow White, a gesture meant to mimic a kiss. It was a pretend kiss as per the script. Even so, Snow White slowly woke up. Then, just like she had been napping, she elegantly stretched before looking at the prince. When the prince extended his hand, Snow White took it and stood up. They walked away together, accompanied by the dwarves, and as they did, the play finally reached its ending. After the final curtain closure, the audience sent a wave of thunderous applause. When the cast gathered and bowed in unison, the applause and cheers filled the hall. Class 2B's play, Snow White, had achieved great success. After the cast descended to the wings, the director, Ita, sent his applause. "Great job, everyone. It was amazing. This means we'll be getting the Best Performance Award." "So you were aiming for something like that all along," Yamato said with exasperation, prompting laughter from those around him. Some were even moved to tears by a sense of accomplishment, and seeing that, Yamato finally felt the play had ended. He felt both a solid sense of achievement and accomplishment. However, within Yamato's heart, there remained a lingering uneasiness. That last kiss scene, I was seriously wondering if Karaki was actually going to do it. Yamato flinched as one of his classmates mentioned this during the set cleanup. "Yeah, right, but honestly, if he had done it, I can't even imagine how the audience would have reacted." "Haha, true." "Well, in short, both Karaki and the Saint did a great job." As his classmates concurred like that, they directed words of praise towards Yamato. But in actuality, during that moment, Yamato had refused to kiss her not because he didn't want to, more accurately, it was because he couldn't do it. At that point, he had genuinely considered kissing Sailor. Perhaps, as Sailor suggested, it could have contributed to improving the play's quality, or maybe even made it legendary. However, If Yamato had kissed Snow White, Sailor, there, it wouldn't have been justified along the lines of being for the sake of the play's quality. It would have been solely due to personal feelings and desires. So, did he have the determination for such personal feelings? No, he didn't. In other words, he was in a state of indecision. Therefore, Yamato couldn't bring himself to truly kiss her on the lips. Rather than saying he chose not to, it was more accurate to say that he was unable to. Looking at Snow White, Sailor, surrounded by girls a bit away, she interacted with them in her usual calm manner. She didn't even seem to be particularly concerned about the kiss scene. At that point, Sailor noticed Yamato's gaze and approached, waving her hand. "Hey, we're going around together afterward, right?" She was likely talking about free time. Of course, Yamato intended to, but right now, things felt a bit awkward. Sure. Well, let's meet in front of the classroom after changing. I'll need some time to fix my makeup and all, so it might take a while. Sure. That's fine. No need to rush. Thanks. Well then, see you later. With those words and a small wave, Sailor left. Then, Yamato noticed Ito and Mei looking at them from a distance, or rather, it seemed like most of his classmates had been watching the exchange, as they all now flashed a thumbs up. I keep telling them it's not like that. Feeling too embarrassed to cover it up, Yamato reluctantly returned the thumbs up before heading to the changing room. During that time, passing students greeted him several times. Their praises were all about how well the play went, and he felt truly proud of it. This kind of thing is not so bad either. Somewhat unexpectedly, Yamato indulged in a sense of superiority as he began changing section. It was currently past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Changing into the class t-shirt, Yamato, who had completely returned to his original state thanks to the makeup remover he had received from Mei in advance, was waiting for Sailor in front of the classroom of Class 2B. However, you're Karaki-senpai, right? How many people are there? 3 girls who seemed to be first-year students called out to Yamato, and he returned their words with a smile, saying, "Yeah, that's right." The girls all screamed with an affectionate "Kaya," and then asked if they could take a picture together with him. They even told Yamato that they had watched the play and thought he was cool. It seemed that this was what they call cultural festival magic. Despite feeling somewhat awkward, Yamato took a picture with them and ended up exchanging contact information. The girls left, looking satisfied. Just as Yamato let out a sigh, for what must have been the umpteenth time today, you're Yamato-senpai, right? But this time, he was called by a voice he recognized, so Yamato turned around in surprise. And there stood Tsubaki in her sailor uniform, just as he thought. Oh, you came. Yes, hello. You seemed quite popular earlier, but is it perhaps a common occurrence for you, Yamato-senpai? For some reason, he felt a prickly undertone in her words. Despite feeling somewhat pressured, Yamato shook his head left and right. It's not like that. That thing from earlier was just because I played the prince role in our class play. I see, that's a relief. I watched the play as well, and it was quite well done. You, Yamato-senpai, were dignified, and above all, Sailor-senpai's beauty stood out on the stage. He wondered why Tsubaki would be relieved by that, but she seemed to be talking quite enthusiastically despite her words. At any rate, he was just glad she enjoyed the play. I'm glad to hear that. Shires will probably come in a bit too. I met Sailor-senpai earlier in the morning, and I actually plan to take my leave soon. Is that so? Yes. It wouldn't be right for me to disturb your cultural festival date. Date? Well, I mean, is that not the case? It's not. That I can outright deny it, but I can't exactly say it's like that either in the first place. Fufu, some things never change. Tsubaki's cuteness when she smiled still held an incredibly powerful charm. The evidence showed as everyone around them was looking their way. Well, if you're going home, make sure you go straight without any detours. It's dangerous to wander around the school alone. What's with the sudden concern? You really do sound like a father. You really do say what you want. Seriously, you're quite the disrespectful junior. Seeing the sulking Yamato, Tsubaki continued to smile. But don't worry about me. Chan will be guiding me around the school. and I plan to stay a little longer. No, that worries me even more. If Mei and Tsubaki were to walk alongside, they would definitely attract a lot of attention, making them susceptible to getting hit on. If one or two guys from their class could join them to ward off potential attention, Yamato would feel much more at ease. Maybe Shiraise and I should join you. We could also call Shinjo and the others. That's alright. Senpai, you really do worry a lot. I'll ask Chan to call Shinjo-san. Is this fine? It seemed that Tsubaki had no intention of being with Yamato and Sailor, and he reluctantly agreed, thinking that pushing further might irritate her. Well, if that's the case, it's fine. But, as I've been thinking, you seem to be getting along quite well with Tamaki-san. You're even already on a first-name basis. Yes, we communicate quite frequently, and she's taken me shopping a few times on weekends. She's a good friend. Oh, I see. Then, that's good. Contrary to what Yamato expected, Tsubaki and Mei seemed to have developed a much closer bond than he thought. He never imagined that they'd spend weekends together. But considering that, why don't you call her senpai? Chan is kind of like a little sister to me, rather than a senior. She's really cute, and she seems to prefer it that way. Well, I never thought of it that way. Nonetheless, he realized that was probably better than being treated like a father. Then, out of the blue, Tsubaki turned serious. By the way, going back to the play, was that final scene improvised? By final scene, are you referring to the kiss scene? Yes, well, about that. Tsubaki's cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and she averted her gaze, looking embarrassed. While Yamato was usually the one stumbling over his words, he somehow managed to speak boldly when presented with someone even more embarrassed than him. Of course, it was. Depending on the angle, it might have seemed unclear, but we were just moving our faces so they appeared to overlap. I see. No, well, I did think that. Haha, there's no way I'd do it for real, right? But you did consider it, right? At that moment, another familiar voice reached their ears. Turning together, they found a woman in a tight pantsuit, Sailor's older sister, Ruka. Hey there, long time no see. You too. Has it been since May? Yamato-kun. Yeah. Thanks for back then. I didn't realize you were here. Well, it's a big event for my important little sister. Tsubaki gave Ruka a sidelong glance as if she were used to this response. Saying that, aren't you keeping it a secret from the person involved? You really are sisters alike in that regard. Oh, Tsubaki-chan, still as sharp as ever. Before you praise me, can you at least help me and lecture her too? Although Yamato joined in the teasing, Ruka didn't show any signs of being flustered. I stayed quiet out of kindness, you know? Because if I told that girl her sister was coming, she'd only get more nervous. No, that's not possible. You two are so in sync and close. Are you two dating, by any chance? Muyu, come on, don't make such thoughtless jokes. Tsubaki pouted in response to Ruka, who was clearly speaking in a joking manner. Because Tsubaki had immediately taken the bait, Yamato missed his chance to warn her. Instead, he remained calm and decided to inquire about Ruka's purpose for coming to the school. So, what was your purpose for coming to our school today? It's not just to watch the play, is it? As he asked with a firm expression, Ruka responded with a faint smile. You've grown quite sharp, Yamato-kun. I feel a bit lonely being on guard. Thanks to you. Is this related to Shiraise's recent situation? Delving further, Ruka's smile grew more amused. At this rate, you still haven't heard? What do you mean? It's about this side of the story, but with the current state of affairs, the chances seem pretty slim. Tsubaki-chan, you're listening, right? Silence can sometimes convey affirmation. At least in Tsubaki's current state, such a theory seems to apply. As evidence, she was avoiding eye contact with Yamato and appeared uncomfortable. However, Yamato had no intention of blaming Tsubaki. Besides, he couldn't afford to get worked up over such matters. Exhaling a breath, he composed himself and replied calmly. If it's about Shiraise, rest assured, I'll hear it directly from her. Well, you really have grown up, Yamato-kun. Well then, I should probably be heading back. Shirase will be here soon, but is it okay if you don't meet her? Yes. Well, as a replacement, could you tell Chan that her performance was splendid? It doesn't matter if it's you, Yamato-kun, or Tsubaki-chan. At that moment, Yamato and Tsubaki exchanged glances and then shifted their gazes back to Rika. And then, with smiles and a tone that allowed no room for negotiation, "We decline. Please tell her yourself later." Ugh. You two are really close, aren't you guys? Well, enjoy your bright student life to the fullest. See you then. With a final air of seniority, Rika waved her hand and left. Yamato and Tsubaki both sighed simultaneously and then smiled at each other. They realized they both shared the common trait of finding Rika difficult to handle. For now, it seems like the problem is resolved. I should get going soon as well. Before that, regarding the story Rika-san was evading, is it still difficult for Kazuka-san to talk about it? Well, sorry about that. Seeming genuinely apologetic, Tsubaki offered her apology while avoiding eye contact. It appeared that, indeed, the only way to know was to ask Sailor directly. I guess so. Well, since I confronted Rika-san like that, I was planning on asking Shirase directly anyway. Don't worry about it. Yes, thank you. Tsubaki smiled, but her expression seemed strained. Sorry for keeping you occupied. Well then, enjoy the cultural festival. Yes, you too. Goodbye. After a respectful bow, Tsubaki quickly walked away. Sailor arrived about 5 minutes after Yamato parted ways with Tsubaki. She had changed back into her class t-shirt and her makeup had been reverted from Snow White mode to her usual natural look. Sorry, I ended up being quite late. No problem at all. Let's go then. Yeah, I'm starving. Even though you ate quite a bit before the performance. Well, let's start with the food stalls. Sounds good. And so, Yamato and Sailor's free time, their cultural festival date, began. First, according to Sailor's request, they decided to fill their stomachs. Referring to the festival pamphlet, they visited various food stalls. From takoyaki, flour-based, ball-shaped snack often stuffed with octopus, to crepes, yakisoba, and even pasta. There was a diverse menu that seemed to delight Sailor. Being with Sailor naturally attracted attention, and they garnered looks from other attendees while walking down the hallway. Because of this, Yamato made sure to walk confidently. After going around, watching Sailor happily enjoy the results of their food search while sitting on a bench on the terrace, Yamato felt his own fullness level increasing. As he gazed at Sailor's mouth, thoughts of the kiss scene from the play crossed his mind. No, Shirase probably isn't bothered by it anymore. I need to switch my focus already. As he was thinking that, Sailor noticed his gaze and tilted her head. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking about how much you're eating. I can handle this much. Really? I found that some of them were kind of subpar, though. Like this takoyaki stuffed with kamaboko, a type of Japanese fish cake, instead of octopus. Maybe it tastes good because of the festival atmosphere, and also because I'm eating with you. As expected, Sailor's impressions were as straightforward as always, akin to a straight fastball in baseball. Her genuine responses had a refreshing effect on those listening. Oh, yeah, now that you mention it, this grape might actually be pretty good. Possibly influenced by Sailor's words, Yamato spoke up. Strangely, it seemed to taste a bit better than before. Or maybe it might just be that my palate just adjusted to these flavors. You're right. After all, the situation and setting matter when it comes to food, Sailor added, her expression seeming oddly serious for some reason. Because of that, Yamato decided to change the topic. By the way, your sister was here earlier. Bringing up the topic subtly, Sailor only responded with a nonchalant without showing much surprise. You seem not to be interested at all. Well, just to let you know, she was praising the play, and specifically your acting. Well, you'll probably get more details from her directly. Got it. Sailor, absorbed in eating, barely paid attention to the topic at hand. You're quite nonchalant about it. Also, Kazuka-san dropped by. At that point, Sailor paused, looking up with a faint smile. I met with Tsubaki during lunch too. Since it was before the play, She told me to do my best. Yeah, I heard. She said the play was quite impressive. Sounds like a typical compliment from Kazuko-san. Yep, that's the highest praise for Tsubaki. That's right. Although, her reaction is quite different from when I was talking about her sister. While feeling a little sorry for Aka, Yamato attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere. Anyway, so we ended up talking with each other, the three of us. All right, I'm done eating. Sailor abruptly stood up, apparently finished with her meal. Even though he missed the timing to bring up his question, Yamato regained his focus and stood up as well. Well then, should we go see the exhibits next? Sure, I want to see everything. It's already past 3. Isn't it too late to be able to see all of them? I'm sure we'll be fine. If we're running out of time, we can always hurry things. Saying that, Sailor started to pull him along. Good grief, Yamato thought with a hint of exasperation. Yet his heart was pounding. From there, Yamato and Sailor went around various attractions featuring haunted houses, shooting galleries, and even a planetarium. They took a break at a maid cafe, where the details of the maid uniforms surprised him. The hosting class certainly put a lot of effort into it. Afterwards, they visited the cultural exhibits, tried their hand at calligraphy and flower arranging, though there were moments of commotion by those around them when Sailor displayed unexpectedly high skills. They managed to enjoy themselves overall. Phew, that was fun. Yeah, it was pretty tiring, though. As they exchanged these words, walking down the third-floor hallway, they noticed someone they recognized waving at them from ahead. Hey, you two, long time no see. A serious-looking girl who had black hair tied into a ponytail, Yanagi, ran over towards them, holding a large number of grilled squid skewers. Hello. Long time no see. Sailor tilted her head in puzzlement upon hearing the greeting. It seemed she didn't remember Yanagi's face. Yamato, taken aback, quickly whispered to Sailor, "She's a senior, from the cheering squad we were in with. She helped us before." "Oh, the captain, right." "Whoa, Sailor-chan, you're something else." "You already forgot me?" Yanagi said with a laugh, her mouth full of squid skewers. "Ah, sorry. I just remembered." Hee. "Well, it's okay." Ahead, in front of the third-year classroom, stood Takao, who had served as the cheering squad leader alongside Yanagi. Currently, he was engaged in conversation with his classmates, seemingly unaware of their presence. "We should greet Takao-senpai as well." "You're too considerate, Karaki-kun," Yanagi replied with a teasing tone. "Or should I say uptight?" "Oh, how about some squid skewers?" "No, thank you." Yanagi-senpai seems somehow more casual than before. Yamato noticed that not only was she more casual, but she also seemed more at ease than usual. While there were moments when Yanagi's energy seemed off during the post-sports festival celebration, it was different this time. Her demeanor appeared softer, gentler. Maybe it's because I'm finished with exams. Although I should clarify, it's because I got recommended. Is that so? Congratulations on that. Thanks. By the way, were you two in the middle of a date? Sorry if I interrupted. Oh no. It's not like that. This is the third floor, after all. Generally, the classrooms of the third-year students were lined up on the third floor. There was a recognition that this was the third-year students' floor. The same could be said for the second floor, which was recognized as the second-year students' floor, where most of the second-year students' classrooms were found, as well as the first floor where the first-year students' classrooms are located. In other words, for the third-year students, this floor was their home. Considering this, Yamato felt that there was no valid reason for himself and the others, who were passing through even during the cultural festival, to complain about such custom. However, Sailor and Yanagi didn't seem to be concerned about such matters. Ahaha, Karaki-kun, you really are conscientious. But you're not denying the fact that it was a date, right? Well, you see, do the captains not go on dates? And just like that, Sailor cut straight to the point. Even though just a moment ago, she had completely forgotten about Yanagi's existence altogether, she suddenly spoke up without much interest, and then just as suddenly, she was impressively able to transition into such a question without any concern. To this unexpected intrusion, Yanagi showed a brief moment of surprise, then quickly flashed a smile. We don't. When you say captains, I'm assuming you're referring to Takao-kun, right? Well, he's already got a girlfriend, you know. Eh? Is that so? Yamato, taken aback, widened his eyes, and Yanagi burst into laughter. Come on. It's already October, right? The sports festival was all the way back in June, you know. After 4 months. It's not strange to see 1 or 2 new couples form, if you think about it. Actually, I think it's more unusual for you guys. That's. Faced with Yamato's puzzled response, Yanagi turned her gaze toward him, seemingly evaluating. As for me, you know, it feels like I've just got a huge weight off my shoulders after exams, and I've been thinking it might be okay to try things like romance. What about you, Karaki-kun? Don't you have any intentions in that matter? Wait, what? As Yamato was left flustered by the situation he couldn't quite grasp, Yanagi pressed in closer, assertively. Actually, I'm pretty popular, you know, not on the level of someone like Tamaki-chan, but I'm actually the type who unexpectedly looks slimmer once I dress up, you know. Well, you see. Could this possibly be a confession? Receiving what could be his first confession, or something like that. Yamato was utterly perplexed. What he must not forget is that Sailor is right there beside him. If she was the Sailor he knew, she would likely remain unperturbed by such matters, maybe even yawning casually. Thinking this, he glanced to his side, only to find Sailor looking at him with a completely serious expression. This face, not to be mistaken. What's going on in her mind was still completely indecipherable. However, it was significantly different from the reaction Yamato had expected. It was almost as if she was showing interest in the current topic at hand. Why Sailor hasn't said anything since earlier was also unclear, but anyway, it was evident that she's not in a good mood. At the very least, it wasn't an atmosphere where he could easily ask her for help when faced with the current situation. Just kidding. Teasing underclassmen too much isn't a good idea. With that, Yanagi said so, then winked and took a step back. Seriously, that was bad for my heart. Coming to an understanding that it was a joke, Yamato let out a relieved sigh and patted his chest. Sorry, couldn't help it. At that moment, Yanagi glanced briefly at Sailor. Being influenced by her gaze, Yamato also looked at Sailor, who had already shifted her gaze outside the window. Then, Yanagi gave Yamato's shoulder a light poke. As an apology, let me treat you to our squid skewers. I'll give you freshly made ones, so come to the classroom. Well, I mentioned this earlier, but I'm actually quite full. But isn't she not that full, huh? Looking once again at Sailor beside him, their eyes met, and she nodded in agreement. It seems that now she was interested in the squid skewers. All right then, taking you up on your offer. Very well. Come along. Following Yanagi's guidance, they entered the squid skewer stall of Class 3D. In fact, both Yamato and Sailor had already tried these skewers once, but Sailor seemed to want more, so they decided to accept the treat. Oh, why isn't it Karaki and Shires? You came at a good time. The moment they entered the classroom, Takao, the leader of the white team, called out. His muscular frame suited the rolled-up shirt sleeves, but his hair was currently dyed black instead of his previous brown. Apparently, the stall is cooperated by Yanagi's Class D and Takao's Class E as part of a joint project. This was actually the norm. As the third-year students had their entrance exams, they often combined classes to ease the preparation workload. Hello, it's been a while. Hello. Seeing both of them nod in unison, Takao showed an impressed expression as he nodded back. By the way, your play was amazing. I don't usually watch that sort of thing, so it was quite fresh for me, and it even moved me at the end. I'm glad you think so. It was a bit embarrassing, but it was worth the effort. And, speaking of you, Takao-kun, you were really bawling your eyes out at the end. Oi, Yanagi, don't expose my pathetic side in front of the Kuhais. To Yamato's surprise, Takao and Yanagi still seemed to be good friends. Just like before, Yamato had been worried that their relationship might be strained due to Takao getting a girlfriend, but it seemed he had been worried for nothing. Takao continued excitedly. I know it's just an amateur's opinion, but Shire's really shone on stage. My girlfriend seemed to be a fan of yours. She was raving about your charms right after. She got really into it. I appreciate that. The squid skewers here are really delicious too, especially when they're freshly made. Haha, I see. Then feel free to eat as much as you want. We've already sold out of our quota, so the leftovers are for the class to enjoy. If that's the case, please leave it to me. Apparently, Sailor was more interested in the squid skewers Yanagi offered as an apology than in their reunion with Takao. Fortunately, their arrival at closing time worked out well in their favor. Yamato observed this scene from a distance by the window. I wonder what's up with Sailor right now? Boisho. At that moment, Yanagi sat down next to Yamato. Although she was joking earlier, Yamato still felt a subtle sense of nervousness because of the confession-like situation that had just happened. You don't have to be so tense. I won't do anything like that anymore. Is that so? Seeing the relieved expression on Yamato's face, Yanagi smirked confidently. So, what's happened since then? Any progress? Gok. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Because it truly came out of nowhere. Yamato inadvertently choked a bit. Despite that, Yanagi continued with amusement. I said it before, but it's been quite a while since the sports festival, hasn't it? So, I was curious about how things were going on your end. You mean me? Yeah. How do you feel about Shirase-chan now? I'm curious about that. Normally, Yamato would have just answered with something like, we're not like that. However, today had various events which he couldn't ignore, being the day of the cultural festival. Plus, he still had things he wanted to talk to Sailor about. I'm definitely more aware than before. Thus, in that situation, Yamato revealed his feelings a little bit. The fact that the other person he was talking to was more distant from him and Sailor, unlike Mei and Tsubaki, might have also influenced such disclosure. I didn't expect you to be so open like that. Senpai, you also spoke honestly about your feelings the other day. Yeah, that did happen. The whole it's easier to stay friends thing, right? Yes, exactly. Those words from back then occasionally came to mind even now. When he first heard them, he was shocked and it took time to digest their meaning. Even now, it was still a bit unclear whether Yamato fully understood the implications of those words, but there were parts he could empathize with. If you can't stand it anymore, it might be better to just stop. Yanagi murmured softly. Before Yamato could fully grasp the meaning of that statement, Yanagi continued speaking. And if it's something important, it actually would be even smarter to create some distance. Having said that, Yanagi looked somewhat lonely, prompting Yamato to involuntarily raise a question. Did you create a distance with Takao-senpai? Not maintain distance? Yeah, I created distance. Because I put the brakes on to avoid getting too serious. Once you start thinking about staying friends or being aware of it, it eventually goes that way. Seeing Yamato struggle to respond, Yanagi let out a small sigh and continued. There's no such thing as an unchanging relationship, whether you like it or not. Is that so? As he replied, Yamato also came to understand in his mind, by being more aware than before, their relationship was undoubtedly shifting. With that, Yanagi stood up. Well then, the life consultation session for you, Kuhai-kun, has now concluded. I pried enough out of you, but as for me, I'm feeling quite clear now. Saying that with a smile, Yanagi showed a grin. Despite feeling apologetic, Yamato decided to ask one more question. Can I ask you one last thing? What is it? Do you have any regrets about turning someone down? If I said I didn't, I would be lying. But even so, if I could rewind time, I think I'd still choose the same answer. I see. With that, Yanagi turned her face back and smiled wryly. I never told you this, but that talk about how important exams are wasn't a complete lie. Even though I may not seem like it, I'm quite the worrywart. Her words felt like they came from the depths of her heart. For the first time, he felt like he was getting closer to understanding the person she truly was, not just as the distant figure he had perceived before. Well, prioritize what matters most. That's the main point. Yanagi slapped his back playfully, prompting a natural smile from Yamato. Then I'm good. I've already decided what matters most. Saying that, when Yamato looked ahead, his eyes met with Sailor's, who was enjoying grilled squid skewers in the distance. It seemed that she had been considerate not to interrupt while Yamato and Yanagi were talking. As Yamato approached, Sailor finished her meal. Looks like I made you worry. Are you okay now? Yeah, sorry for keeping you waiting. Are you satisfied too? Yeah. I'm about 80% full. So you still have 20% left. With that, Sailor smiled and waved at Yanagi. Then her expression turned slightly annoyed. So, what were you guys talking about? Oh, about exams and stuff. I see. Though Yamato tried to deflect the conversation, he felt like he was being seen through, making him uneasy. So, in an attempt to change the topic, he decided to ask as well, what about you? What were you and Dakao-senpai talking about? You geese seemed pretty friendly. I was forced to listen to endless silly stories. Even though I said I wasn't interested. Oi, I can hear you too. It seemed Dakao had heard as well, as he dropped his shoulders in disappointment. Well then, shall we head out soon? Yeah. With that, Yamato and Sailor thanked Yanagi and Dakao before leaving the Class 3D classroom. As they stepped into the hallway, the sun had already started to set, and outside the windows, the sky was already starting to turn dark. The cultural festival would be coming to an end soon. Feeling that they should get to the main topic soon, Yamato spoke up. Hey, how about we go to the rooftop? Right now? Yeah, I want to talk a bit, just the two of us. Sure, but Sailor then casually fiddled her own hair. Lately, there had been many instances of this gesture. It gave her a feminine aura, leaving an impression on Yamato. You've been playing with your hair a lot recently. You think so? You weren't aware of it? Well, now that you mention it, maybe it's because it's comforting in some way. Is that weird? No, it's not strange or anything like that. In fact, I think it suits you. Is that so? As she answered, Sailor touched her own hair again. Then, it seemed Sailor herself realized what she was doing and her cheeks turned slightly red. Pervert. Why so suddenly? Although the accusation was baseless, Sailor blushing and being in an embarrassed state was so cute. So Yamato let it slide for now. Moving to a different location afterward, as they stepped onto the rooftop, the sunset bathed the entire surroundings in a deep red glow. Whoa! It's amazing. Bathed in the evening sun, Sailor exclaimed with excitement. Yamato felt the same, his emotions running high. Yeah. It's like the sky is on fire. Oh, it sure does look like that. Watching Sailor approach the fence and frolic around, Yamato mustered his resolve and spoke up. So, I'd like to talk about something that's been going on recently. Something recent? As Sailor turned around, she tilted her head curiously. Taking a step forward, Yamato looked straight at her and said, lately, I've been wanting to know what Shirase has been doing after school. If it's related to what had happened when you went back home during the Obon festival, I want to know about that too. And if you're in trouble, Shirase, I want to help you. No, let me help you. As his voice naturally grew louder, Sailor averted her gaze for a moment. Then, as she fell into silence, seemingly lost in thought, Yamato continued. In short, what I'm trying to say is that I want to be by Shirase's side more. Even if it's not like before, when we used to frequently hang out after school. I still want to hang out during our walk home. The way things are right now, it doesn't feel like us. What do you mean by like us? Without looking back, Sailor quietly inquired. Without hesitation, Yamato responded promptly. It's more like us to communicate what we're thinking to each other. I know it might sound bad that I'm accusing you of keeping secrets, but I feel like the current situation is unnatural. At the very least, I want to know what Shirase is up to, what her circumstances are, and if she has any problems, I want you to tell me. Instructing her with a tone of advice, Yamato explained. In response, Sailor paused for a brief moment and said, but Yamato said something else before. Didn't he? To value consideration, to read the atmosphere. Caught off guard by her unexpected response, Yamato was taken aback. Sailor then fixed her gaze on him and continued, I can't just talk about everything either. From your perspective, I might seem like some oddball who's different from everyone else, but I always try to think things through and act according to my own judgments. I didn't call you an oddball or anything like that. Why are you getting so worked up? I'm not getting worked up. I'm just frustrated. No, you sound angry. You're definitely mad, aren't you? I don't know. I'm just frustrated by not knowing everything. I want to feel at ease too, but I don't know what to do, so it's frustrating. Alright. Why are you grinning like that? I'm angry. No. I'm annoyed now, you know? Sailor was clearly upset. She was irritated. And she was angry. Yet, Yamato couldn't help but feel delighted. However, it wasn't because Sailor was angry. It was because she was telling him her true feelings, and that made him incredibly happy. While it was unlikely that Sailor had been lying recently, Yamato sensed that she might have been holding back due to her consideration. Hence, Yamato responded with a grin that wouldn't subside. Sorry. I can't help but be happy. It doesn't feel like you're apologizing at all. But you know, neither of us really understands each other's feelings well. So I still think we should talk properly. There are things I don't want to talk about, though. But I don't want us to keep awkwardly avoiding each other like this forever. And maybe Shirase showed us the value of facing things head-on. I didn't mean to teach you anything like that. Although it was something he knew, Sailor was quite stubborn. She generally agreed if asked, but when it came to things she truly didn't want to give in on, she was resolute in refusing. Undoubtedly, she could be considered a troublesome girl. Therefore, it could be assumed that using half-hearted methods wouldn't change Sailor's mind. As a result, Yamato decided to employ his trump card. It was a double-edged sword, but for him, it was a last resort. But I have no choice, right? Gathering his determination, Yamato finally spoke up. Could it be that Shirase doesn't want to hang out with me anymore? Uttering these words with a heavy heart, Yamato posed the question. It was a question that should be completely off base, or rather, it had to be off base, or else things would be difficult. However, faced with this question, Sailor, ape? Faced with such a sharp expression and stern tone, Yamato let out an unintentional scream. He had undoubtedly stepped on a landmine. Her expression was so intense, looking like a tiger whose tail was accidentally stepped on. As Sailor's face revealed her irritation, it seemed that for Sailor, what Yamato had considered a forbidden technique was also taboo for her. Taking one step after another, quietly approaching with an aura of anger, Sailor forced Yamato to retreat slowly. I was actually half joking, you know? I mean, I thought maybe Shirase didn't want me around because she was worried about me. Could it be that you're actually quite angry? Yeah, I'm really angry right now. Even if it's a joke, I feel like punching you right now. Ape. With a clang, Yamato's back hit the fence, and he felt his heart shrink. Sailor was now approaching him closely. Yamato never dreamed that one day Sailor would give him such a piercing glare. A glare more piercing than when she drove off a guy trying to hit on her on the day they first met. However, he had no idea how he would fare from now on, but he steeled himself. Well, if I'm up against Shirase, I guess I can accept whatever happens. Whatever will be, will be. And, with that unexpected determination, Yamato closed his eyes and then spread his arms wide, a show of resolution. As if saying, I'll take your punches and kicks. That's what it meant. However, as Sailor approached, she let out a small sigh, and then, abruptly, an inexplicable, soft sensation and a sweet scent reached Yamato. Surprised, he opened his eyes to find himself being embraced by Sailor. Sailor-san, I want to be together. Sailor murmured softly as she held him close, as if to return her wish. Yamato wrapped his arms around her and whispered, sorry for saying something like that. Even if it was a joke, I want to be with you too. But I was anxious. I still feel like I don't know anything important. Sailor nodded slowly. I'm sorry too. There are things I can talk about and things I still don't want to talk about, and they're all mixed up. If that's the case, organize what you can talk about and tell me. I'll listen properly. Yeah, thanks. With that, Sailor pulled away and smoothed her disheveled hair. I'm just fixing my hair right now. I know. The sun had almost set, but Sailor's face was still flushed, so it was clear that she was feeling embarrassed. Phew. Now, where should I start? And by the time Sailor had calmed her feelings to some extent, the sun had completely set. The faint light of the bonfire being held in the schoolyard illuminated the darkness of the night. The evening festival seemed to have already started below. By the way, there was a broadcast earlier, and it seemed that the closing ceremony of the cultural festival was held in the gymnasium, but in the end, Yamato and Sailor skipped it. Ita had sent a message, "Leave it to us, so hopefully everything was fine." Yamato, are you willing to listen? Sailor, seated to his left, looked at him with sharp eyes as she asked. Currently, Yamato and Sailor were sitting side by side, leaning against the fence together. However, Yamato was feeling guilty about skipping the closing ceremony, so he was a bit preoccupied with his phone. Sorry, I've already contacted them. I see. That's fine then. Squeeze. At that moment, Sailor took hold of his hand, and Yamato's heart raced. Then, Sailor began to speak in a calm tone. Actually, I've been working on a job my father told me about recently. Well, I'm still at the stage of introductions, so I haven't started actual work yet. But there are various projects in progress. Up to this point, the content was consistent with what Tsubaki had told him. Although, the reason had still yet to be explained to him. Ah, I see. And then? The content is something like this. Sailor took out her smartphone and showed him a page that seemed to contain information about the projects. The heading included the name of a major entertainment agency, and there were plans for Sailor to debut as the heroine of a morning drama. There were also plans for her to be the center vocalist of an idol group, and a concept proposal for her to debut as a singer with famous composers. The contents were so astonishing that Yamato couldn't believe his eyes. A morning drama heroine, the center vocalist of an idol group, and even debuting as a singer with songs from a famous composer. Haha, that's incredible. Seeing Yamato's dry smile, Sailor let out a small sigh. It really does sound like a joke. Me as an actress or idol, it's just nonsense. No, I get it. Considering your looks, you're still not at your full potential, I'd say. According to your standards, I'm that cute? Yeah, as far as I know, you're the cutest in the world. You are. That makes me happy, but it's a bit embarrassing. Sailor seemed to have a certain amount of confidence in her appearance as well. But Yamato's evaluation was higher than she anticipated. He saw her about to touch her hair, but she stopped herself. While he found that scene heartwarming, Yamato voiced his opinion. Still, it seems a bit excessive to suddenly debut a regular girl like you as an actress or idol. These are things usually require a lot of accumulated experience, right? Yeah, that's true. That person's plans are kind of excessive. Well, it seems like these were originally planned. Though that person likely referred to her father. However, the fact that there was such planning behind these proposals was quite surprising. That person, your father, did he originally intend to get you into the entertainment industry? Yeah. He used to tell me to avoid showing my face in interviews related to competitions, and I was prohibited from creating social media accounts except for communication-based apps, so I think he might have anticipated my debut in the entertainment industry. You know, information has its freshness. I see, I understand now. These aspects were beyond the understanding of an amateur. However, knowing that she had been restricted to that extent, Yamato was simply amazed. Then, a question arose in Yamato's mind. But then, why were you made to do extracurricular activities until middle school? Singers and actresses usually require a long time of accumulation, right? But ballet, flower arrangement, aikido, none of them seem related. Well, that was probably centered upon the idea of gilding the lily. If you have achievements in other fields, it adds shine later on. Basically, it works positively. Also, by accumulating experiences in a wide range of activities, it'll be easier to achieve success in other fields. Furthermore, it seems they had decided in advance to have me enter the entertainment industry starting from high school. I see. Listening to all this, It seemed that there was an astonishing level of planning all along. However, this planning appeared to stem from a belief in their daughter's potential, a trust in her future possibilities. This complexity left Yamato with mixed emotions, as it felt like something only possible when you truly believed in the potential of someone, in the future they could create. It might have been a bit hard to understand, though. No, I could grasp it to some extent. It's just that your father must believe in your potential, Shires. He's not as cool as you're making him out to be. My opinions seem to matter very little. Did you discuss all this during Obon? Sailor nodded slightly. If that was the case, it seemed Sailor's father was keeping an eye on her, yet in reality, he wasn't really there for Sailor herself. But Yamato finally voiced a question that had been on his mind. But it's not like you, is it? The Shires I know would have gone out and had fun, even if it meant arguing and parting ways with him. But now you're just following your parents' instructions. To put it harshly, does it make sense to obey your father like this? Is there really a need? Upon hearing this question, Sailor buried her face in her knees. Then, as if to seek for support, she gripped Yamato's hand tightly. Shires. Even when he called her name, Sailor didn't respond. As he was worried that something might be wrong, she finally lifted her head. I'll apologize to you first. I'm sorry. What do you mean? As Yamato grew more unsettled, Sailor continued. At any rate, I'm sorry. It seems my parents were investigating you, Yamato. What? They were investigating me? What does that even mean? Facing Yamato's confusion, Sailor slowly explained. They seem to have extensively investigated your past experiences and your social connections by using their connections. And they looked into your family too, your mom's situation. They went as far as looking into my mother too. Yeah. So I apologize. It's despicable. I guess you might even start disliking me now. In response, Yamato squeezed her hand firmly. You think I'd start disliking you over something like that? Besides, Shires, it's not like you're the one who had them investigate, right? The connection between you and your parents isn't to blame. But why would any of this make you obey your parents? Because if I don't do as they say, it might negatively affect your family. Huh. As Yamato froze, Sailor continued. I think they're planning to interfere with your mom's work or something like that. Unbelievable, right? But my parents are the kind of people who do that. It's unbelievable. It can't be helped. Taking hostages and using them as threats. It's just really unbelievable. Yamato's mind was in disarray, and there, he realized something. He was once again being reminded that he and Sailor lived in different worlds. When it came to Sailor's side of things, he had been able to accept and understand even the special environments like the entertainment industry, high-rise apartments, and vacation homes. He had felt some initial confusion, but he quickly embraced it and comprehended it. He might have even been ready to confront it. Yet now, when he found himself in such a situation, specifically, the current state where he and his mother could face pressure from a major corporation, he suddenly short-circuited mentally. To put it simply, he was overcome with fear. Honestly, it didn't feel real. It was like he wasn't grounded, and a vague uneasiness was taking over his chest, making him feel nauseous. If he let his guard down, he felt like he might even vomit right here, and then, his hand was released, the gentle warmth suddenly disappeared, and Yamato reached out for support, but Sailor stood up straight, looking right at him as she spoke. Still, it's going to be alright, so don't worry. I'll manage somehow. Somehow, if I truly become independent, I won't let anyone interfere. Once that happens, we'll be completely free. Sailor's eyes held unwavering resolve. Her gaze contained no turmoil or vulnerability, only pure determination and ambition, along with a hint of gentle kindness. Seeing this unexpectedly dependable sight, Yamato's emotions calmed down a little. Shires, you really are amazing. You've been battling this kind of anxiety all along. I'm not that amazing. I simply got used to it because my environment was like this. Also, I used to run away a lot. I think I've mentioned this to you before. Sailor spoke calmly, as if nurturing and reminiscing. Now that she mentioned it, There were times when even Sailor would visit her grandfather's amusement park when things got tough. Even Sailor had times where she just wanted to run away when there seemed to be no way out. Yamato also thought that running away could also be one of the right answers. In fact, the idea of being able to do so by one's own will in times of need filled him with a sense of longing. However, he also thought that now wasn't the time for that. It seemed too soon. There was still time to think about it. Thus, Yamato stood up and began to speak. I'll take Shiraze's opinion as a reference. I haven't quite sorted what to do yet, but, yeah, take your time. We've got plenty of time. Huh? Come to think of it, how would you determine when you've truly achieved independence as you mentioned? Shiraze, casually asking. Yamato saw Sailor furrow her brows in thought before responding nonchalantly. This is just one example, but maybe when the company I founded becomes equal to or surpasses my father's company. I see, so you mean, wait, what? Huh? Although she said it so casually, Yamato couldn't grasp the meaning right away. It was turning into quite an extraordinary conversation. Can you really pull that off? Well, it might take a few years. A few years, not decades. Haha, not that long. No. When he had heard the name of Sailor's father's company before, Yamato was utterly astonished. After all, the name Shiraze Group Incorporated was associated with a top-tier company known to those in the know. The fact that there were parties and gatherings during the Obon festival mentioned in Tsubaki's stories was a testament to its scale as a massive corporation. Yet, Sailor seemed to believe she could create a company of similar scale in just a few years. Yamato couldn't help but be amazed at how she had no doubts about this. Well, it's just an example. Well, do you have any other ideas? For example, becoming a famous singer or idol. I see. But wouldn't that make it hard to compete with big corporations and agencies? Well, if you can rally public opinion or find the right approach, you can handle it. The key is building a solid foundation to start with. Are you saying all this without much thought? It's fairly casual. Yeah, but well, a lot of that can work out as you go. Seriously, for real. But if you're going to do something, you might as well choose something you'll enjoy, right? Yamato was amazed by Sailor's words, going beyond astonishment into admiration. He knew Sailor wasn't saying these things as jokes. Because of that, he found himself contemplating these matters as well. But if Shiraze really becomes such a big shot, she might not have the luxury to hang around with someone like me anymore, trying to keep things from getting too serious. Yamato voiced his concern deliberately. However, he felt it wasn't something he should burden Sailor with, so Yamato pretended as if he wasn't overly concerned about it. What are you talking about? Of course I'm still gonna hang out around you. Sailor responded as if it were obvious, her tone carrying a hint of impatience. Ah really? Yeah. I mean, if I can't enjoy my work and have fun, that's just counterproductive. I'm building a foundation to be with you. After all, I won't mix up my goals and means. Alright. Once again, it felt like he was being casually told something incredible, but Yamato decided not to dwell on it too much. After all, they were merely discussing hypothetical scenarios. The fact that I was just only recently worrying about things like kissing scenes seems so insignificant compared to our current conversation of this scale. Even though it was a hypothetical discussion, the scale of it made his heart race. Simply put, he felt a sense of romance in it. So, did I manage to convince you to some extent? Yamato. Strangely, Sailor, who hadn't shown any hesitation during the discussion of such grand ideas, appeared nervous when she asked this question. Yamato found her behavior quite adorable, and he felt his cheeks relax. Yeah, I'm convinced. I realized I can't keep moping around forever. I see. And besides, Yamato took a step closer to Sailor. Ah, a sigh escaped Sailor's lips. It was understandable that she was surprised. Under the moonlit night sky, Yamato held Sailor in his arms. Thank you, for thinking, carrying the weight, and putting in effort all for the sake of being with me. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm glad then. Sailor's response sounded a bit uncertain, but Yamato didn't mind because he now understood that Sailor had been busy lately for the sole purpose of protecting their relationship. This realization warmed Yamato's heart, so to speak, giving him a feeling of satisfaction. Afterward, when Yamato separated from Sailor and smiled at her, she blinked her eyes and spoke. "That was surprising, and I got really nervous. Actually, I'm still nervous." "Huh?" Looking at Sailor, her cheeks faintly flushed, Yamato found that his heart started pounding in response. And now, Yamato had come to realize his own actions and was instantly hit with a wave of embarrassment. No, well, I mean, just now. I just wanted to convey my gratitude." While Yamato was flustered, Sailor abruptly sat down on the floor with a thud. "Shiraise, are you okay? I think I might have lost the strength in my legs." "Huh? I'm sorry." "I'm really sorry. I can't put any strength into them." Yamato couldn't help but laugh at how bewildered Sailor looked. She was just too adorable. In response, Sailor looked up at him with a bashful expression, giving him a sidelong glance. Yamato seems so composed. It's irritating. Seeing her like that was just too cute, so the already high-spirited Yamato replied confidently. "Oh, well, it might be because I was the one who hugged you." "I mean, being hugged suddenly like that must have been surprising." "Like when you hugged me during summer vacation, I thought my heart was going to leap out of my mouth. I was so startled at the time." "Give me your hand." "Sure, here you go." As Yamato held out his hand as instructed, Sailor took it and stood up. Exhaling lightly, Sailor had already returned to her usual poker face. "We didn't do a dramatic kissing scene, though," and suddenly, she said that almost as if complaining. This caused Yamato's tension to return to normal in an instant. "Well, that's beside the point." "Wait, it doesn't matter now, does it?" "It's not a big deal. Anyway, our class is going to have the cultural festival after party soon. Shall we head there?" "Why yeah." They had pretty much finished discussing everything they needed to talk about. While Yamato still felt some anxiety about the future, it felt somewhat refreshing. Moreover, Sailor had just mentioned about going to the cultural festival after party. Yamato couldn't possibly decline. "Oh, by the way." As they descended the stairs to return to the classroom and get their bags, Yamato remembered something. Sailor, who was ahead of him, stopped and turned around. Taking that as a prompt, Yamato mentioned, "Anissa, Ruka-san knew about the things you raised up in the conversation from earlier." "When I saw her just now, she said something along the lines of, 'You haven't heard it yet,' with a meaningful tone, so deep down. I was nervous wondering about what kind of conversation we would have." "Yeah, well, perhaps it was just his imagination," but it felt like Sailor's tone had become slightly somber. Sailor began walking again, and Yamato followed quietly. After today, the days where he couldn't spend time with Sailor after school would begin again. He wondered if there was something he could do about it, but considering the situation that could even affect his own mother, he felt he couldn't act so carelessly. However, regardless of the situation, one thing was certain: he didn't plan to leave everything entirely up to Sailor. Yamato had to sort all of it out as well. But for now, he decided he should start by being honest with his feelings. He had already received enough courage earlier. "I'm going to confess to Shiraise," a once-in-a-lifetime determination, of which Yamato Karaki had made up his mind. Chapter 4, Strategy Meetings and Home Visits. After the cultural festival event, the midterm exams for the second term were looming. Therefore, on that day after school, 3 students, including the planner, Yamato, remained in the classroom under the pretext of a study session. "I'm thinking of confessing to Shiraise." Yamato suddenly came out with it. PFFT. Ito and Mei, who were sitting in front of him, were deeply shaken by Yamato's sudden revelation. "Wait, calm down, guys. And Karaki, let's organize the situation. You like the saint, Sailor Shiraise, right?" "No. I just want to tell her directly." "You were. What a hassle." Ito, who had spit out his milk coffee, wiped his mouth and tried to calm things down. "Come on, relax, Shinjo-kun. In situations like this, it's important to consider the feelings of the other person." "So, Karaki-kun, your feelings are not like, but love, right?" "That's why I want to tell her in person." "Huh?" Blushing, Mei swayed her body from side to side as if she were excited. It seemed that she could only react this way to a pure love story told head-on. It seems like I chose the wrong people to confide in. Next time, maybe I should go to Kazuko-san. No, no, no. At that moment, the two, who were supposed to be at odds, united and grabbed Yamato's shoulders. What's the matter, both of you? We're listening. We'll definitely listen. Please, just don't consult with that junior. If you say that much, I get it. Originally, today's study session was convened by Yamato for the purpose of seeking advice on love. The reason he had invited Ito and Mei, in particular, was because he believed they would listen to his concerns. So, when the two of them went this far to convince that they would listen, he couldn't refuse. In the first place, Yamato was not accustomed to seeking love advice like this, and to be honest, he was quite anxious. However, Ito and Mei were not exactly in normal states of mind either. So, you're planning to confess to the saint, right? Do you have a time and place in mind? As Ito broached the topic, Yamato let out a small sigh and replied, I haven't decided. What's the best way to do this? Well, if it were me, I'd decide on the spot and go for it. Anywhere is fine for the first attempt, as long as it's a moment when you're alone together. I see, that's helpful. Looking at Yamato taking notes in his class notebook, Mei intervened with a strained smile. You know, I think the location is important too. If you're going to confess, it's nice to have a place with special memories, or maybe a romantic situation like on a boat, and the timing that matches the location is important too. If you're gonna confess on a boat, it has to be at night. I see, Tamaki-san's opinion is really helpful now that I'm on the receiving end. Seeing Yamato taking notes again, Ito let out an exaggerated sigh. Oi, Karaki, don't take those fairy tales as reference. This is your first confession, right? In that case, instead of being too fancy, stick to the basics and keep it simple. The most important thing is to make sure your feelings get across. I agree. No, the location is important too. Things like that will definitely come across to the person being confessed to. Showing consideration and creativity like that will make a girl happy. And even if it fails, at that moment, Karaki-kun will surely be adorable. No, I'm not particularly adorable. No, you don't get it. You really don't get it at all. Listen, the person in question is the saint, you know? If he's so focused on the location and situation, what will he do when he half-heartedly tries to convey his feelings in the actual confession? It's guaranteed that she'll say, "Did you say something?" That's definitely how it'll end. Where's the guarantee that Karaki will recover from that? Is that your impression of Shiraze's voice just now? Well, it doesn't sound anything like her. In fact, I don't think even Shiraze would go that far. That's right. Even though she usually seems spaced out, she actually listens when you talk to her. Karaki-kun, if you sincerely convey your feelings, they will surely get through. Tamaki-san, do you think that Shiraze is always spaced out? I didn't think that. It was a slip of the tongue. With heavy breathing, Mei and Ita glared at each other. Unbeknownst to them, they had left Yamato, the person in question, unattended, as they had already started a known battle of theirs. At that moment, Ita sat down next to Yamato and casually put his arm around him. Hey, Karaki, I won't say anything bad, so trust my opinion. Just so you know, my confession success rate is over 90%. I have a solid track record, you know. Oh, certainly, when it came to matters of love, Ita was not only reliable but also strangely persuasive. Yamato couldn't help but rethink his position based on his experience and achievements. Then, Mei also sat down next to Yamato and gently pinched the hem of his shirt. Well, I'm a girl too, so I like to think I understand a girl's feelings. Well, that's true. So, let me ask you this. Have you ever dated anyone, Tamaki? When Ita asked a straightforward question, Mei glared at him with a pout. No, I haven't. She hasn't. This was the most surprising fact for Yamato today. In this situation, it seemed more natural to rely on Ita's advice. But, then, Mei tightly grabbed Yamato's arm, and at the same time, an incredibly soft sensation pressed against his arm, causing Yamato to writhe in agony. but Mei didn't mind and continued speaking. But, Shinjo-kun is lying, isn't he? Your confession success rate is over 90%. But have you also calculated how many times you've been rejected by the same person? A pitiful voice escaped from Ita. Yamato desperately looked at Ita. Ita? What's the deal? Well, if you include that, it might be under 50. How many times have you approached the same person? It can't be helped. I just so happened to meet my true destiny. Seeing Ita confidently declare this while standing up, Yamato felt a little embarrassed. You're pretty fantastical yourself. Shut up. Love can be disgustingly strange, but Karaki-kun isn't strange at all. Oh, thanks. Yamato expressed his gratitude to Mei, who went out of her way to clarify. But, sorry, I'm meddling even though I have no experience in love. No, it's not like that. Like I said earlier, the receiver's perspective is also valuable. Besides, even Tamaki-san must have had someone confess to her before, right? Hey, Karaki-kun, you're so kind. By the way, Tamaki, have you ever confessed to someone? Taking this opportunity, Ita boldly asked Mei. I haven't. I've never even had a proper one-sided crush. It's a tough world, huh? Yeah, it's really tough. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit melancholic. So Yamato smiled and stood up. I'm grateful to both of you for answering my questions today, even without consulting. Thank you, Karaki-kun. Well then, I'll do this. No. Even though they were about to leave on a good note, Ito and Mei grabbed Yamato's shoulders with intense expressions once again. Hey, what's going on? You two? No. You're thinking about consulting with Kazuka-chan, right? You absolutely cannot, Karaki-kun. You idiot. What's going on? Tsubaki was someone who had a close relationship with Sailor. Though Yamato may feel sorry for Mei, who admires Sailor, in terms of closeness, Tsubaki was definitely closer. That's why Yamato wanted to hear Tsubaki's input as well, but it appeared that both of them were trying to prevent it in some way. At that moment, Yamato remembered something important. It was the incident during the summer vacation when Tsubaki came out to Sailor at the fireworks festival. Yamato recalled that Tsubaki might have romantic feelings for Sailor. No. My bad. I won't do something like that. Seeing Yamato quietly sit down, Ito and Mei were slightly taken aback. To preemptively nail down the situation with them, Yamato continued, don't ask for the reason. I have no intention of answering. I feel like he's definitely misunderstanding something. Don't say that. It'll just complicate things again. I can hear you guys, you know. Both Ito and Mei shivered in unison. Then Ito clapped his hands together as if to reset the atmosphere. Well, let me summarize our opinions roughly. You should confess your feelings as soon as possible, while paying attention to the location and situation, and make sure to convey your feelings firmly. It feels like that's easier said than done. Let's stay positive. We'll help think about potential locations too. We should at least get through the tests first. Confessing before the exams is not recommended. True. Now, let's get back to studying. Crash. The classroom door suddenly swung open. As they looked at the person standing in the doorway, Yamato and the others froze with their mouths agape. Oh? It's Yamato. You're still here? Sailor. What about you? Since when were you here this late? Currently in front of them, the person in question herself, stood Sailor. It was as if their conversation about her had summoned her. Sailor glanced at Mei and the others, then walked toward her own desk and took out some papers. Well, I was called here for a moment. So, what were you all up to? Studying? Casually approaching, Sailor asked, and Mei, who was sitting closest to her, replied, why yeah. The three of us were studying for the midterms. They're next week, you know. I see. A success rate of 90%. Is that for math? Sailor noticed Yamato's open notebook, which was filled with notes from the previous love advice discussion. Although Yamato quickly closed it, Sailor tilted her head curiously. Not wanting to see Yamato and Ito panicking, Mei stepped in. Yeah. It's like a problem asking for the number of times you get rejected with a success rate of 90%. Rejected? Wah! In an attempt to cover Fum's blunder, Yamato stood up. But more importantly, Sailor, did you have a reason for being called here? Well, if it's something difficult to talk about, it's okay. Nah, I just had something to report. It's already done. I see. Suddenly, Ita stood up and, with a bag in hand, winked. Well then, I'll drop by the infirmary, so see you later. Maybe my success rate will go up today. Following suit, also stood up. I have to go too. Goodbye, both of you. Despite being unable to come up with a reason, she left as well. Though she seemed flustered anyway. Looks like we made them uncomfortable. Let's head home. Eh? Together? Yeah. It's quite late now. All right, thought Yamato, and instinctively pumped his fist in the air. Ha ha ha, you seem really happy about it. Well, you know, it's been a while. With that, Yamato averted his gaze. He couldn't help but be conscious of his plans to confess and didn't feel confident about making eye contact. You're avoiding eye contact, and you're pretty straightforward. Well, you were the one who looked away. Though he had forgotten, Sailor had this kind of personality. Yamato resigned himself and wrapped his words in a thin veil. Well, because of what happened before, I felt a little awkward. You mean when you cuddled me? You're way too direct. Then, hug? It's not about how you phrase it. They both burst into laughter, but Yamato still felt embarrassed about making eye contact and said reluctantly, well, anyway, because of that, please forgive me for a little while. Sure, it's no big deal. They left the school building together, walking side by side along their usual route home. The sun had already set, and the streetlights illuminated their path. They could feel the chill of winter in the air, and when they exhaled, their breaths turned white. Something as ordinary as this felt special to Yamato when he was walking together with Sailor. It made Yamato realize just how long it had been since they had this kind of time together. Hey, Yamato. Suddenly, Sailor, who was walking a bit ahead, turned around. What is it? Can I come to your house? Huh? Right now? Nah, that might be a bother. And I have plans too. How about tomorrow? It's the weekend, right? Yamato's head caught up a bit late at Sailor's request. Really? Is that a no? It's just that. Aren't we in the middle of an exam period? I can help you study. My mom might be at home tomorrow. Yeah. I want to see her. Seeing Yamato's puzzled face, Sailor seemed to have realized something. Yamato, you're quite lewd, aren't you? What? Where did that come from all of a sudden? It's better if your mom's not there, right? Sailor asked with a teasing smile, causing Yamato to feel his face flush. No. What I said earlier wasn't like that. Well, either way is fine. Are you sure? Watching Yamato panting heavily, Sailor's smile deepened. That was quite sudden. Huh? Well, yeah. And, weren't you supposed to have plans? Well, if I push things a bit, I can clear my schedule. Ah really? Although it didn't quite sit right with him, Yamato decided not to dig deeper since having time with Sailor was nothing but a plus for him. Okay, then, I'll come over tomorrow. It's settled. You're coming to my house. Well, you did say before, if it's okay with my place. That was a long time ago. It was in May since it was during Golden Week, right? You remember it very well. How could I forget? I remember everything about you. Yamato. Looking at Sailor's face as she smiled slightly, Yamato's heart tightened. If this chest pain was indeed caused by love, then Yamato had been very much in love with Sailor for a long time now. Yamato thought it was fine that way and walked alongside Sailor. In that case, when you occasionally say, "Is that so?" Is it to pretend you forgot on purpose? Huh? Did I ever do something like that? What a conveniently selective memory you have. Yamato, feeling exasperated, looked at Sailor, who was peering into his face. Tomorrow, I'll come over. Let your mom know, okay? Sure thing. What time will you come? Well, around evening. Maybe? No. Make it at least noon. If you have plans, it can't be helped. But aren't we supposed to study? Okay. I'll come by at lunchtime then. I'll do my best to wake up early, so treat me to a delicious lunch. Deal. Thump, thump. His heartbeats were getting louder and were at this point annoyingly distracting. Yamato couldn't help but wonder how he had managed to stay calm when he was with such an attractive girl. Right now, just pretending to be calm was already at tall feet. Just hearing that husky voice, being stared at with those big eyes, and being approached by her, made his chest ache unbearably. Fufu, I'm looking forward to it. Ah, I'm in love with her. As he looked at that smile, he couldn't help but feel that deeply. Afterward, the two parted ways when they reached the station. Sailor's familiar apartment was now vacant, so he couldn't even offer to walk Sailor home, but he didn't mind. As long as they could meet like this, it was more than enough. The next day, Yamato, who was overly conscious of Sailor coming to his house, couldn't manage to sleep at all. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Yamato quietly prepared lunch. Good morning. And around noon, his mother woke up. She had chestnut-colored hair tied back in a ponytail, and her youthful appearance made her look younger than someone who was in her late 30s. Despite so, she still wanted to avoid meeting Sailor without any makeup on. By the way, Yamato had informed his mother the previous night that Sailor was coming over, but there was no trace of nervousness in her. Well, it would be troublesome if his mother got nervous too. Good morning, Mum. I told you yesterday, but Shirase will be here in about 30 minutes. Yes, your girlfriend, right? No, I've told you it's not like that. His mother didn't show any signs of paying attention to her son's words and began to water the potted plants. Listen, girlfriend in Japanese translates to female friend. I don't think young people would understand that. Your mother is still young, you know. Oh, is that so? Mom's so gentle, or maybe just a bit airheaded. That's why I don't want them to meet. While preparing something in the frying pan, Yamato felt like sighing. Anyway, is your outfit okay for today? Isn't it too plain? His mother offered some criticism. Yamato's attire was a simple combination of a white shirt, a navy sweater, and beige chino pants, finding such a combination listed as safe on the internet. Quit it. It's fine being simple. It's not simple, it's just plain simple. You can call it safe, too. But isn't she the girl who played the princess in the cultural festival play? She's so cute. And you're here wearing a plain outfit? Yamato's mother had come to the cultural festival the other day and had recorded everything with her video camera. Thanks to that, Yamato had been able to watch their play, and he had been deeply moved in various ways by Sailor's cuteness, incredible acting skills, and his own plainness. It's fine. Sailor's not the type of person to complain about that thing. Well, if that's the case, then so be it. But your mother should start dressing up soon. Just go for a safe option, please. All right. You really understand, huh? About 20 minutes later, just as lunch was ready, the doorbell rang. Thinking he shouldn't keep her waiting, Yamato hurriedly went to the front door, only to be surprised when he opened it. Standing there was Sailor, dressed exactly to Yamato's liking. Her outfit was a perfect match for his preferences, a long-sleeved white blouse paired with a black jumper skirt. It was a casual yet elegant combination, and her half-up hairstyle looked very cute. Yo, with a greeting that contrasted with her appearance, Yamato finally regained his composure. Oh, thanks for coming. Come on in. As he tried to invite her inside right away, Sailor pinched the hem of her skirt and whispered, "Before that, is your mom here today?" "Yeah, she's here." "I see. So, should I pretend to be a cat? I want to be liked." It felt like the first time Sailor had ever expressed the desire to be liked by someone in this way. Therefore, Yamato shook his head from side to side. "No, it's better if you just be your usual self." "Really?" "Yeah, just out of curiosity, though. How were you planning to act like a cat?" "Nya, or something like that." Since Sailor had gone to the trouble of even making a cat's paw, Yamato knelt on the floor to play along. "This is bad. She's so cute that I'm getting dizzy just from looking at her." "Huh? Are you okay?" "I'm not okay. You shouldn't do that." "I see. Can I come in now?" "Why yeah." "Pardon the intrusion." Regaining his composure, Yamato invited Sailor into the house. As they walked through the hallway and entered the living room, Yamato's mother, who had changed into a relaxed outdoor dress, was sitting at the table. "Hello. Nice to meet you, Nya." However, her greeting ruined everything. She had obviously overheard their exchange at the entrance. Yamato, maybe I should pretend to be a cat too. You don't have to. Please, just ignore her, Yamato pleaded with his hands on his head, and Sailor smiled gently. Then, she turned towards Yamato's mother and gave a formal greeting with a serious expression. Nice to meet you. I'm Sailor Shirase, Yamato-kun's classmate. He's always been really nice to me. Thank you for having me today. With a smile and a charming expression, Sailor greeted her. It was the first time Yamato had seen Sailor be so polite and composed. Thank you very much for being so polite. I'm Yamato's mother, Yoko. You can call me Yoko-chan or whatever you like. Then, I'll call you Yoko-chan. At least address her as Yoko-san. Why are you two so in sync already? Yamato felt that all of his energy had already been drained, but today, he was the host. After seating Sailor at the table, he began to arrange lunch. Today's menu was a classic healthy lunch: stir-fried vegetables, brown rice, grilled chicken, salad, and miso soup. While setting the dishes on the table, Yamato realized that he was still wearing his apron. In other words, he had gone to the entrance and greeted Sailor, all while in his apron, which made him feel a little embarrassed. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between the two. Oh, you usually call him by his first name? Yes, but Yamato always addresses me by my last name. I'm sorry, it's because my son is so shy. No, there's no need for Yoko-chan to apologize. So she's going to call her Yoko-chan. After all, although his composure was wavering, it seemed that the two were already getting along, which relieved Yamato. All right, it's all set. When Yamato called out, Sailor and Yoko were impressed as they gazed at the various dishes. Then, Yamato sat down next to Sailor, and Yoko stared at him with a smile, which was a bit annoying. Itadaki monsieur. Sailor's face lit up as soon as they started eating. It's delicious. It feels like it's been a while since I've had something this healthy. What have you been eating lately? Still just ramen? Well, something like that. Also, bento from the convenience store. At that moment, Yoko, now completely relaxed, asked Sailor with great interest. So, is Sailor-chan a celebrity or something? Your face is just too perfect. I've been surprised this whole time. Yoko's way of speaking had completely become casual, and Yamato could only chuckle. No, I'm just a regular person. Although I might become a celebrity in the future. I knew it. You're a hidden talent, right? You're definitely going to become a star. After all, Sailor-chan is the cutest person I've ever seen. Cough, cough. Just a few days ago, Yamato had said something similar, and now his mother was saying the same thing, causing him to spit out his miso soup unintentionally. Oh? Has my son already told Sailor-chan that she is the cutest in the world? Well, you see, I've been told something like that, though his actual words were a bit different. Both of you, let's eat in silence during the meal. Nodding in unison, the two seemed to feel apologetic. In no time, Sailor finished her meal. When she asked for seconds, she polished off all the rice cooked in the rice cooker. Well then, I'm going shopping for a bit. Please, enjoy yourselves. Saying so, Yoko left as soon as lunch was over. After seeing her off, Yamato stood uneasily at the sink. My mum is really, well, airheaded. I'll help with the dishes. It's fine. Sailor is our guest. I want to do it together. After all, you treated me to a delicious lunch. Well, if you put it that way. So, the two of them ended up doing the dishes together, with Yamato washing the dishes and Sailor drying them. It was a fresh experience for them to do household chores together. Yamato felt a strange sense of embarrassment, but he silently continued washing the dishes. Earlier, with his mother present, he hadn't been too conscious of Sailor, but now it was different. Sailor was right next to him, and they were all alone in the house. It was impossible not to be conscious of her. Yamato felt a strange sense of unease, but then Sailor started a conversation. Your mother is a cute person. She's just naturally like that. She's actually quite old, but she's a bit clumsy. Is that so? She doesn't seem much different from us. As a son, that's a pretty complicated compliment. It's fine. She seems kind. Perhaps sensing Yamato's inner conflict, Sailor slowly spoke up. At least, she's very different from my mother. We haven't spoken to each other properly for years. What's Sailor's mother like? Since Sailor had brought it up herself, it seemed natural for Yamato to ask. However, he knew that Sailor came from a complicated family background, so he hesitated to delve too deeply. Perhaps understanding Yamato's dilemma, Sailor spoke with a clouded expression. In short, my mother is a cold person. She's always expressionless, you can never tell what she's thinking, and she never goes against my father. That description alone brought to mind the Sailor he had met initially, but if Sailor herself was saying it, it must be quite serious. I see. I'd like to meet her sometime. Eh? Were you actually listening to what I was saying? I was. But then I thought maybe she looked similar to you in appearance. Oh, I see. You have a thing for faces that look like mine, huh? Don't say it like I'm a shallow person. Well, I can't deny that I have a type, but too bad. We don't really look alike. If anything, my older sister looks more like her. Oh, so your sister takes after your mother? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Interesting. I'd like to meet your sister again too. Really? You're brave. Most people can't stand my sister. That's not true. I think she's beautiful. Well, maybe I don't like her personality, though. Haha. I'll tell my sister that next time. Please don't. I'm afraid of what might happen later. As they continued their conversation, they quickly finished washing the dishes. All right. We're done. You did a good job. With that, the dishwashing was finished, and Sailor stretched herself out. Yamato thought they could finally start studying. But, aren't we going to study in your room, Yamato? Sailor asked with a puzzled expression as Yamato moved to the living room table. No, I was planning to study here in the living room. My room is kinda small, or, I wanted to study in your room. Just show me it, for now then. Well, if Shirase says so. Feeling his heart rate increase, Yamato led Sailor to his own room. Well, here it is. It's a small room, though. Excuse the intrusion. The room was about 6 tatami mats in size and contained a small table, a bed, and a wardrobe. There was also a laptop and a TV, but beside them, there was nothing particularly distinctive. Nevertheless, Sailor looked around the room with great interest. There's not much that's interesting here, but I get excited thinking that this is where you live, Yamato. Is that so? Yeah, and I can sense your scent throughout the room, which is comforting. Hey, don't say things like that so casually. Why? Just don't, okay? This was, after all, a boy's room, and currently, only the two of them were present in the house. Yamato felt uneasy about such remarks being thrown around without any precautions, and he wasn't sure if he could keep his composure. Well, forget it. Let's study. Sailor sat on a cushion and began to spread out her textbooks on the table. So, where should we start? Anything is fine. Then, let's start with math. The 90% one? Forget about that already. With that, they began studying together. At first, Yamato was restless, but as the time went on, he became more focused on his studies. That was because he avoided looking at Sailor to dispel any distracting thoughts. After about 2 hours had passed, Sailor suddenly stood up. I need a break. Sailor flopped down on the bed, face down. Yamato's bed, the one he used regularly. What the? It's fine, isn't it? Besides, I just got this outfit cleaned so it's not like it'll dirty it. Or rather, this bed smells so much like you. That's not the problem. I mean, don't be so careless, and don't say things like how it smells like me. Oh, come on, it's just us. Sailor then laid on her back, turning her face towards Yamato. Wanna sleep with me? Hey, see, cut it out. You're teasing me too much. I'll go grab us some drinks or something, and when you're done messing around, we can continue. Okay. After leaving the room, instead of heading to the kitchen, Yamato went straight to the bathroom to wash his face. Calm down, me. It's the test period, not the time for any rash actions. Splashing his face with cold water and taking a breath, Yamato finally regained his composure. All right. Then, he went into the kitchen, poured orange juice into 2 glasses, placed some cookies on a plate, and returned to the room. Although it was his room, he still knocked before opening the door. I'm coming in. As Yamato entered and looked around, he found that Sailor was peacefully asleep on the bed, softly snoring. Seriously, she's way too carefree. He placed the tray on the table, sat on the floor, and watched Sailor, who slept so comfortably. Her features were distinct, yet there was an innocence to her lovely sleeping face. As he gazed at her, he started to feel drowsy himself. Yawn. I couldn't sleep at all last night. Yamato reached out and gently ran his fingers through Sailor's hair. Then, as his fingers brushed against her cheek, he could feel the faint warmth coming from her body heat. Just by looking at her sleeping face, I feel like my heart is being filled. Just by touching her skin like this, Yamato couldn't help but realize that she was incredibly dear to him. Her defenseless gestures were a sign of trust, and he didn't want to betray such pure feelings. So now, he thought he would surrender himself to the physiological need for sleep rather than his natural desires. Shiraise, please don't notice this side of me. Yamato didn't resist the wave of drowsy consciousness hitting him and simply closed both eyelids. Section MMM. Upon waking up, he realized that the evening sun was streaming in through the window. Unbeknownst to him, the room's lights had been turned off, and the interior was bathed in a soft orange hue. And at that moment, his consciousness finally awakened. He remembered that he had been studying with Sailor. However, there was no one in the bed in front of him. Instead, a blanket had been draped over Yamato's back. Gulp. As Yamato gazed at the bed where traces of Sailor lying down could still be visualized, he swallowed nervously, and then, as a precaution, he looked around before leaping onto the bed with enthusiasm. Oh, this is... Instantly, he was hit with a sweet lingering scent, as a taste of an indescribable sense of taboo overwhelmed him. This was undeniably the scent of Sailor that Yamato knew. It was a sweet fragrance that could be reminiscent of both fruit and flowers, stimulating various emotions in an adolescent boy, and he couldn't help but be excited. To put it bluntly, Yamato was aroused. This is a mat's. Clunk. Just then, without hesitation, the door swung open, and then closed. It was only a moment, but he confirmed that it was Sailor who had tried to enter. Therefore, the color quickly drained from Yamato's face. It's over, Yamato despaired, but, as he raised his body and opened the door, Sailor stood outside the room. Is it over? Without berating him, Sailor calmly inquired. Moreover, as usual, she maintained her poker face, making it impossible to discern what she was thinking. Yamato instinctively buried his head in his hands and let out a small sigh. Your question is problematic, but can I assume you're letting it slide for now? Well, Yamato is also a boy, you know. Where's your delicacy? Both the initial question and this. Finally, Sailor frowned. I don't think Yamato is in a position to criticize me right now. That's true. I'm really sorry. All right then. Dinner is ready, so let's put an end to this discussion. Yes. Apparently, thanks to Sailor's inexplicable tolerance, Yamato didn't need to disappear socially. Yamato breathed a sigh of relief. For the time being. In the living room, his mother, Yoko, was already seated. Oh, you called me, didn't you? Yes. As the three of them took their seats, Yoko asked Sailor with a smile. So, did you guys really do it? Oi, delicacy. Ignoring Yamato, who was eager to interject, Sailor responded calmly. Well, it's all over now. You're not wrong, but please don't cause such misunderstandings. Seeing Yamato's frustration and disappointment, Yoko smiled contentedly. It makes me happy to know that my son is experiencing a normal youth. Fufu, then that's good. Since it's almost time for dinner, both of you should restrain yourselves. Yes, we will. And so, the three of them began to have dinner together. The menu consisted of immerse, potato salad, and consommé soup. Everything looked delicious. Yamato, after taking a bite of the immerse, was surprised by the taste, which was different from usual. Huh? What's in this immerse? Oh, I made that. I tried using various spices I found on the shelf. I mean, did Shiraise also cook? Yeah. I didn't have much experience with cooking, but I learned from mother-in-law. Oh, I see. Wait, mother-in-law? Since Sailor had treated them to her homemade meal, Yamato wanted to savor it properly. However, he felt obliged to comment on her choice of words. By the way, the taste was oddly addictive. In response to Yamato's question, Sailor gave a response while having a puzzled expression. Well, she asked me to call her that. Wait, being called mother-in-law? Did Mom have that kind of desire? I don't often get to meet such a beautiful girl, so my curiosity got the better of me. Yamato shot a sharp look at Yoko, who spoke without remorse. Even so, that's not how you should address your son's friends. But, I thought it would be okay for a girlfriend. As I've said, we aren't. At that point, Yamato hesitated with his words and glanced at Sailor. Girlfriend. Yamato blushed when Sailor, who noticed his gaze, said so while making a peace sign. Well, I mean, if you translate it, it does mean female friend. You're contradicting yourself now, Mom. Seriously, could you tone down those remarks a bit? I'll be careful. Watching this exchange between mother and son, Sailor laughed happily. Yamato was delighted by that, and a smile naturally crept across his face. After having dessert, a pudding, Sailor decided it was time to leave. She was going to catch a taxi for her way home, so Yamato saw her off at the front door. By the way, Yoko had already said her farewells to them in the living room a while ago. In the end, even though they felt reluctant, Yamato and Sailor faced each other. Thanks for inviting me over today. I had fun talking with Yoko-chan, and I'm glad I got to see where Yamato lives. I should be the one thanking you. It felt like a break from studying for tests, and it was fun in its own way. That's good. Hey, can I come over again sometime? Yeah, of course. Next time, maybe, without the whole studying, but rather just to hang out. Fufu, I'll take you up on that. Well then. Saying that, Sailor reached for the doorknob but paused abruptly. Shiraise, is something wrong? No. I was just thinking how Yamato keeps granting my requests. Well, it took almost half a year to invite you over, but even so, you did it. Yamato really is amazing. No, if you say that, Shiraise. At that moment, Sailor smiled faintly and continued, thank you so much. Well, bye. With those words, Sailor finally left, and for some reason, her departing figure seemed lonely. Yamato felt a sense of frustration, sensing as if her true wish had not been fulfilled. After Sailor left, Yamato returned to the living room, where Yoko was drinking canned beer. It seemed she was already a bit tipsy, with her face all red. Yamato decided it was best not to get involved and tried to make a quick escape to his room. But wow, she really was a good kid. Yoko, who was still somewhat coherent, spoke to him. You mean Shiraise? Mom seems to really like her. At first, I thought, could I be getting deceived by such a cute girl coming over? But it was completely different. I feel like I did something wrong. Anyway, if you're going to sleep, do it in your bed. You have an early day tomorrow. Working on a day off? No way. Geez, I'm turning off the TV. Yamato, using his intuition built over the years, determined that it was time to sleep. He turned off the TV, taking the can of beer from her hand, as Yoko let out a deep sigh. I wonder if Sailor-chan didn't like me. She even apologized. Huh? Right after hearing that, Yamato was taken aback, but he quickly understood the reason behind it. Sailor probably still felt guilty about her further looking into Yoko and the Karaki family. That was probably why she had offered her apology. Realizing the situation, Yamato scratched the back of his head and said, you can relax. Shiraise probably liked Mom, and she said she had fun talking with you. Plus, she'll probably come again. Wow, that sounds kind of naughty. You're drunk. Seeing Yoko starting to snore softly, Yamato couldn't just leave her there. He carried her to her bedroom with considerable effort due to her weight. After laying her on the bed, he went to the bathroom. After completing various preparations for bedtime, he returned to his room. Now, it's a bit early, but I should go to sleep as well, Yamato muttered to himself and finally faced his bed. He turned off the lights and dove in, but there was still a lingering fragrance of Sailor. I don't think I can sleep like this. As he lay there for a while, gazing at the ceiling in frustration, he suddenly remembered something. A wish. After that, he somehow finally drifted off to sleep. Chapter 5, The Amusement Park and the Operation Confession. When the week began, the day of the midterms arrived in the blink of an eye. With the cultural festival mood having completely subsided, Students were forcibly redirected toward their studies. The midterms were to span over the course of 4 days. Just like in the first semester, from the morning of the first day, the atmosphere in the classrooms was already packed with tension. There were those trying to cram at the last minute, others boasting about not having slept or not having studied, all the typical pre-exam situations. Amidst all this, there was someone emitting an unusually intense aura. A male student with bags under his eyes, yet a fierce determination in his gaze. Yamato. "Hey, Karaki, you okay?" Ito called out to him out of concern, and Yamato flashed a confident smile. "Yeah, I'm in perfect shape. I've got this. Yeah, all right. Just don't overdo it." "Oh, and Shinjo, can you give me some time after the last day of the test? There's something I want to talk about. It would help if you could tell Tamaki-san the same thing." "Got it. I'll let her know." As soon as he heard Ita's response, Yamato took out his vocabulary notebook and started flipping through it with practiced hands. While Ita watched Yamato, Sailor also observed his actions. However, she refrained from saying anything, propping her cheek on her hand and gazing out the window. During the test period, the schedule deviated from the usual class timetable. Students focused on the tests in the morning, waiting to welcome the afternoon as the end of the school day. This situation continued for 4 straight days. Finally, as the last day arrived, most students had fatigued expressions on their faces. However, Yamato was different. He still exuded that intense determination as he faced the test questions with unwavering concentration. His relentless attitude made those around him uneasy, with Ito expressing his concern several times since their initial conversation. After completing the midterms, the chime rang, and the classroom atmosphere instantly relaxed. Immediately after, they moved to homeroom, where the teacher gave a brief explanation before the end of the school day. And with a clatter, Yamato, faster than anyone else, stood up vigorously, momentarily bringing silence to the room. However, when Ito also stood up in succession, the usual noise quickly returned. Yamato made his way to Mei, and Ito followed suit, gathering around her. "Shinjo, Tamaki-san, sorry to bother you guys right after the test." "Nah, it's no problem at all." "But seriously, are you okay? Your expression is still so serious." "Yeah, now that the tests are over, you should relax a bit." Despite the both of them voicing their concern, the tension did not leave Yamato's face, and understandably so. "About what we talked about a while back, I've decided on a location. I wanted to talk to both of you about it, that matter in question being Yamato's confession." Ito and Mei had already come to terms with the reason behind Yamato's agitation a few days ago, and they exchanged glances before leading Yamato into the hallway. "For now. In that case, of course, we'll listen and offer advice. But, well, I think you should relax your shoulders for a bit." "Yeah, I think that would work better. For now, let's try taking a deep breath." "Yeah, you're right," as Mei suggested. Yamato took a deep breath, releasing some of the pent-up tension in his shoulders. "Is this okay?" "Yes, you did great." Yamato blushed slightly as Mei stroked his head. "Did I seem that tense?" "Well, kinda." "Rather than being tense, it felt more like you were exaggerating." "Ouch." Ita's face contorted in pain as Mei playfully hit his back. Well, I guess that's just how it is for guys at first. At this rate, the midterms now feel kinda iffy, doesn't it?" "No, I could focus quite well on studying for the test. Actually, I think getting good results on the test would give me a positive impression. Maybe I can even set a new personal best this time around." "Seriously? Karaki's power of love is amazing. It's kinda cool, isn't it?" "Well, yeah, though you still don't have any sharpness in your tsukumis." Tsukumi are the logical retorts in a funny guy and straight guy comedy routine. Ignoring Ita's exasperation, Yamato started laying out the details. "First, about the location, I'm thinking of the large amusement park at the border of Tokyo and Kanagawa. I've planned it for tomorrow or the day after, whichever works best for Shiraze's schedule." Upon hearing his explanation, Ito and Mei were left speechless. Feeling something might be off, Yamato became anxious. Is there something wrong? Maybe choosing an amusement park is too cliché. then approached him closely and held both of Yamato's hands. "It's not wrong at all. I think it's a great idea. I'm all for it. Yeah, no objections from me. If anything, it's almost too well thought out." "I see. I'm glad to hear that." Receiving positive feedback from both of them, Yamato felt relieved. Choosing the amusement park as the location was significant to Sailor, as it was a place she had a strong impression of, and it was also where she had expressed a desire to go in May. Besides, it was a classic dating spot. He had already carefully considered various aspects of the plan. "By the way, it's so like Karaki to check with us diligently, but with everything so well thought out, there shouldn't be any issues." "Yeah, I'm glad you're relying on us." "Well, actually, about that," with Yamato stuttering in front of them, Ito and Mei tilted their heads in confusion. "Is something wrong? If there's something on your mind, please tell us. You don't need to hold back." Encouraged by those words, Yamato took a deep breath and spoke up. "Actually, I was wondering if you two could come on that day as well." Understanding the nature of his request, Ito and Mei nodded with somewhat surprised expressions. "I'm totally fine with it. I don't have any particular plans either." "Really? Thank you. I was feeling oddly nervous about that." Yamato breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his reaction, Mei tilted her head slightly. "Why is that?" "I actually wanted to go, to be honest." Well, it's just that. It's entirely for my convenience, and I feel bad asking you guys to make plans on your day off. Plus, amusement parks can be expensive. I haven't had much experience inviting friends to something like this." After hearing all that, Mei seemed to understand and smiled shyly. I see. I'm happy that you consider me your friend. But, well, you do invite the saint to hang out all the time." That's different." "Well, sort of. It's okay that it's different." "Geez, Shinjo-kun, you can be so mean." All right. Sorry about that." Ita, also feeling awkward, cleared his throat as if to change the subject. "So, in other words, we're just camouflage, right? To prevent the confession plan from being too obvious, huh?" "No, it's not like that. I invited you geese because it would feel awkward for just me and Shires to be alone. And if I'm conscious of it being the day of the confession, I have a feeling that I would be awkwardly silent." "Ah, I see." Although Ita was exasperated by the timid reason, he understood. Yamato continued his explanation, "But of course, when the time comes, I'll tell you properly. I've got the situation all planned out, and I'll send you guys a message." "Got it." "Understood, and I already messaged Shires to wait in the classroom. I plan to invite her from there." Ito and Mei, understanding that he wanted them to come along, nodded. With that settled, the three of them returned to the classroom and headed towards Sailor, who was gazing out the window with a bored expression. Amidst the empty classroom, as soon as they reached Sailor's desk, Yamato gathered his courage and began to speak. Hey, can you clear your schedule for tomorrow or the day after? Is there something going on?" "Well, it's, I wanted to have a post-cultural festival gathering. Didn't we already have a celebration for that?" Seeing Yamato struggling to speak, perhaps due to being conscious of the confession, Ita stepped forward. "Well, you see, we were thinking of having a post-cultural festival and post-midterm celebration. Since we just had the midterms right after the cultural festival, we still feel a bit pent up, you know?" Nodded in agreement next to him. Just a moment. Sailor took out her smartphone and began checking her schedule, and after sending a quick message to someone, she raised her head. "Yeah, that's fine. Tomorrow works." At that moment, it felt like Yamato's field of vision suddenly cleared. Basking in the midday sunlight streaming in from the window, Sailor also smiled. "But that's unusual, Yamato. You seemed really nervous." "Well, you know." Behind him, Ito and Mei exchanged high fives, and Yamato continued speaking slowly. "I have something I want to properly convey to Shires." "Eh?" Hearing those words, Ito and Mei, reacting in shock behind him, froze. On the other hand, Sailor deepened her smile. "What a coincidence." "There's something I want to talk to Yamato about too." Ito and Mei let out stunned exclamations again, their eyes darting around. Yamato, on the other hand, was equally surprised by Sailor's words. and his thoughts momentarily froze. However, he quickly composed himself and asked, "Is it something you can't talk about right now?" "Yeah, it might be a bit difficult to discuss right now. So, let's talk tomorrow." "Ah, I see." Internally, Yamato was shaken, and he found himself half hoping for a certain outcome. Yet, he was also filled with a mix of excitement and tension, given that he was now in a situation from which he couldn't back out. "So, where are we going?" I was thinking of going to an amusement park." "Oh, an amusement park? I'm looking forward to it." Seeing Sailor smile, Yamato's heart leapt with joy. "So, let's meet at the station around noon tomorrow." As for the group, Shinjo and Tamaki-san are planning to join. "Ah, it's a celebration, after all." "Got it." Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Sailor seemed a bit disappointed. However, at this point, there was no choice but to stick to the plan. He intended to make up for it tomorrow during what he called the post-cultural festival gathering, which was essentially just an excuse for a date. "Well then, I'm going now." "Yeah, see you tomorrow." "Okay, bye." After exchanging farewells, Sailor left the classroom. Ita placed a hand on Yamato's shoulder as he sat down, the tension in the air finally dissipating. "Well, let's give it our all tomorrow." "Yeah, I'll be counting on you guys." With determination for the upcoming day, Yamato stood back up energetically. The day of the amusement park date had arrived. Perhaps due to the sleep deprivation he had accumulated from cramming for the midterms, Yamato woke up a little past 10:30 a.m. "Crap, I overslept." The meeting time was set for 11 a.m. at the station. If he hurried and got ready now, he might just make it in time. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, changed into the casual clothes he had prepared in advance, quickly styled his hair with some wax, and as soon as he finished preparing himself, Yamato rushed out of the house. The weather forecast had predicted for some clear skies after a short duration of clouds, but Yamato felt like he was struck with more bad luck as he noticed that the overcast skies were already prevalent. Just to be safe, he had packed a folding umbrella in his bag. He had also done thorough research by searching up places of interest around the amusement park as part of his preparation. Now, all that remained was to create the scenario he had envisioned and convey his feelings properly during the actual confession. "I'll confess to Shira's on the Ferris wheel at dusk." Yamato couldn't help but feel psyched up at the thought of confessing his feelings at the Ferris wheel. He had confirmed this plan with Ito and Mei, and it had received their approval as the ideal scenario as well. And to make it happen, he planned to ensure that Sailor had a great time during the day. However, he started the day by almost being late. As a result, Yamato had no choice but to run at full speed, causing his carefully styled hair to dishevel. Additionally, it was nearly November, so naturally wearing a jacket over his hoodie had led to him sweating profusely. But he didn't have the luxury to regret or think too much about it. He just ran relentlessly, and as the clock struck 11, he finally arrived at the station. The first thing he saw there was Sailor in casual attire. Her autumn-themed outfit, pairing a black turtleneck with a plaid jumper skirt, was both stylish and cute. Sailor waved to him as their eyes met. Thump. At that moment, his heart raced. Today, he would confess to her. Yamato thought about that and pushed the nervousness that threatened to overwhelm him to the back of his mind. "Sorry for being late." "Yahoo! Don't worry, it's just a few minutes." "Thanks. I appreciate you saying that." It was at that moment that he finally noticed the presence of Ita, Mei, and one other person. Wait, why is Kazuko-san here too? Surprisingly, Tsubaki was with them. She looked great in her orange knitted sweater and denim skinny pants. "Hello, Yamato-senpai. It's been a while since the cultural festival." Greeting him, Tsubaki's smile seemed a bit awkward, probably probed by the awkwardness of the situation. Yamato looked to Ito and Mei as if seeking an explanation, and both of them shook their heads. So, it meant that Sailor had invited Tsubaki. Yamato turned his gaze towards Sailor, who didn't seem bothered at all. "Oh, I thought it'd be nice to invite Tsubaki to the post-cultural festival gathering. Her high school's midterms just ended as well." "That's fine, but at least give me an after-the-fact heads up." But it was meant to be a surprise. It surprised you, right? Ah, it was a surprise. Geez, you're as unpredictable as ever, Shires. As Yamato held his head in frustration, Mei and Ito approached him. Don't worry about it, Karaki-kun. We'll handle the situation. Yeah, thanks, both of you. But, what do you mean by handle? Nah, it's nothing. Don't sweat about it, Karaki. Their cryptic words bothered him slightly, but Yamato decided not to dwell on them. All right then, shall we go? Oh. With that, they took a train for about 30 minutes, reaching the nearest station to the amusement park. From there, they boarded a bus, and in another 5 minutes, they arrived at the amusement park's entrance. After purchasing their entrance tickets, they were all ready to enter. The sight of the massive amusement park with various attractions in operation stretched before them. It was crowded with families, couples, student friend groups, and more, typical for a weekend afternoon. Each attraction displayed wait times of about an hour, which was expected. They had already reserved fast passes for popular attractions online, but there was a problem. Crap, I only have 4 fast passes. He hadn't expected Tsubaki to come, so naturally, he had only reserved tickets for 4 people. In other words, there was a shortage of fast passes for 1 person. As sweat began to pour down his neck once more from the anxiety, Ita, who had realized the situation, put an arm around him. Don't worry, I'll be the sacrifice. Shinjo. I'll be fine. Actually, I find it kinda fun going to an amusement park alone. But, you owe me one for this someday. Despite saying that, Ita's face was twitching. It seems like Ito intended to go on the rides alone without using a fast pass ticket so that Yamato and the others could enjoy themselves smoothly. I'm really sorry, I'll make it up to you for sure. Yeah, I'll be praying for your success. After pushing Yamato's back, Ito said, sorry, something came up, so I'll be going on a separate adventure from here. I'll join you guys again if I feel like it. To the people around and then went somewhere else. As they watched Ito's figure leaving, Tsubaki looked uneasy. Is something up with Shinjo-san? Did I perhaps upset him by being here? No, I don't think so. If it's because of Tsubaki, then it's my fault since I invited her without telling you guys. I'll have to apologize later. Ahaha. To Sailor's considerate words, which weren't entirely off the mark, Yamato could only give a wry smile. Then, Mei, who had somehow sensed the situation, said with a determined expression, all right. Since we're at an amusement park, let's have a blast. M's words seemed to help Sailor and Tsubaki change their mood somewhat. And so, despite the little incident, they enjoyed the amusement park. First, they decided to ride the most popular roller coaster. It was a long-distance course surrounded by lush greenery. It's my first time on something like this. While waiting in the line for fast pass ticket holders, Tsubaki shivered and muttered with a tremor in her voice. Seeing this, Sailor gently patted Tsubaki on the head and reassured her. Don't worry, we'll all be falling together. You will be falling. Because of Sailor's rather peculiar choice of words, a frightened Tsubaki clung tightly to her. As a result, Yamato had given up on trying to sit next to Sailor. However, when their turn came to ride, Tsubaki said, "Chan, please sit next to me," and for some reason had Mei sit next to her. Thanks to that, Yamato ended up sitting next to Sailor. It was an unexpected turn of events, but it made him nervous nevertheless. When they were sitting so close like this, he couldn't help but avoid making eye contact. Can I really confess today like this? As Yamato became hesitant, staring at his trembling clenched fists on his lap, Sailor suddenly asked, huh? Could it be that Yamato is also not good with thrill rides? No, IE? At that moment, Yamato let out a silly sound. This was because Sailor had reached out and held his hand. Maybe this will make it a bit easier. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Yamato yeah, at least it's better than the actual roller coaster, right? Is that so? Well, that's good then. Sailor seemed to be holding Yamato's hand to calm him down, but in reality, instead of calming him down, she was instead causing his heart rate to skyrocket. And then, the coaster started moving. Slowly but surely, it climbed up a steep incline, and Tsubaki and Mei, who were sitting behind Yamato, let out yelps that resembled screams. During all this, Yamato was preoccupied with the sweat on his hands. "Oh, we're still going up." Sailor, sitting next to him, casually remarked without showing any signs of fear. Finally, at the highest point, Yamato began to realize that he was actually on a roller coaster, and at that moment, the coaster plunged downward. Whoa! The coaster descended as if free-falling, and the three of them screamed their hearts out. Ha ha ha! Even at such a moment, Sailor laughed joyfully, and Yamato couldn't help but be captivated by her smile. Then, Sailor noticed and turned her smile towards him. And in the blink of an eye for Yamato, the coaster reached the end point. That was fun. I wanna ride it again. Well, once you get used to it, there isn't much difference when on the straights and on the corners. Tsubaki, who was looking pale, put on a brave face as if to compete with the relaxed Sailor. Ugh, I feel sick. Seeing Mei stumbling around, Yamato got worried and offered her his shoulder. Are you okay? You might want to rest somewhere for a bit. Yeah, Karaki-kun. I'm sorry, but I might want to do that. There's a bench over there. You can sit with Shirase and the others. Okay, thanks. After having Mei and the others sit on the bench, Yamato ran to the food court to buy drinks. Then, when he returned carrying 3 drinks, plastic bottles of orange juice, there were some guys gathered around the bench where Mei and the others were sitting, seemingly trying to hit on them. Excuse me, these girls are already with me. Without hesitation, Yamato called out, and the group of college-aged guys turned their attention towards him. But despite that, Yamato didn't mind and started distributing the drinks to the 3. Oh, if it's just one guy, wouldn't you mind if we joined you? One of the geese said with a smirk, trying to put his arm around Yamato. However, Yamato shook off his hand and glared at them. Since one of them isn't feeling so well, could you go and bother someone else? Or should I call the staff? Yamato declared so with a firm attitude, and the men left, clicking their tongues. Phew, are you guys okay? Wait, what's with that look on your faces? As Yamato took a breather, the 3 of them stared at him with wide eyes. Sipping her drink through a straw, blinked as she spoke. Karaki-kun, so you're reliable in situations like that. You looked really cool. Huh. No, I was just desperate because I thought Tamaki-san didn't feel well. I was surprised too, to be honest. Including the fact that you're good with roller coasters. I mean, I have some newfound respect for you. Even Tsubaki was giving him her genuine praise, leaving Yamato embarrassed. He had been concerned about M's well-being earlier, so he didn't have the luxury to be frightened. Nevertheless, spending time with Sailor had indeed made him more accustomed to dealing with such situations. As expected of Yamato, it was a good idea to wait quietly, after all. Sailor added with a smile, leaving Yamato blushing as he turned away. Oh? Karaki-kun, where's your drink? When Mei noticed and asked, Yamato suddenly remembered. Oh, I forgot to order one for myself. It's not a big deal, I'm not really thirsty. Then I'll give you some of mine. In that case, have some of mine. Simultaneously, Sailor and Tsubaki offered their drinks and then exchanged glances in silence. In an unexpected turn of events, Yamato looked to Mei for salvation, but then, I'll offer mine too. Apparently, she misunderstood the situation as a request and handed her drink to him as well. No, I'll go get my own. It's fine, just have some. Sailor thrusted the straw into Yamato's mouth. Even though they were inadvertently sharing an indirect kiss, it prompted Tsubaki to thrust her straw towards him as well. Wait, 2 at once is a bit. At that moment, Mei also thrusted her straw at his mouth. Cough, cough. Seriously, 3 at once is impossible. Seeing Yamato choke, all 3 of them apologized and withdrew their straws. Afterward, Sailor nonchalantly sipped her drink through the straw, while the other 2, despite feeling shy, also sipped their drinks. Normally, Yamato would be agonizing over such a situation for a while, but today was different. Today was the day he was going to confess to Sailor, a major event in his life. And because of the irregular circumstances looming around him constantly, Yamato's mood wasn't as high as he expected. To add insult to injury, Tsubaki unexpectedly joining the group and taking a break right after the first ride had completely shattered his pre-planned schedule. However, Yamato remained unfazed by such minor disruptions. With that in mind, Yamato's thoughts quickly shifted to their next move. The next attraction on the list was a crucial one, the merry-go-round. However, "I won't be riding this one," Sailor declared with disinterest as they arrived at the merry-go-round entrance. "Huh, why not?" Turning away with a pout in response to Yamato's confusion, Sailor explained, "I prefer riding the merry-go-round at night. It is a better atmosphere." Yamato had completely forgotten about Sailor's peculiar preferences. He froze, unable to come up with a response. Where should they go next? As Yamato struggled to make a decision, Sailor pointed in the opposite direction. "I want to ride the teacups next." "Oh, and maybe a ride that has us drop all at once." "All right, let's do that. Is that okay with you too?" Yamato regained his composure and turned to Tsubaki and Mei, who had been whispering to each other. Upon being addressed by Yamato, both of them smiled and nodded. "Those two really get along well, don't they?" Yamato, feeling warmed by their camaraderie, suddenly remembered Ita. While waiting in line for the teacup ride, he sent a text message, "What are you up to right now?" In response, he received an image from Ita, and as he checked it, he was surprised. The image showed Ita at the park's food court, striking a pose with the school nurse, Fujita-sensei. In the background, 3 small children were also visible. Yamato managed to suppress his rising emotions as he replied, "What's going on?" It turns out she happened to come to this amusement park with her nieces and nephews today too. Fate is amazing, right? Good for you, Shinjo. Now that he didn't need to worry about Ita, Yamato sent him an encouraging message. "Good luck." In response, Ita replied with, "You too," prompting Yamato to feel a revived surge of determination. "Yamato, you look happy." "Well, yeah, it seems Shinjo is doing well." "Is that so? Now, let's ride these teacups." "Sure." With great enthusiasm, they tackled the teacup ride, but they spun it so much that their rotational velocity became incredibly intense. By the time the ride ended, everyone except Sailor was feeling dizzy. Next, in the haunted house they entered, Yamato was completely overwhelmed by Tsubaki's screams out of fear, while Mei went into a state of shock due to the terror and left midway. Sailor, on the other hand, remained unfazed, and Yamato ended up completely exhausted. "Phew, I don't remember amusement parks being this tough." Tsubaki raised a question to Yamato with a tense expression, smiling awkwardly. "Well, I guess it depends on one's pride." "Is that so?" Originally, Yamato wasn't a fan of haunted houses or thrill rides, but if there were people more frightened than himself or those who remained calm, it somehow made him feel fine. They continued to take breaks in between and went to various attractions around the park. As expected, Sailor didn't show any signs of fear nor the need to lean on him for support. She seemed to be purely enjoying herself. At the beginning, Yamato had been conscious of confessing his feelings, but thanks to Sailor's behavior, he found himself genuinely enjoying the attractions along the way. And in a blink of an eye, they found the time passing quickly. Before they knew it, the sun had set. It was already past 6 p.m. The number of visitors in the park had dwindled, and attractions with empty waiting lines became more noticeable. According to the original plan, they were supposed to separate from Mei and the others a bit earlier, creating a situation where Yamato and Sailor would be alone. However, Tsubaki, who didn't know the circumstances, still remained with them now. As a result, the plan was delayed. Yamato considered explaining the situation to Tsubaki, but he hesitated because he suspected that Tsubaki might have a crush on Sailor. Excuse me, can I talk to you for a moment?" Tsubaki suddenly approached Yamato with a serious expression and looked directly at him. "Yeah, what's up?" "Well, I actually need to head home soon. If I stay out too late, my parents will get worried," Tsubaki explained, looking somewhat uneasy, leaving Yamato at a loss for words. "Is that so?" As for the way back, it's all right. I'll go home by myself, so please go ahead without me." At that moment, It seemed like Tsubaki exchanged a meaningful look with Sailor. Sailor nodded in response, and Yamato thought that maybe they had already discussed something prior. Well, I should probably head home too. I need to make dinner tonight, Mei chimed in, signaling Yamato with a thumbs up. Got it. But, if Shirase is okay with it, would you mind staying a bit longer? Bravely voicing his thoughts, Sailor immediately nodded. Sure, I'll stay. There are still things I want to talk about. Yeah, me too. And with that, Mei and Tsubaki bid their farewells. As originally planned. Somehow, Yamato and Sailor managed to be alone together. Yamato didn't know how to start the conversation, so he fell silent. Surprisingly, Sailor seemed nervous too, creating a subtle tension between the both of them. But he could not ignore the fact that time was limited. The sun had already set, and the surroundings were beginning to darken with the night. You see, their timing for starting the conversation coincided. After smiling at each other, Sailor gestured for Yamato to go first. The outdoor lights illuminated the park at regular intervals, and before they knew it, the surroundings seemed to be filled with couples. That was when Yamato mustered up the courage and pointed at the Ferris wheel. How about we talk over there? Yeah, I agree. A nighttime Ferris wheel ride sounds like something we would do, right? Indeed. I originally planned to have this conversation in the evening, but this works out too. Yamato had already reconsidered that it was just like them not to go as planned. Then, in a hushed drop, a cold droplet of rain fell on the tips of their noses. Rain? As Sailor mumbled, rain began to fall, quickly gaining momentum. Crap. It's raining. Yeah, let's hurry. Let's go to the Ferris wheel. Okay. Taking shelter from the rain under the Ferris wheel, Yamato was sure that's what Sailor would suggest. Thanks to the sudden rain, the number of couples waiting in line for the Ferris wheel had significantly decreased. However, a few couples were still in line, and thinking they might catch a cold if they got wet while waiting, Yamato took out a foldable umbrella. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold. Nice. Without hesitation, Sailor entered under Yamato's open umbrella. The sudden proximity sent a sweet scent tickling Yamato's nostrils. His heartbeat was already so loud, and he felt like his hands might start trembling from nervousness. However, he was already well prepared. Buzz. At that moment, his smartphone notified him of a new message. Checking it, he saw it was from Tsubaki. I heard from Chan about the situation. I'm cheering you on from the shadows, hoping everything goes well. After confirming the thoughtful message, Yamato felt even more encouraged, immediately shooting off a reply. Thank you. I'll do my best. At that moment, it was finally their turn. Oh, it's our turn. It was really starting to get cold. What a relief. It was surprisingly fast. Huh? In that regard, we owe it to the rain. Guided by a staff member, they boarded the gondola, which turned out to be more spacious than expected. The distance between Yamato and Sailor sitting across from each other was also further than anticipated. However, it might have something to do with the fact that Sailor's grandfather's Ferris wheel at their family's amusement park was much smaller. Yeah, Ferris wheels at big amusement parks are different. At my grandpa's place, our knees would bump into each other. I was thinking the exact same thing. It seems like this one doesn't have levers that feel rusty either. It was more well maintained when they had customers. Haha, I guess so. Besides, it feels colder on this one. Saying so, Sailor stood up and sat down next to Yamato's Shirase-san. This is a bit too close. It's cold. Indeed, during this season, the temperature dropped rapidly at night, and it was even colder when it was raining. Therefore, Yamato took off his jacket and draped it over Sailor's shoulders. Thank you. But aren't you cold? Yamato. Not at all. I'm actually feeling quite warm. Is that so? Sailor looked at Yamato with a puzzled expression from such close proximity, only increasing Yamato's body temperature. It wasn't like he was putting on a facade or trying to act tough. Just being aware of Sailor made Yamato's body feel warmer. Look, the view outside is beautiful. Sailor pointed outside the window and excitedly spoke. The amusement park, wet from the rain just like that day in May, was illuminated with various colored lights, shining vividly. However, unlike that day, The perspective was much higher. This place, where they could see the entire spacious park from above, was truly a spectacular sight. Yeah, it's incredibly beautiful. I'm so happy to be able to see this kind of scenery with you, Yamato. Sailor smiled genuinely, her words filled with happiness, and it inevitably made Yamato blush. But nevertheless, I'm happy too, Sailor, to see this kind of scenery with you. Just this alone feels like a dream. Even though he felt embarrassed, Yamato honestly conveyed his thoughts. In response, Sailor's smile deepened with happiness. Gulp. At that moment, Yamato swallowed hard. His hands were sweating due to nervousness. His throat became parched, and he tried to clear it somehow with a cough. Confession. He was about to confess to Sailor. Just being aware of that fact made him so embarrassed that Yamato felt like his face was on fire. But these feelings were his genuine emotions. He was sure he had been aware of them for a long time. But if Yamato were to acknowledge these feelings and convey them, he thought this comfortable relationship he had with her might crumble, and unconsciously, he might have been putting a lid on it this whole time. But that would end today. He already realized it. Regardless of the outcome, Yamato's determination wouldn't waver. He vowed to stay by Sailor's side as long as she doesn't reject him. He could confidently say that this determination won't be shaken by such trivial matters now. That's why Yamato made up his mind to convey his feelings. He took a small, deep breath. Just then, the gondola reached the peak of the Ferris wheel. He clenched his fists tightly and turned to face Sailor, who was sitting next to him. Hey, Shiraze, actually, wait. Sailor, whose eyes met his, immediately interrupted Yamato's words as she gently placed her index finger on his lips. Thrown off balance, he froze in confusion. Shiraze, can I speak first? No, I want to. Let me talk first. Well, that's... It was hard to object when he was met with such a serious gaze. In this situation, there's only one thing on Yamato's mind. In other words, Sailor. Yamato felt an unrealistic sense of hope fill his heart. However, due to his pride, he had the idea that he wanted to convey this from his own side. Therefore, is it really necessary? Yeah, it's necessary. A lifelong request. Lifelong. Understood. If Sailor said something like a lifelong request, there was nothing more to say. Yamato completely changed his mindset and prepared to accept Sailor's words. He desperately suppressed the feeling of becoming too excited while looking at the determined face of the incredibly cute girl in front of him. Then, perhaps after confirming that he was ready, Sailor opened her mouth with determination. I'm transferring. Those words were delivered in a matter-of-fact tone. For a moment, Yamato couldn't understand the meaning of those words. However, as he looked at Sailor, who was smiling sadly, he couldn't help but comprehend it against his will. Sailor had just told him that she would be transferring. It was a completely different story from what he had anticipated, and Yamato was deeply shaken. Although he understood it in his head, his heart had yet to catch up. Transferring, meaning Sailor would be changing schools. They wouldn't exchange morning greetings, eat lunch together on the rooftop during lunch breaks, or even say goodbye to each other after school anymore. Yamato wouldn't be able to see Sailor in her familiar school uniform either. The excited feelings from just a moment ago had completely vanished. Right now, Yamato was desperately trying to figure out how to handle this worst-case scenario presented in front of him. Watching Yamato, who was at a loss for words, Sailor lowered her eyes apologetically. Sorry, this is so sudden, isn't it? I actually wanted to tell you a little earlier, as if it were already decided. Sailor seemed to have accepted it a long time ago and spoke quietly. Yamato didn't want to see her resign like that. With a self-deprecating smile. What's that all about? Finally, words burst out of Yamato's mouth. He grabbed Sailor's shoulders, looking like he was pleading. What's going on? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Transferring? I don't understand, Yamato. It hurts. Sorry. Yamato immediately let go of her shoulders, his voice trembling. He didn't know how to convey these indescribable feelings he was currently feeling. I apologize for surprising you. I'm really sorry. But, It doesn't mean we won't be able to see each other again. It's only natural that means we won't see each other again. Besides, where are you planning to transfer to? Yamato questioned her in a more aggressive tone than usual, as if he were pouring out his uncontrollable emotions. Sailor mumbled the name of a prestigious girls' school in Tokyo, as if unsure. That's in Tokyo, right? It's actually quite close. But when? Yamato, who had cooled down a bit, asked cautiously. Sailor awkwardly smiled and replied, 2 weeks from now. That's too sudden. I really wanted to stay until the end of the second semester. Sailor started speaking calmly again to the speechless Yamato. It seems like the school I'm transferring to specializes in the arts. It's a boarding school, but as long as you submit a request, they allow late-night returns. But that's conditional on getting permission, which means you won't be able to go out freely, right? Yup. There's a high chance I'll be transferring to the university's affiliated school, and because of work, I might not have any free time at all. That's... Yamato shook his head, expressing his honest feelings. I absolutely don't want that, Yamato. Perhaps his answer was unexpected, as Sailor looked somewhat lost. Continuing, Yamato poured out his feelings. It's not right, is it? Whether you're in Tokyo or abroad, it's still the same for me. Even recently, I couldn't hang out with Shirase much after school, but we could at least still meet at school from morning to evening. We could have lunch together on the rooftop during lunchtime, and if there were school events, we could work together. So, well, I thought it couldn't be helped. But I really wanted to hang out after school like we used to and walk home together. But if you're busy, then there was nothing we could do about it. Still keeping her eyes downcast and silent, Sailor listened to Yamato's words. He continued, even though there were no nods of agreement from her. Besides, the work you're doing now is something your parents are forcing onto you, right? By holding my mom and I as hostages. If it was something you really wanted to do, I'd endure it. But it's not. Yet, now they're even taking the time we have together at school. Can you endure it? With her eyes still downcast, Sailor quietly murmured, I don't want it either. And then, with a trembling voice, I don't want to be apart from you, Yamato. At that moment, Sailor lifted her head and, with a fragile expression that seemed like she might burst into tears any moment, softly confessed, I don't want to lose the time I can spend with Yamato. Shirase. And as Yamato attempted to touch her cheek, Sailor gently refused his hand. But it can't be helped, right? I still don't have the strength I need. As I am now, I can't protect Yamato and Yoko-chan. So, even though I hate it, I'm still going to have to endure it. Her eyes, staring sharply, lacked intensity and intimidation. But it was evident that she was deeply saddened. Just by meeting those eyes, Yamato's heart tightened. That's only if it's just Shirase alone. What do you mean? Seeing Sailor's bewildered expression as if she truly didn't understand, Yamato suppressed his frustration. Rely on me. Speaking those words with determination, he stood up. I might seem unreliable, but I consider myself involved in this too. There are issues with my mother and all, but I won't hesitate anymore. I want to share your worries and face them together. Yamato. Gazing at Sailor, who looked surprised as she looked up at him, Yamato gently continued. I've made my intentions clear. So tell me, what does Shirase want right now? In response, Sailor stood up and embraced him. Her momentum was so strong that the gondola swayed slightly. With her face buried in Yamato's chest, she spoke slowly. I want to give up on everything. I want to quit my job, transferring schools, all those obligations, and just have a normal school life with you. So Sailor lifted her head at that point, conveying her plea. Please, Yamato, find a way to help me. Her fragile body trembled slightly as her eyes welled up with tears. Yamato nodded emphatically and then wrapped his arms around her. I understand. Leave it to me. I'll definitely find a way. Yeah, thank you. I feel relieved somehow. Sailor hugged him even tighter, and Yamato felt a sense of comfort and exhilaration in her touch. If Sailor asked for it, Yamato felt like he could do anything. Rather, he was determined to do everything he could. He planned to think about the specifics later, but one thing was certain. He was more motivated than ever. With a clank, the door suddenly opened. It seemed like the gondola had reached the ground, and an attendant awkwardly reported their arrival. Startled, Sailor looked at Yamato, seemingly troubled. "We've arrived. It seems so. Shall we disembark?" But I haven't heard what Yamato wanted to say yet. "Let's go around one more time." Yamato gently pulled Sailor's hand, as she stubbornly tried to stay, and they disembarked from the gondola. Once they had landed on the rainy ground, Yamato smiled. "It's okay. Let's talk about me after we've settled everything. I think I can explain things better that way." These were his heartfelt words regarding what Yamato wanted to convey, his confession. There was also the matter of the unlucky timing, but now a new issue had arisen, Sailor's transfer, so it didn't seem like the right atmosphere to address it. "Is that so?" Sailor's gaze averted as she lightly fiddled with her own hair. Her mannerisms were clearly filled with embarrassment, which, suddenly, made Yamato feel self-conscious too. Yamato took out a foldable umbrella and opened it, positioning it so that Sailor and he wouldn't get wet. Well, because of that. What should we do now? How about, let's ride the merry-go-round? We haven't ridden it yet." "Yeah, that sounds good." While being both aware of their awkwardness, they headed towards the merry-go-round, which was brilliantly lit up. Perhaps due to the continuing rain or the approaching closing time, there were no other customers waiting in line. An attendant informed them that there were horses for couples, and so while blushing, Yamato pointed at a white horse meant for two. "Shiraise, let's ride that one." "Sure. Got it." When they climbed onto the white horse, Yamato effortlessly lifted Sailor and placed her behind on the horse's rear. "Whoa, that surprised me." "You're strong." "Nah, Shiraise is light, so it's easy. Besides, today, I'm the prince on a white horse." Yamato blushed as he said that himself but smiled as he straddled the horse in front. Then, Sailor put her arms around his waist. "Fufu, you said something like that before, didn't you? Next time, I'll be the prince on a white horse." "Yeah, so I'm keeping my promise." "This way, I feel like I can bid farewell to my pitiful self." "Yamato, you weren't pitiful from the beginning." Saying that, Sailor nestled against his back as he received those heartwarming words and felt a little thrill. The merry-go-round began to move. In the midst of the sparkling night scenery, the two rode the white horse, cutting through the wind. Yamato's heart raced as he felt the warmth on his back. Glancing at Sailor briefly, "You're not getting too excited this time around, huh?" "Maybe I've become a bit more mature." "Hey, maybe, but that's a little bit sad, isn't it? Then let's go back to being us back then. Woo, it's so much fun." Suddenly, Sailor shouted loudly and started swaying her body as if she were playing. Her behavior was childlike, and Yamato couldn't help but laugh. "Is the prince having fun too?" "Yeah, I'm having a blast." "Because the princess seems to be having fun." "Yeah, that's good." "Oh, look. The mascots are taking a break on the benches." "You should just pretend you didn't see that." Surely that mascot had been working hard all day. Even if not, taking regular breaks was important. "By the way, hasn't the rain stopped? It looks like no one's using their umbrellas anymore." "Yeah, you're right. It was a relatively short rain." "Yeah, it's still pretty cold, though." To be honest, Yamato was planning to share an umbrella on the way back, but it seemed like the weather wasn't considerate. Still, Sailor was excited and pointed into the distance. "Hey, look over there, at that family. It seems their child has fallen asleep. They must have tired themselves out with all the excitement. How about you? Are you okay?" "Shiraise, if you treat me like a child, I might just fall asleep right here." "Please, I beg you, don't fall asleep here." While having such a playful conversation, Yamato took another look at the family. Even from a distance, the child seemed to be sleeping comfortably, and the father who was carrying them gently stroked their head. "Hey, Shiraise, can I ask you something weird?" "Something naughty?" No, not like that." I wanted to know what you think about your father." This was a question driven by curiosity and the hope that it might provide a clue to solving a certain problem. In response, Sailor thought for a moment and then responded, "I feel like I've talked about this before, but my father and I aren't really close. But, well, I don't really like or dislike him." "Is that a good enough answer?" "Yeah, thanks. I know it was a difficult question." "Sorry, no problem. If it helps with solving the problem, feel free to ask anything. While it might be difficult to ask about anything and everything, the answer neither like nor dislike seemed typical of Sailor. After all, Yamato had a hard time imagining Sailor disliking anyone in particular. At this point, Yamato had considered digging deeper into Sailor's relationship with her father, but he suddenly changed his mind. He thought it would be better to ask the person in question directly about that matter. With that thought in mind, just as the merry-go-round gradually slowed down and eventually stopped, Yamato, who had dismounted first, extended his hand towards Sailor. As expected of a prince, that's not a very princess-like line, is it? Sailor, who had dismounted, adjusted the hem of her skirt and said, "I appreciate it." She suddenly made a gesture as if she was dancing, and it was surprisingly graceful. However, it was clear that she was just fooling around. "Huh? You didn't like it?" "Well, I got the impression that you were just joking." "Haha, sorry about that." After leaving the merry-go-round behind, Sailor, who was walking ahead, stretched out her arms wide as if to savor the afterglow. Then, she turned around. "Shall we head back soon?" With a fresh and unburdened expression, Sailor brought up the topic casually. "Is it already time to go back? There's still a little time until the park closes." "Yeah, but we already rode the last attraction I wanted to ride." "All right then. Let's head back." "Yeah." Leading the way toward the exit, Sailor suddenly stretched and yawned dramatically. Then she looked back. "Hey, Shires." Without turning around, Sailor slowed down her pace. With determination, Yamato continued speaking without looking at her. "I'd like to talk to your dad properly." I guess it would be like a direct confrontation in this case, but it might be the quickest way to resolve the issue. And after a brief pause, "If Yamato wants to do that, I'm okay with it." Her voice sounded somewhat fragile, almost as if it might disappear. "Are you worried about it?" "About me talking to your dad?" "Just a little, but if it helps solve the problem, then I'll talk to him and arrange it." "Thanks." "Sorry for putting this on you and making you go through this." "No problem. If it helps, I'll do whatever I can." Saying this, Sailor finally turned to face him. Her smile, however, seemed different from her usual self, even though she was trying to hide it. "I'll make sure Sailor gets her smile back." With a sense of purpose that felt like a mission, Yamato encouraged himself. There was no room for hesitation. And on the train ride home, Sailor sat down and leaned her head against Yamato's shoulder, falling asleep. Yamato, trying to distract himself from his restless thoughts, checked his phone and noticed messages from Mei and Ita, both asking about the confession. "So, for now," he replied to both of them with, "I've decided to let it go this time. I'll do my best next time." It occurred to Yamato that Tsubaki and Ruka probably already knew about Sailor transferring. Tsubaki had hinted about it during the cultural festival, and Tsubaki might have been informed about today's revelation in advance. Thinking that it was the case, Tsubaki's behavior and actions today started to make more sense to him. In any case, he had caused people around him to worry and feel concerned. Yamato thought that he needed to reflect on that. When the train arrived at their school's nearest station, it was time to part ways with Sailor. "Thanks for today. See you at school." "Yeah, see you at school." Seeing the train depart, Yamato couldn't bear the thought of having even fewer opportunities to greet Sailor like this. Therefore, he renewed his determination while watching the departing train. Chapter 6. Meeting face to face. Several days had passed. In early November, on the morning of their appointment, Sailor informed Yamato that she had secured a meeting with her father. Originally, Yamato was flexible with the timing, so they arranged to meet at the Shires Group headquarters building on the top floor at 5 p.m. on that day. Naturally, Yamato couldn't focus on his classes that day, and even during lunchtime, he couldn't help but be restless. Sailor seemed to be in the same state, and they both couldn't eat their lunch peacefully. People around them were worried about the two, but they couldn't afford to make a big deal out of it. So Yamato managed to bluff his way through. Finally, it was time for the school day to end. Although there was still some time before their scheduled appointment, it would still take about 15 minutes by train to reach the nearest station to the Shires Group headquarters building. So they decided to head there early. Yamato intended to face this meeting alone, but Sailor said she would come as well. So, they took the train together and arrived in front of the designated Shire's group headquarters building at 4:30 p.m. We're here. As soon as they arrived, Yamato was overwhelmed. The building was incredibly tall, even taller than the high-rise apartments Sailor had lived in before, and it was impossible to see the top. Moreover, its jet black walls exuded an imposing sense of weight, with windows scattered all over. Security guards stood at the entrance, and people dressed in business suits were constantly entering and leaving, making Yamato and Sailor, dressed in their school uniforms, clearly out of place. Yamato swallowed hard, feeling completely intimidated by the office building before him. However, Sailor seemed otherwise. "We're going in, right? Let's go," she urged, taking his hand and leading him inside. "We still have some time, right? What should we do?" "Let's get a guest pass at the reception and then hang out in the cafe space." "Oh, okay." Even in a place like this, Sailor remains composed. Yamato couldn't help but be nervous, so he slapped his cheeks to psych himself up. At the office reception, they easily obtained guest passes just by stating their names. The cafe space was on the first floor and seemed to be run by a well-known chain. Yamato and Sailor ordered hot cafe au lattes at the counter and sat down at a table for two. Perhaps because they were wearing their school uniforms, they felt the eyes of those around them. Frankly speaking, it was uncomfortable, and as Sailor brought her mouth to the cup of the cafe au latte that had just arrived, Nblue, her face contorted her face in discomfort, glaring resentfully at her cafe au latte. Seeing her in such an adorable state, Yamato's tense expression instantly softened. "Come on, Sailor, you need to add sugar. It's too bitter to drink it like this, right?" Yamato said, handing her 3 packets of sugar placed on the edge of the table. For some reason, Sailor, who seemed a bit irritated, added some sugar to Yamato's cafe au latte as well. "Hey, what are you doing? It's not a big deal. Just think of it as a gesture of goodwill." "No. If I wanted sugar, I could have added it myself." "Well, whatever." Sailor, who was already in a good mood, seemed to have done that just to relieve her frustration, and she took another sip of her cafe au latte. "Yeah, it tastes more grown-up now. No, adding 3 packets of sugar just makes it sweeter." HMPH, whatever. It seemed like she didn't appreciate being treated like a child in situations like this, and Sailor pouted. Her actions were unexpectedly cute, and Yamato took a sip of his cafe au latte with a relaxed feeling. "It's so sweet. Is this just 1 packet?" In other words, with 3 packets, it would definitely be too sweet. You could even call it a kid's drink. But when he saw Sailor enjoying her cafe au latte, he decided not to pursue the matter any further. Time passed like this until it eventually reached 5 p.m., exactly 10 minutes before their appointment. They both got into the elevator, and Yamato pressed the button for the top floor, just before the rooftop. Surprisingly, Sailor pressed the button for the rooftop floor after him. "I'll wait on the rooftop. Come up when you're done." "I see. Got it." Yamato had been wondering where she planned to wait since they left the cafe space together, but it seemed she intended to pass the time on the rooftop. The elevator had windows and they ascended to the top floor at an incredible speed. When it reached a height where they could see the entire city, they arrived at the top floor. "Then, I'm heading up." "Yeah, see you later." Sailor waved goodbye as Yamato stepped out of the elevator, entering a modern-toned hall. Continuing straight ahead, a woman dressed in a suit, appearing to be a secretary, was waiting in front of a door. "You must be Yamato Karaki." Yes." "The president is waiting inside. Please go ahead," she said and opened the door. Yamato entered as instructed. Inside, at the back of a spacious room, there was a luxurious-looking chair that resembled one that belonged to an executive. Sitting in it was a man he had met once at the hospital, Sailor's father. Clad in a suit, just as he had been the last time they met, he maintained a stern expression. Yet Yamato couldn't help but realize there was an undeniable sense of allure emanating from his appearance. Glancing up from his documents, his sharp gaze fixed on Yamato, causing his body to tense up with nervousness. In the face of Yamato's tension, the man, who was Sailor's father, spoke without changing his expression. "Good evening. It's not our first meeting, is it? I'm Gyro Shires, the president and CEO of the Shires Group, as you know, and Sailor Shires' father. Nice to meet you." His deep, resonant voice was oddly soothing to the ears, but it only added to Yamato's tension. Thank you for taking the time today. I'm Yamato Karaki, a classmate and friend of Sailor Shires. I appreciate your time." As Yamato managed to respond, Gyro Shires let out a small sigh and continued. "So, what is your business here?" "We don't have much time, so I'd like to keep it brief." Yamato knew he wasn't a welcome guest, but the blatant display of rejection only fueled his determination. "My purpose is, of course, regarding Sailor-san. First, is it true that you intend to transfer her?" "Yes, it is." "Why is that?" "Even though Sailor-san herself doesn't want it, the reason most children in this world transfer schools is usually due to their parents' circumstances, isn't it?" "But it's different, isn't it? This isn't about following one's parents due to a job transfer or anything like that. Why do you want to transfer Sailor-san against her will and even bring my mother into this?" "We won't accept things to go on like this," Yamato pleaded as if using all his might. Gyro responded with a thoughtful nod before slowly speaking. "First, if it's about you or your mother, that's a misunderstanding. I apologize for that. It's true that we investigated your family, but we never specified how or if we plan to affect you. If my daughter conveyed such a distorted message to you, I would like to retract it now. I'm sorry." "No, it's not about that." "So, what are you suggesting? Are you saying that we should immediately fire your mother from her current position, just as Sailor, my daughter, explained? Is that not the case?" "No, that was never my intention. I simply informed her that your family comes from a more ordinary background and that she would also struggle with the difference in social status." Yamato realized it would be futile to argue further at this point. Even if it were different in reality, he was already at a disadvantage by having this conversation. Therefore, he had no choice but to respond. "Understood. In that case, I will let you know that your concern about that matter is unnecessary. Then, with this, the matter of my daughter's transfer becomes entirely our family's affair." "But are you still planning to meddle in the personal affairs of someone else's family?" In response to those words, Yamato couldn't contain himself and stepped forward. "Shires-san, Sailor-san is not just a stranger to me. She's my precious friend." "Interfering in the family affairs of a friend, is that what you consider common sense?" "That's..." Gyro let out an audible sigh. "And here I thought I was going to hear something more interesting." "Even at this point, you're still trying to maintain the status quo of your relationship." "Honestly, I'm disappointed in you." Being treated as if everything was transparent to someone he had almost just met was nothing but humiliating to Yamato. Yet, the words to retort didn't come easily. Seeing Yamato in such a state, Gyro, with a sigh mixed in, rose from his seat and looked out of the large window behind him as he continued speaking. "Let's change the approach, then." "You care deeply about my daughter, right?" "GGH. Yes, I care about her very much. But when it comes to a question of a romantic relationship, you wouldn't want to answer, would you?" "In that case, if we dare to consider your wishes, shall we proceed with the conversation as common individuals who both cherish Sailor?" His tone became softer and somewhat gentle. While Yamato didn't understand the intention behind it, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. "First, we need to talk about Sailor's future. It's a discussion about what you could call her happiness, even though she's not present." "Why yes." Yamato was perplexed by the abstract concept, but Gyro continued. "I believe that, in order for people to be happy, they need to have more options. In other words, it's synonymous with gaining power." "Options and power." Yamato recalled that Sailor had mentioned the word power several times recently. He knew it wasn't just about physical strength. It was something different. "That's why I've been helping her build her strength for her future, providing various options, skills, achievements, connections, and, of course, considering her aptitude and abilities." "Is that why she was involved in so many extracurricular activities before?" "Yes, exactly. It's an investment in her future. It's a process that fundamentally excludes indulgence and emotions in order to maintain a certain distance between us for the sake of her concentration. Even though we're family, this is my rough plan for ensuring my daughter's happiness. Now, tell me your thoughts. Up to this point, it had been Jiro explaining his motives, but now, it was Yamato's turn, and he would finally voice the feelings smoldering in his heart. I'll start by saying that I fundamentally disagree with your perspective, the reason being that you completely disregard Sailor-san's past and current opportunities to be happy. I see. So you're saying my viewpoint neglects her during the process, essentially sacrificing her? Sorry for the harsh wording, but it feels somewhat like that. I see. And then? Despite his discomfort with the opposing party's composed demeanor, Yamato continued speaking. I want to cherish Sailor's emotions in the present more, and I want her to cherish them as well. When she was a child and even when she was a junior high school student, she must have had things that she wanted to do, but she endured it and did her best. Whenever she talks about the past, she always seems pained, and even now, she constantly looks like she's on the verge of tears. I can't just ignore Sailor like that. Above all, I absolutely hate it. Yamato spoke loudly and passionately. After listening to it all, Jiro let out a small chuckle. What's so amusing? Oh, I just think it's a bit short-sighted and foolish. Well, to put it in more contemporary terms, I'd say it's naive. I don't think that's necessarily a more contemporary way to put it, Yamato retorted. But Jiro calmly continued speaking. You mentioned earlier that I was neglecting my daughter's happiness, but how about you? Aren't you neglecting her, Sailor's future? What do you mean? Aren't you, in a way, disregarding Sailor's, my daughter's future? That, Yamato momentarily stumbled over his words but quickly composed himself. The future isn't something that can be determined for certain, and I don't think the result of Sailor's own thoughts, struggles, and decisions would turn out badly. At the very least, if it's a result she chose for herself, I believe she would find it acceptable. You're speaking as if it's someone else's problem. What an idealistic argument from a highly irresponsible tone. For the first time, Yamato felt a hint of frustration in Jiro's tone of voice. It caused Yamato's emotions to shrink, but he mustered the determination to respond. It's not someone else's problem, and it's not irresponsible. Even I intend to think it through with Sailor and support her. At that point, Jiro turned around, narrowing his sharp eyes on Yamato. Do you really think your abilities can make a difference to her? What can you do? What can you provide to create the best environment for her to fully utilize her abilities when she decides to do something, or even provide the necessary funds for it? Yamato couldn't find a response, prompting Jiro to continue. I want you to understand this without any misunderstanding. As things stand, you are nothing but a harmful presence to me. You're an obstacle, someone who could deceive my daughter. In truth, it wouldn't hurt to eliminate you immediately. In response to this, Yamato remained calm instead of getting angry. After all, he believed that what Jiro was saying was true. Yamato understood that he currently had no power of his own. Still, he replied as best as he could. But Sailor-san said she wants to be with me. It's true that I don't have the power to do anything for her right now, but I'm willing to do whatever it takes to stand by her side. Do you have the intention to grow for that purpose? Yes. Upon hearing Yamato's resolute response, Jiro nodded and, instead of returning to his executive chair, he took a seat on a sofa in a conference area on the right side of the room. It seems we can finally get to the main topic. Please, take a seat across from me. Well, if you prefer to stand, that's fine too. No, I'll take a seat, thank you. The atmosphere surrounding Jiro suddenly changed, leaving Yamato perplexed. It shifted from something detached and elusive to something much more approachable. In any case, Yamato found himself bewildered by this transformation. When he obediently took a seat, to his amazement, Jiro flashed a smile. Then, he said, "Now, let's talk business." Business? Still bewildered, Yamato was handed a tablet device. On it were documents he had seen before, along with various project proposals. Is this the project proposal for Sailor-san's entry into the entertainment industry? Why are you showing this to me now? I had already seen that reaction coming. These materials are supposed to be confidential, shared only with those involved. I'm sorry. Well, that's all right. In short, that's the situation. Do you believe that Sailor can achieve outstanding results if she takes on these projects? Yes, I believe it's possible. What's your basis for that belief? Sailor is, how should I put it? She's incredibly versatile, and she excels at anything she tries. As Sailor's older sister mentioned, she's a genius, so to speak. I see. So you've come to meet Ruka as well? Yes, and above all, Yamato, feeling embarrassed, averted his gaze and said, Shirase is incredibly cute. Saying this in front of her father was very embarrassing for Yamato, but it was the strongest point he had as a basis, so he had to mention. In response, Jiro touched his chin and said, Indeed, that child's cuteness is off the charts. Probably, in this vast world, there are no others who can stand on the same level. Truly, she can be called a beauty. Yes, I think that's exactly right. Yamato was taken aback by the unexpected response, but he agreed since he had no objections. Jiro nodded and then showed a screen with a list of many company names. What's this? To put it simply, this is a list of companies that are planning to participate in Sailor's project. And if you're okay with it, I want you to work at any place from this list. Wait, what? Faced with a completely unexpected proposition, Yamato was thrown off guard as he froze. However, Jiro continued without minding his surprise. Is it that surprising? Regardless of where you choose to go, I think it's a beneficial offer for you. You're not making any sense. So, are you asking me to be Shirase's backup? No, I don't intend to force that kind of arrangement. However, if you and Sailor plan to cooperate with each other, I think that can be an option. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? I thought you didn't want someone like me to have anything to do with Shirase. With a sense of caution, Yamato asked, and Jiro spread his hands in a playful manner. I dislike wasteful things, but I use what has meaning, and I even invest. It's not that strange, right? In other words, this is an action based on the results of a total balance. So, are you saying that having me continue to be involved with Shirase will benefit you as well? To put it more accurately, it's not like that. It's more about having a future outlook where you could become an asset, so to speak, making plans for that possibility. Is that so? In their conversation so far, Yamato felt that he had somehow demonstrated his own value, albeit vaguely. However, as if sensing Yamato's emotions, Jiro pointed his index finger and said, I apologize for dampening your spirits, but to be clear, I still don't see anything particularly noteworthy about you. Honestly, there are no elements to expect from you, but I've acknowledged your willingness to grow. That's the extent of the compensation I'm offering. His tone was calm, but the content of his words was scathing, causing Yamato to stare at him with evident discomfort. That's surprising. To place such a big bet on an inexperienced young boy. An inexperienced boy, that's an accurate description. Well, I'm not betting on you, to be precise. I'm betting on my daughter, Sailor's keen eye. Shirase's keen eye. You mean her judgment? Yes, that's right. In that regard, she's a genius. In fact, that aspect is the most frightening. Jiro seemed to be gazing off into the distance as he spoke. Then he returned his gaze to Yamato and smiled again. By the way, whether you work in these places as a high school graduate or after graduating from college, we don't really mind. You're free to choose, but I'd recommend at least completing a typical university education. Having said that, Jiro stood up and sat back down in his executive chair. Now, the business discussion ends here. I'll give you some time to think it over. Well, I understand that, but what about Shirase transferring schools? Sailor will transfer schools. That's a decided matter. In an unquestionable tone, Jiro stated firmly. He continued with more words. Originally, she's only at this current high school because of her selfishness. But when the preparations for her full-fledged entertainment career are in place, it's a completely different story. There was simply no way around it. With that, Yamato felt a surge of anger or something akin to it, wondering what the point of their previous conversation had been. From what I heard earlier, it seemed like you cared about your daughter, Shirase, but now you're casually saying things that sadden her. I can't understand that. You and I aren't peas in a pod. The affection I have for Sailor and the affection you have for her are entirely different. Well, you're her parent. No, it's not like that. It's because the love I feel for her is almost like unconditional love. The purity is vastly different. While you seek compensation in your love, I harbor a feeling close to unconditional love. The purity is entirely different. Are you saying that I'm seeking compensation in my love for Shirase, as if it's impure? Is that what you want to say? Yes, that's right. The affection, the love you have for my daughter, is impure from my perspective because you want to be cherished by the other person as much as you cherish them, right? If that's not impure, what would you call that? Well, moreover, you might not even be at that stage yet. You haven't even found answers to your own feelings, so maybe discussing this is irrelevant. In other words, you haven't even reached the same level. Being pushed away in such a one-sided manner, Yamato felt like something inside him had snapped. I already have an answer to that. Oh? I simply haven't told her yet. If you hadn't been causing trouble for Shirase, I would have already told her on that day. HMPH, are you saying you're influenced by others so easily? The weak sure have it tough. Even to such a cheap provocation, Yamato's heart couldn't help but stir. Shut up. What's wrong with being impure? I know better than anyone that I'm not a suitable match for Shirase. But Shirase herself said she wants to be with me like this. So I want to fulfill that wish of hers. I've never heard it clearly, so can you tell me now? What did my daughter ask of you? For a brief moment, Yamato hesitated, then spoke up quietly. She asked for everything to stop, to give up, and to have a normal school life with me. Just that. Upon hearing those words, Jiro let out a sigh of disappointment. What a pipe dream. No matter what, that child can't be normal. That's the case, isn't it? She's a genius. Whether she does something or not, she attracts attention. Therefore, even if she tries to distance herself from others, or if she ends up isolated, she'd still be exceptional. I heard about her nickname at her high school. Saint, was it? Quite the title. It's not a name that suits an ordinary high school girl. There were no words to respond with. In hindsight, Sailor Shirase was, from head to toe, not ordinary. She was exceptional. And while Yamato wanted to believe that she was only exceptional to him, the truth was that she was not ordinary to anyone, no matter where or how you looked at her. In other words, she was exceptional. So, Yamato still couldn't find the words to respond. Well then, I may have been a bit too mean. To clarify on that point, my opinion is that normal doesn't exist. Normal doesn't exist. That's right. Everyone is special to someone, regardless of whether they have abilities or not. Isn't that a sophistry? That's why I said seeking normalcy is a pipe dream. After all, it's not normal for high school boys and girls to wander the streets late at night, is it? So you knew about that, didn't you? Of course. It's about my beloved daughter. Wearing a composed smile, Jiro spoke gently. Meanwhile, Yamato had already realized that the transfer would not be rescinded, and he was feeling completely dejected. Jiro admonished Yamato in a reassuring tone. However, I want to strongly emphasize that Sailor is indeed extraordinary compared to others. It might be a parent's bias, but that girl is the real deal. A true genius. Above all, she has an astute eye for things. For Yamato at this moment, the conversation with Jiro already seemed meaningless. Therefore, he couldn't find any words to respond, and his sole focus was on trying not to leave the room in defeat. Seemingly aware of that, Jiro continued speaking. Did I mention the story about my daughter's keen eye earlier? In fact, I've had her attend parties where influential business figures gather many times. At those events, she'd say things like not interested or nonchalantly would say it has significance. And then, when she actually shows interest in a project, when she engages in a business deal with the other party, the project would become a massive success in no time. Conversely, when she had no interest in a project, it would end up yielding no results. It's amazing, don't you think? So, Are you talking about her having superpowers or something? Yamato asked with a hint of incredulity, but Gyro vigorously shook his head. No, it's not that. It's simply that she has a knack, or perhaps a sense when it comes to such matters. Maybe she judges based on the nuances of what the other person is saying or the consistency of the content, including their personality. Of course, she's been exposed to current events and trends from a young age, so she might factor those elements in as well. Sure, Sailor is impressive, but she's not perfect. She's bad with directions, for example. Although Yamato didn't want to continue the conversation, when it came to Sailor, he couldn't help but chime in. Seeing that, Gyro spoke with an amused expression. But she has a keen eye for people and things. That's undeniable. That's why she can't be interested in just anyone. In fact, I'm not particularly liked by her either. After all, it's simply a matter of ordinary human capacity. Well, I heard that Sailor said she doesn't dislike you. She even said she doesn't hate you. When Yamato tried to offer some reassurance, Gyro, surprisingly, seemed shocked and held his head. If she really said that, it's very disappointing. It seems that I'm just that ordinary after all. Aren't you dissatisfied with not being disliked? No. Well, to not be liked or disliked means you're indifferent. It means she has no interest in me whatsoever. I don't think that's the case. Yamato felt like he didn't care anymore. However, if Sailor had such a keen eye for people, it raised one question. Why is Sailor with someone like me? Moreover, when she interacted with Yamato, she seemed genuinely friendly. She had even said she wanted to be with him. Therefore, Yamato couldn't help but find Gyro's words somewhat dubious and, absent-mindedly, he spoke up. Well, you don't have to be that depressed. Sailor is with someone like me, so she might not even be thinking as deeply as you think. To be honest, that's what I can't wrap my head around. I just can't believe there's something about you that would catch her eye. However, it's precisely because I thought there might be that possibility that I approached you with the business proposal. Well, it's not like she's scrutinizing or anything like that. Though he didn't want to continue the conversation, when it came to Sailor, he couldn't help but interject. Seeing that, Gyro furrowed his brow with a displeased expression. Your youth makes me cringe. Perhaps it's mutual disdain, like sibling rivalry, but it's genuinely painful to watch. I don't think you and I fall under the category of siblings though. In the sense of being ordinary, we do. Both of us are vastly different from someone like my daughter, Sailor. Is that so? Though he didn't agree, it seemed futile to argue further, so Yamato nodded quietly. Well then, our conversation is over. In any case, Sailor's transfer is a done deal. Take your time to think about the business proposal. Understood. Then, if you'll excuse me. In the end, it was a one-sided statement, and Yamato left the presidential office with his shoulders slumped. While waiting for the elevator, Yamato couldn't help but feel inadequate and let out a sigh. What should I say to Sailor? Honestly, he didn't know how to face Sailor right now. However, he couldn't keep her waiting forever. He tightened his expression and stepped into the elevator. Chapter 7, November, North White Lily. When Yamato reached the rooftop, he found himself on an observation deck. Warm-toned lights illuminated the area, and the night cityscape stretched out around. Amidst this scenery, Sailor stood alone. Her back emitted a lonely aura, prompting Yamato to rush towards her. Shires. Upon calling her name, Sailor immediately turned around. Oh, Yamato, welcome back. How did it go? She asked in her usual calm manner, and perhaps because of that, Yamato was able to respond easily. Sorry, it didn't go well. I see. Thank you, though. Why are you thanking me? With Sailor accepting it so easily, it almost seemed as if she had expected things not to go well for Yamato. Thinking so, he unintentionally added a sharp tone to his words, but Sailor replied without showing any concern. Because you did your best, Yamato. That's why I'm happy. I see. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? I'm grateful. All right, I won't apologize anymore. When Yamato said this with a smile, Sailor nodded slightly in response. Afterward, she gazed up at the night sky and let out a sigh. Her breath turned into a white mist, heralding the early arrival of winter. My breath is already turning white. It's already winter, huh? It's only November, though. Did it snow last year? I think it did. It piled up quite a bit. I was born in winter, so I get excited around this time. The nights get longer too, after all. By the way, when's Shire's birthday? December 24th, eh? Christmas Eve? Yeah, that's right. So when I was a kid, I was celebrated and gifted by Santa for 2 consecutive days. Is that how you put it? My name Sailor seems to have been given to me because I was born on a holy night, so it has various connections like that, you know? The 2 individual kanji characters in Sailor mean holy and virtuous. I want to celebrate it this year too, then. Yeah, I want you to. I really want you to. Sailor's voice trailed off, her expression contorting. Aku. Sailor sneezed a little, and for a moment, it seemed like she might start crying, but it seemed to be something else. However, because it looked that way, Yamato unconsciously held her hand. When he met Sailor's surprised gaze, he hesitated about what to say, but Yamato quickly made up his mind. Shiraze, let's run away together. Yeah, I understand. Is that okay? It's okay, as long as it's with you. Yamato. Thank you. It was something he blurted out in the heat of the moment, but Sailor accepted it without asking any questions. Yamato was delighted by this, and he took Sailor's hand and started running. To run away, in the true sense of the word, meant to run far enough that one's parents couldn't reach them. In other words, is this what they call eloping? Or is it running away at night? Sailor asked this while getting into the elevator, and it seemed that she had understood the meaning properly and was following along. Yamato felt thrilled by that, and his heart raced. Well, I don't know how to put it, but you seem surprisingly calm, Shiraze. I thought you'd be more surprised. True. I was surprised, but I'm more excited than anything else. Besides, I don't want to spend less time with you. Yamato. I see. Blushing, Yamato squeezed her hand even tighter. When the elevator arrived at the entrance, they returned their guest passes to the reception and left the building. Once they reached the nearest station, Sailor spoke up. Hey, can I stop by my hotel to pick up my things? Yeah, that makes sense. I need to go home too. I have to prepare stuff like a change of clothes. Then, how about meeting at the station in an hour? Let's do that. I'll get in touch once I leave home. Okay. Just as if they were planning a trip, Yamato and Sailor discussed their schedule and parted ways. After reaching home, Yamato packed essential items, such as some passbooks, into a large backpack suitable for mountain climbing, changed into plain, comfortable sweatpants and a denim shirt, and then put on a jacket. And before he left the house, he left a note for his mother. Sorry, Mom, but I'm going away with Shiraze for a while. I'll get in touch from time to time. His hands trembled as he wrote, Mom, I'm really sorry. Muttering these words to himself, Yamato left home. Section 7 p.m. Yamato, who had arrived at the nearest station, anxiously scanned the area for Sailor. Oi! He heard a nonchalant voice and turned around to see Sailor, dragging her suitcase. She was wearing a beige poncho over a white knit top, a denim long skirt, and sheepskin boots. Her outfit had an unexpectedly adorable charm that tugged at a man's heart. But more importantly, what happened to your cheek? Sailor had a red, swollen mark on her left cheek, as if she'd been slapped. My sister slapped me. We bumped into each other right after leaving the hotel. Did she realize we're trying to run away? I'm not sure. When she asked about where I was heading to, I only said, it has nothing to do with Nasan. She seemed really angry, so she probably suspects something. I see. Does it hurt? It hurts. Maybe I need some comfort. There. It seems your cute face is swollen. He gently stroked her cheek, and Sailor closed her eyes in pleasure. I might be able to sleep like this. Okay, let's buy some ice cream at the convenience store over there for icing, or I want to eat it though. All right. We'll get some to eat too. Yay! They bought ice cream at the store and then boarded the train together. Once they were seated, Yamato took out his smartphone and started researching. By the way, Yamato had already decided on their destination before the meeting time. Their first stop was a place where Yamato had gone camping with his family in the past. Staying at a hotel from the very beginning seemed too ordinary, so he thought the first day should be more adventurous. The estimated travel time to their destination was about 2 hours, with transfers between the normal train line and the bullet train line. It would also take some time to reach the campsite from the station, but Yamato had already contacted the campsite prior to departing. When he explained the plan to Sailor, she seemed a bit troubled. "I didn't have time to take a bath. Is there a shower at the campsite?" "No, there's no shower at the campsite, but I think there's a hot spring relatively close by." "Do you want to stop there?" "Eh? There's a hot spring?" "Yay, let's go." Seeing Sailor happily jumping about, Yamato felt relieved. Today was a weekday, and they should have had school tomorrow. But their current situation, running far away together, was undeniably already far from regular. Moreover, they had no plans to return. To be honest, the feeling of unease was greater. Sailor's older sister, Ruka, had practically caught on to their plans to run away, and if they were reported missing to the police, it would be the end of it all. Plus, there was no certainty that two high school students like them could secure a new place to live. Thanks to working part-time during the summer vacation when he couldn't meet Sailor, Yamato had some savings, but it was only a matter of time before they ran out. He also needed to find a job. There were many other problems to deal with. Yamato himself thought that this reckless journey lacked any semblance of planning. However, for some reason, Yamato felt strangely calm about it. For now, he decided to focus on the immediate issues at hand. And so, after about 2 hours of traveling, when the view outside the window had become nothing but mountains, they arrived at their destination station. Getting off the train, they found themselves surrounded by a seemingly remote landscape, making them feel oddly vulnerable. It felt completely different from their trip to the beach during the summer vacation. Yamato realized that back then, they had been able to travel carefreely, despite the challenges. "Whoa, it's so dark and colder than Tokyo, too. I'll carry your suitcase, and let's hold hands." "It's cold." "Thanks. I want to hold hands too." They held each other's hands to fend off the sense of insecurity, checking each other's warmth while walking to leave the platform. There were hardly any buildings in the vicinity, and the view was dominated by dense woods and distant mountains. It was a sight impossible to find in the city. Although there was a bus from the station to the hot spring and campsite, they had to wait for an hour according to the timetable, so they decided to walk. During the train ride and the walk, Sailor hadn't asked about the conversation between Yamato and her father, Jiro. Yamato thought she was probably trying to be considerate in her own way, and after about 20 minutes of walking along the mountainous path, they finally reached the facility that housed the hot springs. "We finally made it. I sweated a bit, so I think I can enjoy the hot spring." Hey. That's right." Yamato seemed out of breath due to the unfamiliar mountain path, but Sailor didn't appear to be too tired. Yamato became keenly aware of the stamina difference between them. They made it just in time for the last bath admission, and after stowing their belongings in lockers, they decided to part ways in front of the changing area. "There's no mixed bath here, by the way. Of course, if there's an open-air bath or something, I'll call out to you, so respond." "Are you a little kid?" "And since there might be other people around, don't talk too loudly, all right?" With that, they passed through the separate curtain entrances for men and women. Yamato, wearing only a towel, immediately headed for the hot spring. Apparently, there were no indoor baths, as the showers were also installed outdoors. Due to the late hour, there were only a few elderly people in the hot spring. However, that didn't mean they should talk loudly and disturb others. For now, Yamato decided to wash his hair and body, before heading over to soak in the hot spring. Kyuha. The pleasantly warm water seeped into his tired body, giving him a sense of relaxation and bliss. The view of the nearby river and mountains were also magnificent. For now at this moment, Yamato felt like he could push aside everything that had happened today to the back of his mind. Overhead, the full moon shone, truly a moment of bliss. "Yamato, can you hear me?" At that moment, a small voice came from the other side of the wall. It was unmistakably Sailor's voice, calling Yamato's name. With the thought of Sailor being on the other side, completely undressed, Yamato felt a sense of incitement. "Yamato, are you not there?" As the alluring voice continued to disrupt his thoughts, Yamato, with embarrassment, reluctantly responded while holding his head. "I can hear you, but there are other people here, so don't speak too loudly, all right?" The reactions around him varied, with the elderly people soaking in the bath either smiling at him or shooting him looks of annoyance. "Hey, Yamato, the moon sure is beautiful." She really doesn't get it at all. "I can see it from here too. It's certainly beautiful. But I think we should stay quiet now." With that said, no other response came. That odd silence bothered him, preventing him from fully enjoying the bath. Since he was starting to feel hot, Yamato decided to get out early. He changed in the changing room, dried his hair with a hair dryer, and went through the curtain into the lobby. Sailor still hadn't come out yet, so he decided to buy a carton of fruit milk and try it. Delicious. A drink after a bath is something else. He sat in a chair and waited for about 10 minutes. Just as the closing time was approaching, Sailor came out of the changing room. With steam rising and her hair slightly damp from the bath, Sailor looked strangely seductive, to put it bluntly. Just watching her got him excited. "Wait a minute. Yamato, your nose is bleeding. Was it too hot in the hot spring?" "Huh? Crap. I need to get a tissue or a handkerchief." In a panic, Yamato stuffed a tissue into his nose and laid down on the long bench on his back. It was embarrassing and pitiful. Sailor, holding a fan in her hand, sat down beside him. "Are you okay? Are you feeling too hot?" Fluttering the fan, Sailor asked with a worried expression. Yeah, I'm fine." Her appearance was still quite seductive, and he couldn't bring himself to meet her eyes. At least she wasn't wearing a yukata. That was the only relief he could find. "Perhaps my appearance after coming out of the bath was a bit too stimulating for you?" Sailor pointed out abruptly in a teasing tone, causing Yamato to cover his eyes with his arm. "Oh, fruit milk. Can I have a sip?" Wait. When he got up, Sailor had already taken a sip. Yamato collapsed back onto the bench, feeling his face grow warm again. "It's fine, really. Don't worry about it." "Well, I can't help but worry about it." "Well, whatever." "By the way, after soaking in the hot spring, my cheek swelling went down. I guess it's all good now, right? It wasn't that swollen that much to begin with, and it might just be because we cooled it down quickly." "Oh, come on. It's definitely the hot springs effect." Sure. After a short break like this, the two of them left the hot spring. They walked for about 10 minutes to reach their intended campsite, where they had to go through the check-in process. They had made a reservation in advance, and thanks to Yamato being the representative and having prepared a parental consent form, they managed to complete the procedures. After buying firewood and leaving the check-in counter, Sailor said inquisitively, "That's amazing. So you got permission from Yoko-chan?" "I actually didn't." "But the parental consent form." "I printed the consent form and stamped the seal myself. I thought we might need it later." "Oh, you're resourceful. I'd rather you didn't praise me for that." With this, Yamato couldn't scold Sailor for going all out with karaoke anymore. However, for Yamato, there was a certain level of responsibility he couldn't avoid. "Also, even though it's a campsite, if you want to start a fire, we'd have to do it ourselves. We'll have to set up the tents ourselves too. It's quite labor-intensive, so I'll need Shiraze's help to some extent. Leave it to me. I find this kind of thing exciting." "You're surprisingly dependable. But don't go wandering off on your own, okay? I'll take care of any necessary transportation for our travels." "Oh, and there's a restroom nearby, so I'll show you later." "Yamato, you're really reliable." "From now on, I'll have to be even more reliable." Yamato thought that's how someone responsible should act after dragging someone into such a reckless escapade. As his heart was once again filled with such a sense of determination, Sailor grabbed and squeezed his hand. "Shiraze, I was feeling a bit cold. Also, I'll help carry firewood." "Got it." And so, after arriving at the campsite, they began to pitch the tent. The surroundings were pitch dark, and Yamato used the camping light he had brought to illuminate the area. As they worked silently, Perhaps because it was a weekday, there didn't seem to be any other visitors around. The desolate view of the forest was chilly, enhancing the feeling of solitude. When Yamato had visited this campsite in the past, he remembered it being a more peaceful place, but it might have been because it was summer back then. At least, it was quite different from what he had imagined. However, there was no point in regretting it now, so Yamato continued working diligently. All right, it's done. With the help of Sailor and after checking the instructions on his smartphone, they successfully set up the tent. It was just then that Yamato realized he had only brought a single small tent. In other words, they'll be sharing this small place when they sleep tonight. Yamato, how strong should the fire be, huh? Caught off guard while thinking about such matters, Yamato let out a startled cry. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. I'll take care of starting the fire. We'll do some basic cooking, and then we can warm ourselves up. Sounds good. I'll leave it to you. So, as Yamato checked the instructions on his smartphone and struggled for about 10 minutes, they finally got the fire going, and Yamato and Sailor could warm themselves by it. They sat close together on a picnic blanket. It's warm. Yeah, I'm hungry. We'll use a small pot in a little while. I brought cooking utensils and ingredients from home, just in case. Yay, if we run out, we can always eat instant stuff. Okay. By the way, it really feels like we're in the middle of nature. As Sailor said, they were indeed surrounded by nature. The night sky overhead felt vast, with the moon and stars shining brightly in the clear sky. It made them realize once again that this wasn't the city. With the campfire illuminating the area, they were reminded that they were in a large forest, further emphasizing their separation from the mundane world. In this world, it was just Yamato and Sailor alone together, to the point where Yamato felt a sense of isolation. But this was undeniably what he had wished for. Growl. Then, Sailor's stomach growled. I'm hungry. Yeah, let's have some food. Yeah. To be honest, Yamato felt like his sense of loneliness was growing stronger by the moment, so he was almost grateful for Sailor's stomach rumbling. Using the Dutch oven he had brought along, Yamato tossed in a pack of chicken stew and heated it over the fire. It was a rather rough cooking method, but Yamato convinced himself that it was acceptable for the first time. While sipping warm tea from a thermos, they waited for a few minutes. It should be ready soon. When Yamato opened the Dutch oven lid, bubbling chicken stew emerged along with steam. Oh, it looks delicious. Ignoring Sailor's impressed reaction, Yamato cheerfully served the stew into bowls. His homemade chicken stew consisted of chicken, napa cabbage, and simple seasonings in a broth. The setting of being in the great outdoors made it look oddly delicious. Here you go, dig in. Thank you. Sailor immediately took a bite of the chicken and, while making sounds like she savored it with a pleased expression. Yamato also tried the chicken, savoring its tender texture with a mild flavor. When he tasted the broth, the gentle flavors of umami warmed him from the inside out. Considering they were already hungry to begin with, everything tasted exceptionally delicious. Despite the fact that this chicken stew was relatively easy to prepare, it seemed strangely magical. This is good. Is this the power of nature? Yeah, cooking is definitely influenced by the people eating it and the location. True. Being with Shires really makes me feel that. Naturally, Yamato and Sailor found themselves speaking these words, and when he glanced at Sailor, he noticed she was blushing. Don't act shy all of a sudden. I'm not shy. Is that so? For some reason, Yamato started feeling embarrassed too and distracted himself by sipping the stew. Afterward, the two of them quickly finished the chicken stew and even had instant ramen they had brought as a backup, concluding their first campfire meal. While tidying up, Sailor suddenly asked a question. When you went camping before, was it just you and Yoko-chan? No. It was the three of us because my dad was there too. Why do you ask? No particular reason, just curious. Can I ask what your dad was like? Sailor delving into family matters like this was unusual. Perhaps there had been a change in her mindset. Since there was no need to hide anything, Yamato casually responded. Of course. Well, my dad was just an ordinary person. My parents divorced when I was still in elementary school, so I haven't seen him much since then. but he was just a normal, kind, and good father. I see. Your family has had its share of difficulties too. Well, my mom probably had it tough. She raised me as a single parent. In that sense, I feel like I haven't really faced any hardships. I see. It was a common family story, but Sailor still seemed satisfied. Yamato felt happy about that and, at the same time, a bit embarrassed. After finishing cleaning up, the two of them sat down side by side on the picnic blanket. Observing Sailor's profile as she gazed at the starry sky above without getting tired, Yamato slowly spoke up. But that's odd. Sailor, you never ask about my dad. Is there something you're dissatisfied with? Sailor continued to gaze at the stars and replied, dissatisfied? Yeah, not with me, but just wondering about your true feelings. Whether you're in favor of this escape or against it. That sort of thing. Yamato felt a bit cunning asking this way but decided to express what he thought like that. Sailor still stared at the starry sky above as she responded. I've never really thought about being in favor or against it. I do feel sorry for involving you in my family's situation, though. I see. Yeah. Hearing her response, Yamato felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Or perhaps that's why he continued. Sailor's dad seemed like a mature adult. Maybe the conversation I had with him was always destined to proceed at his pace from the start. Before he knew it, he was saying these words. He had decided not to talk about it unless asked, but he couldn't help but feel his own weakness. We're still children, after all. Yeah, in the discussion I had with him, I felt like there was nothing we could do, and it really hit me. Plus, he proposed ideas that even took my circumstances into account. I really felt powerless. So, that's why you wanted to escape? Yeah, that's right. Rather than going along with his plans, I thought I'd rather have us run away. It's pathetic, isn't it? Sailor shook her head from side to side. I've run away before too, so I understand. Sailor was probably talking about her junior high school days. Indeed, in a sense, it might be the same as they were doing right now, but maybe I wouldn't have even thought of running away if I were alone. I think at one point, I just stopped thinking and went along with what my parents wanted. I'm just that weak, you know? Since Sailor didn't blame him at all, Yamato started self-deprecating instead. Before he knew it, he had deepened his sense of self-loathing without knowing the meaning behind his act. Then Sailor looked at him and smiled suddenly. So it's okay to be weak. Your weakness saved me. Eh? Startled by unexpected words, Shirase continued, whispering, you didn't run away from me, Yamato. You ran away with me. So, I'm already very happy. Shirase. He couldn't help but want to embrace her. At that moment, she was just so dear, so precious to him. But in this situation, it felt cowardly to do so. Yamato couldn't move. Seeing Yamato like this, Sailor continued to smile. Besides, Yamato, you think my dad is a powerful person, but he's not that strong. What do you mean? Other than having money and status, he's not that different from us. Just because someone has power doesn't make them strong. Is that so? Yeah. Everyone is desperate, just pretending not to be. Whenever my dad looks at me, it always seems like he's seeing something he can't understand and gets scared. Even as she said this, Sailor remained calm, and her demeanor seemed a little different from the one Yamato normally knew. You're amazing, Shirase. You can analyze things that I can't even see. Well, maybe I should just consider myself special then. Putting it like that. I don't really like it. That way of putting it made Yamato feel like he was isolating Sailor, and he didn't like it at all. But that's how it is, right? My dad said it too, that I seem to be a genius who's different from the ordinary. Well, yeah, I'm beautiful, intelligent, have a good eye for people and things, and I'm good at sports. I guess, depending on the comparison, I am a genius and special. When she spoke about it herself, Yamato was once impressed again, but it was still not enough. From Yamato's perspective, there were still many elements that made Sailor special. Therefore, Yamato naturally spoke up. There are plenty of other things, right? Like your strangely unique way of thinking, your habit of making mundane conversations exciting, your natural gestures that make my heart race all the time, the fact that you're actually directionally challenged, a sore loser, you have a preference for certain foods, You can be quite childish at times. You're oblivious to the world. You have a loose sense of time, and your ability to act on a whim is too wide-ranging. All of it is special to me." When Yamato tried to convey some of the things that came to his mind, Sailor broke into a smile after a small pause. "Wow, I'm really special to Yamato, huh? Though there are some things you mentioned that I disagree with. Where? I'm open to dissenting opinions. I won't budge on the directionally challenged part, though." "Haha. I saw that coming." Watching Sailor laugh happily, Yamato's heart began to race even more. "I can't tell her how unfair that smile is to me, so I'll give her a flick on the forehead instead." "Ouch. Stop with the forehead flicks. That's Nei-san's special move and it's annoying." "Isn't her current special move a slap?" "Oh, right. I don't want to experience that again. It really hurt." Yamato laughed when he saw Sailor rubbing her cheek while making a bitter face. In response, Sailor smirked confidently. "But if that's the case, Yamato is also special to me." "Huh? What?" "For example?" Curious, Yamato asked her to elaborate, prompting Sailor to pause for a moment as she contemplated. "You act all serious, but you're not actually that serious. You might seem like someone who's easily swayed, but you never bend on the things you truly believe in. You're laid back about yourself, but you can get really mad, summon courage, and even encourage others when it comes to them. Is that special?" "It doesn't seem that way, and even if it were, it feels quite normal, doesn't it?" In other words, Yamato had a somewhat twisted interpretation of what she thought of him. Not exactly a model student, appearing indecisive, yet stubborn in some aspects, and possessing a side that relied on others. Sailor shot him a look of annoyance as she continued. "I'll tell you from my subjective point of view. First, whenever I hear Yamato's voice, I feel calm. When we talk, it feels like our rhythms match. I think your face is cute, but your hands and body are surprisingly big and broad. And if I don't treat you like a boy, you sulk easily, which is still cute. Sometimes, I stare at your chest or butt, but I think you don't notice, which is dumb but cute. Also, when we first met that night, I think I invited you into my karaoke box because you smelled like sweat, but actually, I kinda got addicted to that smell. And, that's enough. I get it. I get it. I'm special to Shirase." Also, Shirase is more of a pervert than I thought. As Sailor calmly spoke about things that would naturally make those listening to her feel embarrassed, Yamato ended up feeling embarrassed and shy himself, eventually giving up. However, Sailor doesn't seem satisfied yet. "Eh? You're the pervert, Yamato. You often let your gaze wander." "No, you're the pervert. What's the deal with getting addicted to the smell of my sweat? I was actually pretty conscious about it at that time, you know. I didn't know, but well, if you understand now, that's good." "Even if I understood, I don't ever recall admitting that I'm a pervert. I wasn't talking about that, Yamato. I meant that you're special to me." Well, yeah." Sailor conveyed this thought without embarrassment, and Yamato realized that he couldn't compete with her. He also lost track of how they got onto this topic in the first place, thanks to his earlier panic. Seeing Yamato's confusion, Sailor continued as if to console him. "So you see, there's no one who isn't special, I'm sure. Isn't everyone special to at least someone?" Coincidentally, these were the same ideas that Sailor's father, Jiro, had uttered, bringing back bitter memories for Yamato. "Your dad said something along those lines about you too. It's probably true. Right now, I can kind of accept it. I don't like the thought of that." "But isn't it because I told you that you can accept it?" "Maybe. At the very least, the situation we're in now is far from the normal school life Shirase wanted." As Yamato sighed while reaching his hand out to the night sky, Sailor looked surprised. "Huh? Are you regretting it a little?" "If I said I wasn't, I think it would be a lie. And, well, it's just that right now, I'm thinking I want to grow up quickly." "Once you're an adult, no one will complain no matter what time you walk around outside." You quickly came to that conclusion, you delinquent girl. "Eh? Don't wanna hear that from a delinquent boy." Thump. And then, Sailor rested her head on Yamato's shoulder. "Yamato, what do you want to do when you grow up?" "I don't know. I have a vague desire to grow up, but I haven't really thought about what I want to do once I'm an adult. But I think that as long as Shirase is with me, that's enough. So you want to become an adult just to be with me? Yeah. I really lack self-determination, don't I? Nua. I'm happy. I want to be with Yamato too. I want to be with Sailor. In my fixation on that, I couldn't bear to lose the time we spent together right in front of me. So, I resisted. I took the path of escape, but because I acted impulsively, I hadn't thought deeply about the happiness that lays ahead. I couldn't properly consider the happiness of the girl next to me, the happiness of the journey we would share together. Therefore, Yamato once again returned to his original thoughts. Why did he come to be with her? It should have been an effort to stand beside her, and now, as much as it irritated him, her father was showing him the way. He was offering a path where he could continue walking with her with effort. It would be a waste to let his pride alone dismiss it. At least that's what Yamato thought now. If he was being tested, he just needed to overcome it. Ultimately, it meant that if he could prove himself, it was okay to be with her. Anyway, it seems like Shirase intended to pull me along unilaterally. Even if Yamato didn't challenge it, Sailor would likely manage on her own. But even so, because she was suffering, Yamato wanted to have the strength to support her. At the very least, this was just Yamato making an effort, rather than something that would hinder the path Sailor chose as a compromise. Therefore, you could say that Yamato was simply just following along. In other words, it was just self-satisfaction. Even so, it would still be better for Yamato to have the strength for when the time comes. For example, if and when they decide to escape together to the ends of the earth next time. By then, both of them will have reached adulthood, and they should be able to go anywhere they want. Like that, before conveying his renewed determination, it seemed that there was something Yamato should tell her. Something that he had planned to tell her, and it was, Shirase, But at that point, Yamato fell silent. Zzzzz. Sailor, who sat next to him, made cute snoring sounds as she slept. I guess I'll sleep too. The opportunity to convey it didn't have to be right now, but there's no doubt that he should convey it soon. If I could wish for something, it would be a wish that the future me won't be swayed by cowardice anymore. Being careful not to move too suddenly and wake Sailor, Yamato draped his jacket over both their shoulders before closing his eyes as well. Today had been eventful, and the exhaustion from their trip weighed on him. Soon, Yamato's consciousness began to drift away. Section Arc. When Yamato woke up, the surroundings were still dimly lit. However, it felt chilly, perhaps because the campfire had gone out. As he looked to his side, he realized that Sailor was still asleep. If this goes on, she might catch a cold. However, Sailor had a firm grip on Yamato's chest, making it nearly impossible for him to move. With no other option, Yamato decided to carry her to the tent in this position, a makeshift princess carry. Sailor was still as light as ever, so lifting her was not a struggle. But in return, their faces came uncomfortably close. Indeed, the sleeping sailor's charm was formidable. If he wasn't careful, their faces might naturally draw closer. As Yamato felt his breathing grow heavier, he tried to walk slowly so as not to wake her. Just as he thought he heard a small sound, Sailor opened her eyes with a snap. Waking up in such an awkward situation, Yamato had intended to smooth things over and avoid any misunderstandings. But "Good morning, Yamato. Am I floating?" Hearing such a nonchalant greeting like that, Yamato gradually regained his composure. Yeah, good morning. I thought you might catch a cold like this, so I was going to carry you to the tent." "A princess carry, huh?" "Well, that's what it is. Your face is so close." Yamato jerked back in surprise, and Sailor burst into laughter. "Ha ha, why are you so averse to kissing me?" It's not like that." "You can put me down now. I'm awake." Following her instructions, Yamato gently set her down and checked his smartphone. It's still dark. It's already pretty late, though. When Yamato looked at the time on his phone, it was already past 4 a.m. It was nearly about time for the sun to rise. At that moment, Yamato suddenly remembered that there was a hill nearby with a great view. When he had visited with his family before, it was during sunset, and he remembered how beautiful the scenery had been. He thought that if they went now, they might just be able to catch the sunrise. "Hey, if you're awake, would you mind joining me for a bit?" "Sure." And so, the two of them decided to head to the nearby hill. Following Yamato's memory, they walked along the tree-lined path and soon spotted a sign that pointed the way to their destination, and in about 10 minutes, they reached the top of the hill. The sky around them was gradually brightening, and they had just made it in time. "Whoa, what a fantastic view. You can even see the distant town." "Yeah, I remember coming here with my family a long time ago." "I'm glad we made it in time. We're here to watch the sunrise, right? It's still a bit early." "I wonder if there's a vending machine or something. It's kinda chilly." As they were on top of the hill, the elevation had made it significantly colder. However, they couldn't spot any vending machines nearby. Instead, they found a small bench and decided to sit there together to keep warm. "Being close like this makes it less cold, doesn't it? If we had come a month later, we might have both frozen by this point." "Don't say something so inauspicious. Then it would have gone viral all over the internet." "Young couple eloping found dead from a double suicide. That's scary, so please stop." "We don't have any intentions like that." "Is that so?" Watching Sailor's mischievous smile, it seemed as if she didn't mind if it did happen, which was rather perplexing. Afterward, there was a small silence between the two of them. Yamato had intended to talk to Sailor about his decision from the previous night, but the words just wouldn't come out. He had started to worry whether it was acceptable to change his mind and confuse Sailor like this. In moments like these, he decided to reset his thoughts and gaze at the distant scenery. Beneath the brightening sky, the dark, quiet streets below were soothing to watch. The warmth they shared as they sat side by side made even this seemingly desolate view feel beautiful, putting him in a sentimental mood. If he were to convey the feelings he had kept hidden in his heart, their relationship up to this point might come to an end. Such a vague premonition weighed on Yamato, and he felt both lonely and compelled to express himself. "Thank you." Suddenly, Sailor spoke. It was quite abrupt. Those brief words of gratitude couldn't help but feel like a farewell, as if they were bidding their goodbyes to each other, something Yamato had been hesitant to say out loud. Perhaps because of this, Yamato responded, carrying on those words. "I should be the one thanking you for putting up with my selfishness." He expressed his gratitude to Sailor, who silently waited for his words, then continued speaking. "I've managed to sort out my thoughts. It's thanks to you, Shirase, as well. But, before that, there's something I want to tell you." "Eh?" Sailor was taken by surprise by those words, turning her face quietly towards him. Yamato moved slightly away from her but looked directly into her eyes, and as the morning sun rose, bathing them in its pale light. I like you, Shirase." Yamato gazed unwaveringly at Sailor, who looked bewildered. "So, I want you to go out with me." And immediately without pause, Sailor responded, "Yes, if you're okay with me, I like you too, Yamato." Seeing Yamato taken aback by her answer, Sailor continued as if to emphasize her point. "Of course, in a romantic way. I mean, I really like you." Seeing Sailor say this while smiling shyly, Yamato could finally accept those feelings without hesitation at last. "I see, that's great. Really great." "Honestly, I'm overjoyed and relieved, but also, I'm kinda surprised." "Surprised?" "Yeah, because Shirase, you feel that way too." "Since when?" With no need to hide his feelings any longer, Yamato straightforwardly asked what had been on his mind. In response, Sailor fidgeted and answered, "I became certain of my feelings around Obon. When I was away from you and thought about it, it all just made sense. So when I heard your voice on the phone, I was feeling nervous the whole time." "Really?" "I had no idea, because you didn't show any signs of it even after summer vacation ended." "Maybe because, for me, it felt like the most important decision I've ever made in my life. I thought I should be careful, especially considering the circumstances." By circumstances, she was likely referring to her father's intention about investigating Yamato's background at the time. Indeed, it wasn't a situation where she could casually confess her feelings. Well, I guess that makes sense. Also, even if I had conveyed my feelings, I thought that you, Yamato, are so kind that you would surely accept them no matter what. But I felt it would be unfair given the circumstances, so I just couldn't bring myself to say it first. I see. I was making you worry. Sorry. No. It's not your fault. I thought that maybe Yamato felt the same way, and waiting was making me nervous too. I was actually pretty anxious as well. Maybe I was making you worry after all. I'm sorry for making you wait. You keep apologizing. We've finally become a couple, you know? Sailor pouted with her cheeks puffed out. Despite feeling embarrassed, Yamato held her hand. You're right. Thank you, Sailor. Ah, you called me by my name. Thank you too, Yamato. Sailor genuinely smiled, her face filled with happiness. Blushing, she looked at Yamato, who nodded in response. Hey, come to think of it. Yeah? I want to kiss you. Yamato. What? Is that not okay? With Sailor gazing up at him so closely, Yamato's heart raced as if it might explode. No, it's just that, you know, these are things usually happen step by step. HMN. With that, Sailor turned her face towards him and closed her eyes. Unable to escape now, Yamato gathered his courage. Gulp. He swallowed hard and placed his hands on Sailor's shoulders. Slowly, he leaned in and gently kissed her soft, rosy lips. We did it. Yeah. Haha. Your face is all red. You're blushing a bit too, Sailor. That's because first kisses are embarrassing. It was my first too, so I feel the same way. But you know, it feels kinda addictive. Hey, can we do it again? Yeah. And so, they shared a second kiss, this time pressing their lips firmly together. After a little while gazing at the rising morning sun, Yamato whispered softly, I'm such an idiot to only realize this at such a late stage. Are you talking about our future? Yeah, it's about our future. Though it was a vague statement, Sailor seemed to understand. They couldn't keep running away forever if they wanted to find true happiness together. Upon realizing this, Yamato decided to broach the subject. In response, Sailor smiled gently. If that's the case, it's not too late at all. In fact, it's great that you've realized it now. We still have a long journey ahead of us. From now on, huh? Yes. From now on, no matter what path you choose, I'll do my best. From the beginning, Sailor had shown her determination to fight. She understood that at this moment, there was no other choice. Therefore, Yamato was able to make his own decision. Even if it meant going against his own principles or sacrificing the present, in that case, I'll fight too. I'll fight alongside you, Yamato. I'll also grow and make sailors further acknowledge me. I'll be by Sailor's side from now on. For a brief moment, Sailor showed surprise, but she quickly smiled and leaned closer. Yeah, thank you. Let's work together. Even if they were temporarily separated, the two of them understood that their emotional connection would never break. As if to reaffirm this, they intertwined their hands, and once again, they pressed their lips together. Epilogue. The holy night on the 7th snowfall. The season was currently winter. Moreover, it was Christmas Eve, a night for lovers to spend beside each other. Amidst the city adorned with sparkling illuminations, Yamato, dressed in a suit, was running with a paper bag in hand. Geez, I said we'd meet at the station square. He looked around in an attempt to find a certain someone, but the place was overflowing with members of the public, rendering his efforts pointless, especially when he was on the bustling main street, which had a large Christmas tree decorated with a familiar Christmas BGM playing in the background. Couples and families were all that met the eye, and everyone seemed to be influenced by the festive mood. Unlike those people, Yamato was only growing ever so impatient as the time went by. However, he took the time to stop in front of a huge advertisement on the side of a commercial building. What was displayed there was a female singer known as a next-generation diva, renowned for her singles and albums that sold out immediately, music videos with over 10 million views, and even serving as an exclusive model for a popular magazine, gathering support from a wide range of age groups, primarily the teenage generation. She went by the name Sailor. Yamato found himself absent-mindedly gazing at that advertisement. Buzz. Then, checking his smartphone that rang out a notification, he realized that Ita had sent him a message. Merry Christmas. I'm on a family trip to Hawaii with my wife and kids. An image was attached, showing Ita in an aloha shirt, with the former school nurse, Fujita-sensei, and 3 children, all happily together. The 2 of them had married shortly after Ita graduated from high school. How carefree they are. And here I am. Not in the mood for that. He replied casually to Ita, Merry Christmas. Looks like you're having a blast, before scanning his surroundings again. But, once again, he couldn't find the person he was looking for. Buzz. Then, his smartphone vibrated again. Thinking it might be Ita once more, he checked it with irritation, only to find it was from a different sender this time. Playing around with a lost child at the fountain square. But I'm the one who's lost, you know? Feeling exasperated, he headed towards his destination. When he reached the nearby fountain square, amidst the lights of various colors illuminating the area, he spotted a figure that belonged to the one person he was looking for. Her silver hair, which reached down to her waist, along with the large framed glasses she wore and her white trench coat, made her stand out conspicuously. In front of a small girl who seemed to be lost and was crying, she bent down and softly sang, "We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year." Whispering that well-known Christmas song, the little girl stopped crying and clapped her hands. "Anisan, you're so good at singing." "Well, it's Christmas, so it's a shame to cry, you know." "Yeah." With the little girl's spirits lifted, Yamato, who had been waiting for the right moment to speak, approached them. "I finally found you, sailor." "What are you doing in a place like this?" When he called out to her from the side, the woman, sailor, stood up with a surprised expression. "Eh? Even though I'm in disguise, you figured me out so quickly." "Your disguise is just some fake glasses, so it isn't all that foolproof." "Geez, you need to be more careful." Said it was perfect, though. Sailor, showing a dissatisfied expression, took off her fake glasses. Her facial features were still beautiful and they seemed to have actually become even more refined as the years had passed by. It was easy to get lost in her beauty if one wasn't careful, so Yamato cleared his throat and tried to get to the point. "Listen, sailor, you have a concert after this, right?" "So." Buzz. Sailor's smartphone rang at that moment, and Yamato urged her to answer it without hesitation. "Oh, speak of the devil." "Hello, huh?" "Call you manager when talking outside." "I see, got it." "I'm with Yamato now, should I pass the phone?" "Oh." It seemed like the call ended quickly, and Sailor turned her bewildered face towards Yamato. She hung up. She had something to discuss about the concert, but she said we can talk about it later. "Ha ha ha." "Seems like Tamaki-san also has a hard time dealing with you." The singing sensation sailor. The singing sensation sailor in question was of course none other than Sailor Shirase herself. After various paths were arranged for her by her father, such as becoming an actress or an idol, Sailor ultimately chose the path of a singer. Modeling seemed like something she did on the side. Sailor made her debut during her high school years after transferring schools and quickly became a star. And even after graduating from her high school's affiliated 4-year university, she continued her singing career. By the way, Mei is currently Sailor's exclusive manager and seems to lead a fulfilling life despite being kept busy. "Anisan, are you Sailor?" the little girl who had been listening to their conversation asked with curiosity. Ignoring Yamato, who was taken aback, Sailor put her index finger to her lips and replied, "SHH, it's a secret." "That song from earlier was just a special gift to you." As Sailor said so with a wink, the little girl nodded with shining eyes. "Thanks to that, it seemed that no one around had noticed her true identity. It seems like you've gotten the hang of fan service," Yamato said, half in amazement. "Well, not really. Nei-san often says I'm frivolous. That's something you probably don't want to hear from Rika." "Yeah, especially not from someone who's been wandering around overseas." "Oh, speaking of overseas." At that moment, Sailor clapped her hands as if she remembered something. "It seems that Tsubaki will be back for New Year's. She messaged me yesterday." Upon hearing this, Yamato couldn't help but feel awkward and averted his gaze. "Huh, really? Kazuka-san is currently part of a Japanese ballet group that has been touring around Europe, right?" "Yeah, that's right. Speaking of which, Yamato, Didn't you get confessed to by Tsubaki and reject her recently? And she said she wouldn't give up at all, right? Well, it's rather quite troublesome, honestly. This had happened a few months ago, or rather, Tsubaki had confessed to him multiple times already, and he had rejected her each time, justifying so upon the reason that Sailor was already the most important person to him. And yet, there was no sign of her giving up. Tsubaki can be quite persistent. Well, that persistence has helped her achieve great success. Sailor gave Yamato a sharp glare, as if echoing his words. In any case, Yamato, feeling uncomfortable, avoided eye contact and decided to change the topic for now. Speaking of which, will you be coming to our house for New Year's this year as well? Mom wants to see you. I'll go. I want to see Yoko-chan too, but Yamato, you're changing the topic so obviously, aren't you? That's not. Just cut me some slack, will you? It's fine. Anyway, seems like her mom isn't coming. Is she? As Sailor pointed out, the girl's mother still hadn't shown up. Despite it being quite a while, Yamato was starting to think that it might be a good idea to take the girl to the police box when suddenly, oh, there's Mum. At that moment, the little girl seemed to have spotted her mother. She ran over to her, and both the mother and the little girl bowed towards them. I'm glad she found her. Yeah. So, what are you going to do now? We don't have much time for a leisurely date. Changing the subject with a composed manner, Sailor asked calmly. And at that moment, the fountain lit up, and the surroundings sparkled with the lights from the illuminations. With determination, Yamato turned to Sailor and spoke directly. Sailor, happy birthday. Here's a present. He took a box from the paper bag he had and handed it to Sailor, who smiled with joy. Whoa, thank you. Can I open it? Yeah, go ahead. Sailor couldn't wait and quickly unwrapped the package. Inside, she found a pair of headphones. Oh, these are the ones I said I wanted the other day. So the other day when you told me not to buy it, it was for today's sake, right? Well, yeah. Are you happy with them? Yeah, I'm really happy. Thank you. Yamato. Seeing Sailor happily smiling, a warm feeling slowly spread throughout Yamato's chest. I'm glad we could celebrate together this year too. You've been so busy since then. If we're talking about that, Yamato, you've been working really hard too. Dad even said he's got some potential, with a stern face. That's almost like he's acknowledging you. Haha. I've been determined to prove myself and work hard. I've still got a long way to go, but I feel like I'm making progress. For the past few years, Yamato had been incredibly busy himself. After graduating from high school, he managed to get into a prestigious university, and as a university student, he juggled his studies with part-time jobs and internships to gain valuable work experience. Though he often clashed with Sailor's father and other related parties, criticism was not uncommon. This year, after being introduced to a company by Sailor's father, Yamato was assigned to a newly established department. He was suddenly entrusted with responsibilities and expected to deliver results, which he managed to do successfully. Yamato's determination to work hard stemmed from Sailor. He was always desperate not to be left behind, constantly seeking to strive alongside her. Seeing Yamato's renewed determination, Sailor looked a little worried. I heard that your department handles various tasks, like video production, PR, and negotiations. When you showed up at the studio the other day, I was really surprised. Mei said it's tough for a newbie like you to handle planning, and she's worried about your health and stuff. Are you okay? It's true that I don't get much sleep at times, but I rest when I can, and more importantly, they recognize my abilities. Plus, I feel a sense of accomplishment. I can't lose to you, Sailor. Yamato, you're so cool. Right? I plan to grow even further and eventually start my own business, but before that. Suddenly, Yamato started to fidget nervously, leaving Sailor puzzled as she tilted her head. Toilet? No, not that. Seriously, your lack of tact hasn't changed at all. You can still be so childish at times. Well, I'm not a child anymore. I'm not even under the control of my parents like I was back then. Seeing Sailor inexplicably smirking, Yamato switched the topic, exasperated. Anyway, Sailor, your birthday concert is tonight, right? It's less than 2 hours away from starting, and we won't be able to stay together for much longer. Yeah. There are meetings and last-minute checks to do. I'm just on a short break right now. That's right. But after it's over, I'll probably come and see you. It'll probably be after midnight by the time I make it though. In that case, it is to be now. Sailor, I have something important to tell you. Huh? Seeing Yamato suddenly become serious, Sailor tensed up, her face stiffening. In her illuminated eyes, a hint of unease appeared. Is it good news or bad news? Well, that depends on us, I guess. Depends on us. Does it have something to do with us not meeting much lately? Sailor's unexpected agitation made it difficult for Yamato to broach the main topic, as it seemed that even Sailor had some thoughts of her own about their recent situation. However, he decided to address that later and cleared his throat. It's a really important matter, so I want you to listen carefully. Okay, I understand. Yamato turned squarely towards Sailor and took a deep breath, as if preparing himself. Sailor Shirase-san. Yes. Calling her by name, Sailor straightened her posture. And while gazing directly into Sailor's eyes, Yamato made his declaration. I will cherish you for the rest of my life, so please marry me. As he presented a case containing a ring, Yamato uttered those words of his proposal, and in response, Sailor's eyes widened in surprise, as a single tear rolled down her cheek. Yes, with pleasure, she smiled and nodded. I did it. Spontaneously, Yamato raised his arms in victory and let out a joyous shout. On this special day, the birthday of his beloved, Yamato, who had become a working member of society, had long decided to make a once-in-a-lifetime gamble, and he couldn't be happier now that his wish had come true. His voice echoed throughout the fountain square, drawing the attention of those nearby. Worried that Sailor's true identity might be exposed, Yamato fell silent in a panic. Seeing him suddenly go silent, Sailor wiped away her tears and spoke. That's an engagement ring, isn't it? Put it on. Ah. And as he slipped the engagement ring onto her ring finger, it fitted perfectly. Whoa. It's beautiful. Sailor gazed at the ring with a blissful smile. It really is beautiful. Seeing Sailor with the ring on, tears welled up in Yamato's eyes. Unable to resist his overwhelming emotions. Bathed in the lights of the illuminations that surrounded them, her smiling figure reminded him of the night they first spoke, making him even more emotional. Hey, Yamato. What is it? I want a lot of children. Ha ha. Leave it to me. Sailor's straightforward way of speaking wasn't something new, and she even already started discussing family planning right after his proposal. Yamato couldn't help but think that it really did fit in line with her character. With this, we might be able to avoid all the scandalous rumors about our passionate relationship, or having to worry about paparazzi catching us during our overnight dates. We can be open about it from now on. Sailor-san, perhaps, did I maybe make you wait quite a while? Well, yes. If it took any longer, I was actually thinking of proposing to you instead. Ha ha ha. Then I'm relieved it worked out in time. Yamato breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he felt a cold sensation on the tip of his nose. It had started snowing. It's snowing, Yamato. Yeah. Sailor looked up at the sky, extending her arms playfully. It's as if even the heavens are blessing us. Sailor shared these words without a hint of embarrassment. Yamato couldn't help but be drawn to her. At that moment, Sailor, who had turned around, closed her eyes. After holding her hand with a shining ring, Yamato gently kissed her lips. Sailor, I love you. I love you too, Yamato. They exchanged their feelings and gazed at each other, sharing genuine laughter. Their shadows, cast upon the dazzling cityscape, were inseparable, forever bound together. Authors afterward. Long time no see. For those meeting me for the first time, nice to meet you. My name is Tozuka Riku. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you who have picked up the 4th volume of I Know That After School. The Saint is More Than Just Noble. I couldn't have brought this 4th volume to you without the support of everyone. In this volume, the story begins with the changing of seasons, transitioning into autumn, following the ordinary Yamato and the somewhat otherworldly sailor. In this volume, I've depicted their mutual feelings and how they wholeheartedly strived for each other's happiness. Even though enjoyable times pass by in the blink of an eye, I wanted to convey the message of cherishing those moments. I hope you enjoyed witnessing the future of these awkward youngsters as they spend their youth together. Lastly, I'd like to express my gratitude to the editors and everyone involved in the publication of this work. Thank you once again to Takubon-san, who was in charge of the illustrations. Thank you for enriching this series with your splendid and precious art. And to all the readers, thank you for reading this series. I'll continue to work hard to make sure you enjoy my stories even more in the future, so please continue to support me. Thank you very much for reading this far. Well then, I hope we can meet again elsewhere someday. Tozu Kuriku. End of Volume 4. Series completed.